tide of justice calling from Sweden cold and Great Lakes falling, educating fools, real talk streaming, truth and laughter, crime redeeming. Raise your glass to law and jest, trials not just pain and stress. Teach the world, grind the gears, through the humor, through the tears. Michigan draw cutting sharp like ice. Swedish fire burns, truth precise. Shot of whiskey, sip of gin. Rules of justice we begin. Raise your glass to law and jest. Trials not just pain and stress. Teach the world, grind the gears, through the humor, through the tears. Bang the gavel, crack the screen, courtroom chaos in between. Wine and laughter, we all bleed. Streaming trials, feeding need. Layers of law, peeling truth bare. Last for a while, do we even care? Chip on shoulder, beer in hand again. Together on this shaky stand. Raise your glass to law and jest. Trials not just pain and stress. Teach the world, grind the gears, through the humor, through the tears.
You know, I'm sitting here in the treehouse right now, and I still don't know how the two of us fit into the treehouse at the same time. Hey, welcome back to day 5 of the Michigan v. Christopher Schurr murder trial. For those who might be new, my name is David Helm. I'm a licensed practicing attorney here in the state of Michigan, and
I am Nick, and I do labor law and labor and employment law over in Sweden. I'm a union jurist.
communist Sweden, you know, so not much, whatever the state says is good by Nick, right?
Sure.
So, all right. So just to recap where we are right now. So we had 2 days of the state's case in chief. Now, since this event happened, and since I happened to stream with Grand Rapids Commissioner, I forget his name, and then Detroit Police Commissioner Willie Burton, the question of the officer's conduct has always been at issue. For me, from a legal standpoint, it's only been, was he in imminent fear of great bodily harm and or death at the time he pulled the trigger? This is Officer Schurr shot and killed the suspect in the back of the head. And the video never looked good. The video still doesn't look good. And so I've always been of the, like, I feel like if the state plays the video, I'd be voting guilty. And that's where I was up until yesterday, really.
Yeah. Yesterday afternoon, the defense one expert in exhaustion and he was a sports trainer, exhaustion expert, and he applied this to this situation. And then you had probably the world's #1 expert on tasers and how they work and the statistics around it.
Yeah.
And they both more or less completely eradicated the prosecution.
I think so. I think so. And I've had my criticisms of the defense.
Yeah.
I didn't like the opening. I thought it was too academic, too technical. I think a lot of the cross-examination of the state's witnesses were too technical and not strong enough, even on the technical side. But man, they know how to call witnesses, because these witnesses did all the heavy lifting for the defense yesterday.
And also, but not just the expert, but prosecution asked questions he really didn't know the answers to.
Yeah, that's a bad.
And then he got mad, the prosecutor, and
He's
said
so
something
angry.
that probably I doubt if no, nobody says anything bad will happen to the prosecutor, but if something hypothetically, if somebody say his shed electrical fire or something, I don't think the firefighters will be in a rush to get there after he yesterday said to this expert that I've never heard of firefighters dying in houses because of exhaustion.
Yeah.
And the expert, I can show you the statistic. We have people on the wall in this Grand Rapids who died in houses. And the prosecutor, I stand corrected.
So I was watching some commentary from some other attorneys on that side of the state and law professors and stuff. By the way, shout out to Cooley Law School, my undergrad, which, by the way, I think this judge also teaches at, or at least did at one point, was maybe a prof or professor or something. Anyways, so they're all saying the same thing, but particularly they're like, there's some tension between the prosecutor and his officers. Remember, the local Grand Rapids police officers are being called for the defense, not by the state. And there is a lot of tension. And this prosecutor, and apparently the one doing the actual examination, the cross-examination, is the elected chief prosecutor. Those are his officers. He's not just an assistant prosecutor. Those are his officers that he relies on and works with every day.
And let's just say, if you want to be elected chief prosecutor, you need people's support, as in the local cops. And I don't think he has that anymore. And I don't think he has the fire. I mean, what is he going to do today? Is he going to say, oh, those pesky ambulance drivers who doesn't know what... I mean, he's shooting himself in both feet at the same time.
There was a defense attorney that was talking, and this is interesting, and I didn't catch it and pick up on it, and I should have. As the chief law enforcement officer of Kent County, the prosecutor has input into police policies and procedures. So that's what they were getting at. Remember, there was a line of questions about that, and that was cut off because it's not relevant. Remember, the prosecutor objected and said it's not relevant as to what happens on other cases. That's what they were getting at.
Yeah.
So, So I don't know why I didn't put two. I mean, obviously there's more, right? Because this is a local city police department, so they would have the city council and mayor and other people weigh in. But your county prosecutor is the one who enforces the laws, right? And so he does have a say and does have some input into these police procedures that now all of a sudden he doesn't know anything about, and he is angrily cross-examining his officers about. It's very weird to see this animosity. But all right, so but we're gonna pick up here first thing in the morning. We're gonna watch the first part of this. We might actually watch a lot of this at normal speed. If you guys know, we've been starting a little bit later, watching it at 1.25 speed. But we might actually watch this in normal speed. We have a hearing first thing regarding a third-party body cam. We're going to watch that. And then, spoiler, the defendant takes the stand. Ooh. And I've been saying from day one that if I'm on the jury, I kind of need to hear from the defendant. Yeah. And so definitely. I'm excited to see how this goes. I haven't watched any of his testimony. I was just sort of peeking ahead to see what was going on. So we'll watch it all raw together. And I think, let me get my sound boosted. And we'll get going. This should be exciting. This should be a good day. And I'm here for it. We're here for it all day. Why do you always come in and say bye? Bye, Jude. I don't see any. I don't see any.
That's on your channel. I mean, not on my channel. Hey, hello, glad to be here and everything. But on your channel, bye.
It was yesterday too. Jude was in the chat. Didn't say a thing until all of a sudden, bye. Well, take care. Hopefully you come back.
We've already had evidence.
All right. So this picks up midstream, but essentially what they're doing is the state, or not the state, the defense is offering a video of another officer's body cam of Christopher Schurr moments after the other officers arrive, and for some reason the state is objecting to it. I didn't hear the objection, but now this is the defense's argument as to why it should be allowed in.
Evidence that's not relevant doesn't make something else relevant.
We've heard from experts who talk about the effects of exhaustion,
Right.
and that can be explained even afterwards, 2-3 minutes afterwards, what their condition is.
Right.
So that might help explain how they were in that moment, which is the main question, the circumstances of this person in that moment. So this video helps explain it. It's completely relevant. The prosecutor presented photos of an hour later of Officer Schurr at the department. Is
Well,
that
they also
relevant?
did autopsy photos. Still, if that's
No. He didn't present autopsy photos. He presented photos of the officer's hands and body. I guess the state is objecting that it's not relevant, which is interesting. But okay.
The jury has to decide and determine
So why?
whether or not he was
Usually
injured.
the prosecution loves putting on autopsy photos.
Yeah, and it's not even autopsy photos. It's just a video of Officer Schurr afterwards. I don't know why the judge is bringing up autopsy photos. It doesn't make any sense. But the fact that the prosecutor is arguing that something's not relevant, that's ironic.
Hey, Jude is on my place.
In an hour.
I see how it goes.
And his condition, we would argue, 2-3 minutes later is relevant to the moment since it happened.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
Because when you're saying what time frame is 2 minutes after?
4 minutes. So yeah, 4 minutes afterwards.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, and this is his body cam or someone else's?
It's someone else's, but it's a video of Officer Schurr, so obviously he can authenticate it, as is frequently done with body cams.
I like this layout better.
It'd be proposed exhibit GG.
I'll put it full screen when the video starts playing. So essentially the judge says, well, let me look at the video. The jury's not here right now. So the judge is looking at the video to see if she's going to allow it in. And then she does the most basic judge thing.
You alright? Don't say anything, just checking on you, alright? Good? Alright, I'm gonna get somebody to be with you in a second. If any ambulance coming, we'll get you checked out. And I'll get a statement from you necessary.
That's it.
If the prosecutor argues it's cumulative, then they concede that it's relevant. But we don't have
That's a
any
good
other
argument.
video like that. The jury has not seen anything like that.
I've seen multiple videos of him breathing heavily and pictures just like that. I mean, they spent
Yeah, but this is minutes later. It's in a different context.
Yeah, he's arguing like we've seen multiple pictures, but and they're like, oh, we had a video expert on the other day. Yeah, but you haven't seen this video, which is mere minutes afterwards. So you can tell he's exhausted. He's red in the face.
Yeah.
That's what they want to get at, right?
Yeah. You saw on the body cam when he was behind the cop car.
Right.
This is minutes later when he is in the cop car, still exhausted.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of beating a dead horse.
We constitutional right to present for that, so.
I'll, whenever it's after the foundation has been laid, authentication has been done, I would be inclined to allow it at this point.
So the judge says she's inclined to allow it if there's foundation for it. Now, foundation required for a photograph or a video doesn't require the person who actually took the video to take the stand.
Yeah.
All it is this is an accurate representation of whatever I saw at the time I saw it. That's all it has to be. So it's not really, I mean, foundation for a video is so easy to get. Why the judge is saying, well, I'm not ready to rule on it. We got to wait to hear foundational evidence. It's like,
But I'm not prepared to rule on it right now because it hasn't been authenticated and what have you. So,
But just to keep things moving as smoothly as possible when the jury's in here, to authenticate is basically for the Christopher Schurr to acknowledge that.
you can do it on.
yeah, that's all he has to do is like, yeah, that was me right there on the scene a few minutes after.
Sure, thank you.
And is there anything else before the jurors come in?
I know, Your Honor, we're ready.
Any further people?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. so we'll have the jurors.
All right. So I'm actually going to switch over to a different feed, even though it doesn't have subtitles. This one always glitches out for some reason. That was Fox 2 that we were watching. I'm going to go with channel 13, which doesn't do the glitchy thing. So the jurors are brought in, and now we're going to go. That's true, Jude. I'm just messing with you. You don't need to announce your departure either. That's the one I always hear. I get a kick out of YouTubers when I always say like, all right, man, I'm taking off. I got to go do this and that. I feel like it's the polite thing to do. I'm not picking on you, Jude. I just thought it was funny. And then there's certain YouTubers, I won't mention names, are like, you don't need to announce your departure. And it's like, but I'm just being polite. You knew I was here watching and I'm just letting you know I'm going. So, you know, you've been asking me questions in chat or whatever. So anyways, Lefty's in the chat. Lefty's going to join us for a Lego stream, Nick.
What?
Lefty's going to join us for a Lego stream.
Hey, nice. Nice. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's what we call Christopher Schurr.
Christopher Schurr is taking the stand. Oh, let me get the banner up. Wait, was it the 10th witness? He's the 10th witness, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Schurr, Schurr.
Let me just start out. Do you enjoy speaking in public?
Not particularly, no.
And throughout your life, is that something you don't particularly care for?
I'd say public speaking wasn't one of my.
Hey, Jude gifted 1 MLS membership. Thank you very much. And that went to MoF3. Oh, Mama 3. Got it. I can rename Mama 3. Thank you very much for that gifted membership. And if you too become a member, you can get access to emojis and future member videos because I don't have any member videos yet. But thank you very much for that. Oh, I should pull it up.
Yeah, and if you look at that. Speak of the devil. Jude gifted a membership.
Nice.
And it went to Jude.
It went to me? Oh,
no,
it went to
Jude.
Jude gifted it to him or herself. I think it's a woman. Herself. And
now
awesome.
you have access to all my members only videos, your own emojis here on YouTube, and what else? I have to put a link up on Discord. I have a Discord. I will put a link up there. It's for members only, where you can gather and just talk about the cases and the trials and post memes, and it's a community for you guys. I will log in there once in a while, but primarily it's a place for you.
I do want to take this opportunity to point out that when it has nothing to do with your membership. We can take that down, get that out of there. As a defense attorney, when you call your witness to the stand, there's many things that come into consideration. One of them is how well they're going to perform on the stand, right? If they're generally argumentative, if they come off as shy, combative, whatever, all of that is taken into consideration among a ton of other things. With this first question, are you used to public speaking? You know that this guy might sound a little awkward, and they're prepping the jury for this. So if you sound a little weird on the stand, we shouldn't take that into consideration. The jury shouldn't, right? It's exactly what this question was designed for. So that this guy is a little nervous, which as she should be. I wouldn't expect him not to be.
Or maybe he has Tourette's. I haven't listened to it. What would you do with the witness who has Tourette's? Oh, this might be a little awkward. Can you tell the jury, fucktards?
That would be interesting. I've never seen it. That would definitely be interesting. And Cindy, I'll try to put a link in the chat for you.
And Jude gifted one more, and it went to Heather.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's get going. This is what I've been waiting 4 days to see. Let me see. Let's watch this.
Strengths. No.
Now, you understand you have a right not to testify.
I do.
Why are you testifying?
I feel like it's important to get my side of the story out.
Now we're going to go into several topics, obviously related to this case here, but just backing up a little bit in regards to your background and education. How old are you?
Currently 34,
How old were you in April of 2022?
31,
Where were you born?
Grand Rapids,
And where were you raised?
southeast side of Grand Rapids.
He sounds so young.
Your parents reside in West Michigan here.
They do.
Are they in court here today?
Yeah.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes.
Are they also present in court?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been
This
married?
might be a little rough.
10 years.
And where did you meet your wife?
High school.
So,
Button Center. Yeah.
have you been together since high school?
Yes.
That's the picture I
Essentially high
saw.
school sweethearts?
Yes.
That's the picture I saw with him and his
Now,
wife. They
where
were
were you
teenagers.
and your wife married?
We were married in Kenya.
And what brought you
He's
to
like,
Kenya?
Sal, oh God.
We were there on a mission trip. A couple years.
Getting a little bit far field, Your Honor, in terms of who cares whether they're married.
I think it goes to some of his experiences.
All right. I'm not going to read into the prosecutor's head, but this prosecutor made this charge the same day, I think, or very close after. It was in the height of BLM and all this stuff. And then afterwards, he realized that this was a giant political shit show, especially with his officers all backing the defendant. And I think he needs to save face by coming off strong. There's a saying, like, when the facts are on your side, you pound on the facts. When the law is on your side, you pound on the law. And when neither are on your side, you pound on the table. And it's kind of the save face. And so he might be coming so aggressive to save face.
Yeah.
Right.
And you told us yesterday about a case where he chose to not prosecute.
Yeah, and it came after this. A bartender or a bouncer at a bar that a bottle was thrown at him, shot 3 shots, hit the guy twice and killed him. And he said that it was valid self-defense. So as we were listening to all this cross-examination about tasers aren't deadly, I'm like, well, I feel like they're worse than a beer bottle being thrown at you from a parking lot. But that you justified as self-defense. And that was 2022 as well. That was 6 months after this. I don't know the race, and obviously it wasn't a police officer, it was a bouncer. But still, it's like, I kind of feel like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth there.
In life, Your Honor, I think it's relevant.
I'll sustain the objection. Because I do believe that
I didn't hear what the question was, but it was just background.
It was about family and how long have you been married, and
Yeah. He can personalize
Now,
the defendant.
does your wife work?
Yes.
What field does she work in?
Mental health.
And you yourself, did you go into public
Not according to the
service
news
as a
story,
police
Mads.
officer?
I did.
Fair to say both you and your wife went into fields to help others.
Yes.
Did you attend high school here in West Michigan?
Yes.
And did you graduate high school?
I did.
After high school, what did you do?
I went to college at Siena Heights University.
Did you graduate college?
I did.
What year would that have been, approximately?
2014.
What was your major or focused area of study in college?
I majored in business with a focus in accounting and a minor in criminal justice.
Did you receive any scholarships in college?
Originally, I had an athletic scholarship and later gotten both athletic and academic scholarships.
Pretty good grades?
Yes,
What was your GPA you graduated with?
a 3.8.
Okay. Now, as far as athletics go, what sport did you participate in college?
Track and field.
And were you a short distance or a long distance?
I was a sprinter.
Okay.
We just started. Just getting into his
After
background.
college, what did you do?
After college, I got a job
Fair,
in the private
Mads.
sector as an entry-level accountant.
And at some point, did you go back to school for continued career education?
Yes.
What did you do next?
Went to Lansing Community College for their police academy.
And why did you join the police academy?
I just wanted to do a job that was more fulfilling.
Is there an
And
objection?
what were your feelings on police work? Why police work?
It was a fulfilling job.
Mads, I'm sending you a link to that beer bottle story on X because it has the prosecutor's
Why did you
statements.
pick police work?
It's never the same thing every day. To me, it was more fulfilling than working in an office, and got to help people.
Now, what year approximately was that you attended the police academy?
2015.
And you mentioned LCC, Lansing Community College.
Yes.
Is that academy what's called an MCOLS accredited academy?
It is.
MCOLS, Michigan Commission of Law Enforcement Standards, is that your understanding? I'm sure we could spend hours talking about the MCOLS Academy and the different topics, but just in general, what did your MCOLS Academy prepare you for?
I would say it gives you a foundation to continue training as a police officer.
And is your understanding that the basic standards trained at LCC is consistent with all other MCOLS accredited academies across the state?
It's my understanding.
How long was the academy at LCC?
Nick, do you want to speed it up a little bit, you think?
Approximately 4 months.
Yeah, I think we can speed it up a bit.
Yes.
All right, we'll do
What's
1.25.
It's 40 plus hours a week.
Are there a variety of topics covered?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
And there's probably over 100 different topics.
And you give just a sampling of some of the basic topics covered at the LCC Academy.
I'd say the main ones are criminal law, investigations, use of force, first aid.
Now, use of force, that's a topic that's discussed going all the way back to your initial MCOLS Academy.
Correct.
And does MCOLS train you that you need to use force at times upon subjects?
Yes.
And do they give you instructions on how and perhaps when to use certain levels of command or force?
Yes.
At MCOLS, do they discuss some of the realities that police may encounter out in the field?
Yes.
Is that always predictable?
No.
Can you explain?
I'd say most of what we do out in the field is not predictable. It's a dynamic environment, and we train in a controlled setting.
Now, at the MCOLS Academy, is there always a perfect way or a best way to handle every situation or scenario?
I'd say we strive for perfection. Probably never achieve.
Does MCOLS, going all the way back, do they talk about certain circumstances that may be beyond an officer's control that might affect their performance in real life encounters?
Yes.
They talk about factors, and I'm sure there's a plethora of them, but reaction times, is that something that's discussed all the way back at MCOLS?
Yes.
What do they teach you about reaction times?
Essentially, action beats reaction.
And what's some examples of how they teach that?
One of the main ways is a 7-yard or a 21-foot rule. essentially, that someone could cover that distance and harm you before you could react.
And do they go through drills and videos and things like that as well to demonstrate this?
Yes.
So even back to MCOL's Academy, are you shown that there can be factors that put a police officer at a disadvantage?
Yes.
But even with knowledge of potential limitations, do you still need to respond to calls?
Yes.
You still need to enforce laws?
Yes.
Are the situations that police encounter, is it always safe?
Typically not.
But are you still required to march into a lot of volatile situations?
Yes.
What if you don't perform your essential functions, even going all the way back to the MCOL's Academy? What are you told if you don't perform your essential functions? What can be some of the consequences of that?
Either I or others could be injured, if not other consequences
Such
at your department, such as cowardice.
Okay. Now, going back to the MCOL's Academy, do they use scenarios and simulations?
Yes.
Is this meant, what is your understanding of why they do these scenarios and simulations?
It's just to get us used to problem solving and learning whatever they're trying to teach us at the time.
Are these run out in the real life field, or are they in a rather controlled setting?
Controlled setting.
Now, at the conclusion of the MCOL's Academy, are you given a rather lengthy and thorough examination to ascertain your knowledge on these topics?
Yes.
And are you ultimately given an examination?
Yes.
I'm sorry, are you ultimately required to attain a certain score?
Yes,
And did you pass the MCOL's Academy?
I did.
Now, after the LCC Academy, are you a fully licensed police officer?
You are not. You need to complete training at the department.
Yeah,
While
this is
you
what
were
I wanted
in
to hear.
LCC, did you start to apply for jobs?
Although it's not
I did.
the manner
Was
in
one of
which
those departments GRPD?
Yes,
I was hoping to hear it.
And was that
Probably
a rather
expected
sought
to hear
after
it, but
job? back
Not
then?
hoping to hear it.
I'd say so.
Why
Yes.
is that?
The opportunities, the different departments, if you will, that you can get into.
Now, were you ultimately hired?
Yes.
What happens after you're hired into GRPD?
You go into an 8-week in-house training where you do more scenarios.
I know throughout the course of the trial, we've seen the video montage.
Yes.
What year was that video montage from?
2015?
And is that you at the 8-week GRPD Academy?
It is.
And is that full time?
Yes.
What's full time for that academy?
I'd say that was just 40 hours a week.
Okay. Now, are the topics covered at GRPD, are those identical to MCOL's, or how do you compare?
I would say they're more specific to Grand Rapids. Essentially, they're putting us in different scenarios and having to solve problems the way Grand Rapids wants us to solve them.
Okay. Cover some of the same topics as far as traffic stops, first aid. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
Now, do you cover firearms training?
Yes.
Are a lot of the concepts in firearms training similar from GRPD to MCOL's as far as the basic concepts?
The basics, yes. I think Grand Rapids is probably more advanced than what the academy was.
What level of force is firearm deployment upon a human?
Deadly force.
In GRPD, do they take you through scenarios and situations that police might encounter as exhibited on the video there?
They do.
The same scenarios as LCC, or do they go through quite a few more?
Definitely a lot more. LCC, you're more or less laying the groundwork and probably more book work and not as many scenarios. I felt as though Grand Rapids, we did more scenarios.
How many, roughly?
Probably thousands.
We saw just a sampling on the video of some of those scenarios.
Yes.
Now, as you're instructed on those scenarios, are you trained that there's only one way to effectively perform a task?
No.
Basically, what are they showing you there?
Essentially, there's a parameter, if you will, to handle it. There's definitely preferred ways, but there's definitely no person is the same. So the way I handle something is going to be different than what someone else handles something.
Now, does the GRPD Academy, similar to MCOL's, do they try to expose you to some of the limitations that an officer may expose out in real life?
Yes.
Do they discuss topics like human reaction time?
Yes.
Now, does GRPD, do they train you on weapons, other weapons as well?
Yes.
What weapons were you trained on with GRPD?
The taser.
Any others?
They're issued firearm and pepper spray, baton.
Okay. Now, going to the taser. You need a drink of water?
Okay.
All right. Who instructs the taser training?
Master taser instructor.
And we've sat through several experts on tasers. Okay, so I'm not
Taser
gonna ask
face?
you about all of the workings of the taser. But your taser training, does that go all the way back to the 8-week that they start to train you?
Yes.
Is it lectures, hands-on? How do they instruct you?
Defense counsel is
Combination.
just so
There's
boring.
definitely a classroom element, scenarios, and they do a voluntary exposure.
We'll get to that in a moment here. But if used properly by a trained person, what is the main goal of using the taser on a subject?
To achieve neuromuscular incapacitation.
And can the taser be effective at causing
Yes.
incapacitation? Do you know that firsthand?
Yes.
Now, your voluntary tasing, was that back at your 8-week then?
Yes.
Mr. McFarland, could you just pull up?
Oh, we're gonna watch the video again with the
believe it's-
highway to the danger
Exhibit
zone.
J.
Dun, 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 dun.
For voluntary tasing.
Oh no. Well, this is part of it.
Does that appear to be
This looks
your
painful.
voluntary tasing session?
Yes.
We've had this explained, but is it a rather controlled setting?
Yes.
Does safety seem to be paramount?
Yes.
The faces are blurred off, but what is everybody wearing on their eyes?
My mom
There's
votes
no
not
seat
guilty
belts.
for the record.
Now, what is your understanding of why the voluntary tasing might be beneficial to recruits?
Just to know the effects of it, to know what you would potentially be doing to someone else as well.
But even though controlled, do you still have to sign a waiver?
Yes.
And essentially, what does the waiver tell?
Essentially, that waiver, my understanding was relieving the city of any potential liability from injury or death that the device may cause.
Now, who's deploying the taser on you there?
It's a master taser instructor.
Could you please play the video?
No, that was too late.
Terrible.
What did it feel like?
Just essentially your muscles contract involuntary to their max capacity, and it's extremely excruciating pain.
Now, can you compare it to anything else that you'd ever experienced?
No.
Have you ever felt like anything like that before in your life?
No.
Now, after having felt the effects of the taser, would you volunteer to do it again?
No.
But prior to being tased there, did the master taser instructor give you some instructions on what was going to happen?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
They did a couple different deployments and varying spread, and he let me know how he was going to deploy it on me
Okay.
and where.
Sorry, where?
Yeah.
And does that help at all with any angst that you may have?
Probably alleviated some.
Now, when you were tased there, did you feel like you had much control over your body?
No.
We've heard this term, I think, sometimes, taking the ride. Is that what they refer to it as, is when you're under the effects of the taser?
Yes.
How long does that ride
You know what?
last?
That's a good point.
5
But she
seconds.
still votes not
You
guilty.
feel during that 5 seconds that you have the ability to
She
defend
said he
yourself.
seems like a nice guy.
What are you trained that can mean for a police officer?
These
in
are the
field if
people on
someone
your jury, folks,
fights
right?
them for their taser and uses it on them?
They would get access to a firearm.
Now, in police training, do you discuss topics like
On those
officers
seconds,
being disarmed of their weapons?
You could get the firearm.
Really, what do you
And all of a
train
sudden,
to do if
you have another.
a subject forcefully disarms an officer of their weapon?
They would use it on us.
The ride is 5 seconds.
It is.
How long do you think it would take for someone to get your firearm off your body and use it on you?
Second.
Mr. McFarland, could you please play it again?
I busted my police prison yesterday during the live stream. I was so upset with the prosecutor. Now I got to rebuild it.
What were you trained back then, as far as if the user continued to hold it or continued to press the button?
Well, so it's designed to
If the prosecution
be charged for 5
continues
seconds.
to say it's not that much incapacitating, I think the judge should grant a demonstration on the
In your
prosecutor.
training, are you
I
warned?
know,
not
I
to
really wish we
continually
would have
hold
gotten
it
that
or have
demonstration.
repeated trigger pulls on
Yes.
a subject? What were you warned was the risk of prolonged or continuous holds or deployments?
Can cause cardiac arrest.
And
She is
is
the
cardiac
perfect
arrest
defense
mentioned in
juror.
the Axon materials that they go through with you?
Yes.
What can be the result of cardiac arrest?
Death.
Would you expect an untrained person to know that a continued or repeated ride could cause cardiac arrest?
I love how they call it a ride. Taking
How
a
far
ride
was
on the
master
taser.
taser instructor from you approximately when it was deployed?
Probably 2 feet.
Would that have, particularly with that older model, would that have been optimal probe spread?
No.
Can you just stand up a second?
Yeah.
Where did the probes hit on you?
They hit my, I guess, right leg, just the back side of it. And they were probably only that far apart.
Really close, is that fair to
That's
say?
really close.
But watching that video, was it only your leg that felt the effects of that?
No, I would say it was my entire lower body, but my arms are, it's more or less an involuntary response. So I didn't feel like I had control of my arms.
Do you feel like the taser did its job and was able to incapacitate you?
Yes.
Now, just going back to this topic of a closer deployment like that, after your voluntary tasing, did the GRPD, we've heard there was updates in models.
Yes.
You recall what model that old one was?
I don't recall the names. I know at the time of the incident that we're here for, I had the Taser 7.
Okay. And was there a new feature on the Taser 7 for close quarter situations compared to the older model there?
Yes.
We've heard, was there a new cartridge?
Yes. I obviously don't know the exact degrees. Essentially, there is a cartridge designed with a wider angle, if you will, to achieve a greater, you can call it NMI, at close range.
So if in this video you would have had the newer Taser 7 model and it was deployed at that same distance, what may have been the effect on you there?
I would assume a greater effect as probes get further apart.
Now, besides the cartridges, were you trained that the Taser has the ability to drive stun?
Yes.
And how do you activate the drive stun?
Anytime the device is activated, essentially the drive stun is activated. The drive stun's the technique.
The
Yeah,
attorneys keep mixing it up.
Yeah, it's essentially the end of the device gets activated along with the probes and wires.
And then are you taught that you can drive that activation and stun the individual?
Correct.
So it's the action is drive stunning.
Or you would get a greater NMI by doing that.
And I'd like to go into that here because under what circumstances did GRPD train you to use the drive stun?
Every time we would use the drive stun, it would be to achieve NMI.
So was that the only time you were ever practicing the drive stun on individuals?
Correct.
So to a GRPD officer, you're only using the drive stun in association with NMI?
Correct.
Mr. McFarland, could you please go to...
So he's saying that he was taught to use the dry stun to immobilize. Remember, there was a taser expert that said on direct examination, this is the taser expert called by the state, on direct examination that said the dry stun is more of pain compliance, not MMI or whatever it is, body immobilization, where they go stiff essentially. But on cross, the taser expert said you can also get that effect from the dry or the whatever the dry stun.
Yeah, but then it also because you expect to get a certain reaction, so it's almost a placebo effect.
Yeah,
you feel the pain and you know what should happen.
Yeah, and so now this officer, the defendant, just testified that he was trained to use that dry stun and that it would cause the immobilization effect as well.
Defense Exhibit J.
This is probably the video of him getting
This is the
dry stunned.
8-week demonstration on the dummy. Just to confirm, is this you in the video here that
It
we'll
is.
see in a moment?
Yeah.
And was this back in the 8-week academy?
Yes.
Could you please play that?
Oh, I see.
How far from?
So the
That's a dummy,
probes
correct?
were
It's a
shot,
live
and then
person.
he also dry
How far
stunned
were you from the dummy when you
at the
deployed
same time.
probes?
What?
And what did you do after you deployed the probes?
I moved the device to what would be the dummy's calf.
Were you trained that that's an acceptable distance to deploy the taser?
Yes.
You've heard throughout this trial some question of you should not deploy the taser at a closer range. under some different standards. This is how you were trained, that you could use the taser in that close of quarters?
Correct.
Yeah, and the prosecution probably knows this.
To focus on unholstering.
Yeah.
And well, they do know. Do know it because retract motions.
Right.
Able to see yourself getting the taser out of the holster.
Yeah.
And we've heard the jury's heard some testimony on this already, but does it take some action to get the device out of the taser?
Yeah.
Get the device out of the holster.
So this device, I would say, and holster combination was significantly easier than what I was equipped with on the day of the incident. This one was a little more loose fit, so it's easier to actually, you have a snap, which is kind of hard to undo at times, and then a hood that holds the device in. So this was a little bit looser fit, so it was a little more functional, if you will.
And when the Taser 7 came out, are you provided with new training materials on that?
Yes.
And was that a topic that was discussed in some of those materials as far as that it has a different type of holster?
Yes.
Now, let's just say on this video, what if only one probe connected or made contact even with the dummy there? What would the drive stun do there? What could the drive stun do to help cause NMI?
It would, I guess, as they would say, complete the circuit to create it's always a third point of contact, but you get that another point of contact to create the NMI.
Okay. Now, prior to April 4th of 2022, did you have occasion to actually use your taser on subjects out in the field?
I did.
How many times?
Just once.
And where on the
He's a
body did you
serial
deploy your
taser.
on that prior occasion?
Subject's back.
And was it a struggle with the individual?
Not
or-
to be confused with the serial
How far away
teaser.
were you from the individual when you deployed?
Foot and a half.
And what did you do after that?
I believe I had to move the device to another area on the subject to achieve NMI.
And what did this assist you in the situation?
Yes.
What were you able to do from that point?
I was able to take the person into custody.
Now, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, okay? But in that prior use out in the field, going to April 4 and the incident that we're here on, the proximity of you and that individual in the prior case, was that a very similar proximity as you were to Mr. Lyoya when you went to initially draw your taser?
Yes.
On that prior taser occasion, are you required to notify your department if you use force?
Yeah, any use of force, we have to notify the department.
And was anything found inappropriate about the way you used your taser on that occasion?
No.
What did the department actually do in response to your use of taser on that occasion?
Doesn't have to object or into another case with what the department did or anything is purely irrelevant.
It goes
think
to
it's
his state of
important
mind at
to
the
go to
time.
what his training was and what his department did as far as in
Yeah, it's
response.
very relevant.
Yeah, to solidify his training and their practices. and his
Exactly.
experience.
Yes, that's exactly. No. Don't,
What?
The opposite, Judge. The opposite.
What's
You-
ingrained in your head from that prior?
You've been saying this entire time, Judge, the reason why you allowed these expert witnesses in is because the officer, a reasonable officer with that type of training in that position, with that sort of experience, is what the jury needs to judge this case off. Okay, well, the fact that he used the taser before in a very similar situation and he was commended for it, is what I think they were going at, is relevant to his mindset at the time.
Yeah.
So I don't know, nonsense. I dropped a Lego. I'm upset.
Experience as far as the distance that you were from Mr. Lyoya and whether that might be appropriate.
That it was appropriate.
Now, during taser training, our recruits and officers, when they're updates, provided with lectures and materials from Axon.
I'm sorry, can you say
Are
that?
you provided or gone through with materials from Axon, the manufacturer?
Yes.
And what are you warned about the taser?
That can cause serious bodily injury or death.
Now, are you trained on preferred target areas of the body to use the taser?
Yes.
And how do they show you this in general? Do you recall anything in particular? I think it's
It's
some of
just,
that.
it's just a body and it shows caution areas.
And are you trained on areas to avoid them?
Yes.
We've heard this area is sensitive areas. Is that something that's discussed?
Yes.
What areas on the body are you trained to avoid using the taser upon?
essentially the head, neck, general region,
And
and chest.
are you taught to avoid either shooting probes or using drive stun on those areas?
Yes.
What are you trained can be the risk of taser use on the eyes?
Blindness.
No, why are you talking so much about the eyes?
Now, are you also advised that taser use on some of these sensitive areas can just overall cause serious injury or death?
Yes.
So that's you, the officer, that's what you're being instructed directly from the manufacturer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, going back to the 8-week here, after the 8-week, what are your duties?
I'm assigned to a field training officer. Essentially, we go into a FTO program that's 4 months long. You're given different training officers to grade your performance on a daily basis.
And I'm sorry, you said that's how long?
4 months.
4 months with an FTO.
Correct.
Is that what they're referred to?
Yes,
And along the way, they're evaluating and critiquing you. Is that right?
that's right.
And over time, do they start to give you more responsibilities?
Yes,
Do you deem the FTO, are they essentially an extension of the training unit?
they are.
Would an FTO generally be well-versed in the rules, policies, and the practices of the department?
Should be. Yes.
At some point, were you an FTO down the road?
Yes.
For how long approximately?
Like 3 or 4 years.
So did you
Till
essentially
he got
train other
fired.
officers in the Grand Rapids Police Department
Yes.
on practices, policies, and procedures? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now going to April of 2022, how long would you have been an officer with GRPD in April 2022?
Almost 7 years.
In April 2022, were you overall physically fit?
Yes.
Were you a little ways from your college athletic days, or did you maintain that for?
I think it'd be fair to say I didn't have the amount of time to dedicate to exercise like I did in my college days.
But in April 2022, what did you do to maintain fitness, just generically?
I exercise 5 or 6 days a week, whether it's cardio or weightlifting.
Okay. Anything marathons, Ironman, anything like that? How about MMA or competitive wrestling, anything along those lines?
No.
Why did you stay physically fit?
I just think it's important.
Was he really
Required to
physically
back up
fit,
our
though?
partners and assist people on calls, and unfortunately, part of our job is sometimes we have to go hands-on with people.
Okay. During the 6 years of service up until April 2022, do you have ongoing trainings?
Yes,
Can you just give us a little synopsis, or how often?
I'd say we have regular trainings. It started to become more regular with smaller blocks at that time, so we might have been doing training maybe a couple times a month on different topics.
Are there policy updates over the course of that time?
Yes,
And are you required to stay up to date on policy changes?
yes,
Is that something you took seriously?
yes.
Now, as a road patrol officer in GRPD in April of 2022, were there certain crimes that were more prevalent or perhaps more of concern for you out on the road in that time?
Yes.
What were they?
I would say in the city at that time, we had to worry about gun violence, drugs, and stolen cars.
So typical stuff.
Now we're going to April 4 of 2022, all right?
That's
What
true.
shift were you working that day?
I would say fitter than the more
What
average.
time does your first shift run?
Mine ran from 5:30 in the morning to 5:30 at night.
So you've got 12 hours that you're essentially out on the road.
Correct.
How many days a week? Generally, were you working 12-hour shifts?
Well, it kind of varies. I mean, some weeks. So one week it's Monday, Tuesday, and you have Wednesday, Thursday off, and you work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The next week you work Wednesday, Thursday, and that's it. So
It's all over the place.
it's all over the place.
Okay.
And then overtime in between.
All right. Now, for a 5:30 a.m. shift, what time would you have woken up on April 4 of 2022?
Between 4 and 4:30,
Any normal routine in the morning for you?
just shower, shave.
Okay. What time did you normally arrive to GRPD?
Sometime around 5.
What was your normal routine when you arrive down at the station?
Just get in uniform and then go to the room that we had lined up at and go over wanted subjects. And we also had a sheet for stolen cars.
Now, what time would you actually, for a 5:30 shift, what time would you actually get out on the road?
Oh, probably closer to 6.
And it's been 3 years, okay? So I'm not asking you to remember every bit of your morning there, but do you remember in general what you had done during your shift prior to this episode here that morning?
I believe I responded to just a basic alarm at some point. And I know one of the issues I had in my service area was speeding complaints in a school zone in the area of 36 in Kalamazoo. I went down there and realized that it was spring break. It was pretty slow, so there wasn't many cars to stop in that area at that time.
Okay.
I know I reviewed policy here and there, and eventually ended up in the area of Kalamazoo and Fuller.
What were the weather conditions that morning?
Cold, wet, rainy, like a rain-snow mix.
Overall, was it a busy morning out around the roads, or was it slow? Or?
I recall it being pretty slow.
Now, you mentioned Kalamazoo. You eventually found yourself over in the area of Kalamazoo Avenue and Fuller Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And is that on the southeast side of Grand Rapids?
It is.
Are you familiar with that area?
Very familiar.
Why is that?
I was assigned that area.
Yep,
Not
cop
night
took
shift,
the
but 6
stand.
Yes, he did.
I mean, his testimony is harmless so far.
Now,
I'm waiting for the meat
At
and
some point,
potatoes of
did
it all.
you
Yeah.
observe the Nissan Altima in that area?
I did.
And can you just explain to us here as far as when you first observed that?
I was traveling south in Kalamazoo, approaching the area of Dickinson and Norville. I noticed the vehicle was traveling slowly, and as I'd gotten fairly close to it, made an abrupt right-hand turn onto, I believe, Orville. At that point, I was able to run the license plate, and I continued southbound to Kalamazoo.
Now, what does it mean to run a license plate?
Essentially, we have a computer right next to us, and we're able to enter the license plate information into, giving us access to Lean, Law Enforcement Information Network, and Secretary of State information.
And running license plates, is that a common practice for you out on patrol every day?
It is.
How often would you say you run license plates?
Oh, I didn't read it. I thought I pulled
Depending
up the
on
right
day, how
one.
busy I am,
Let me find
I
it.
could run up to 30 license plates a day.
Okay. When you ran the license plate, were you behind the vehicle then?
I was.
Were you ever able to even see the occupants inside of the vehicle?
No.
So the vehicle, Mr. McBrown, would you please pull up the map? Chris, can I just approach you here?
Yes.
Or can I approach the witness? I just want to get a laser pointer.
I'm going to go back through my history yesterday, try to find that article.
So what direction were both? Yes, I'm sorry. This is defendant's proposed exhibit Q.
Q was already admitted.
That's it. Okay.
So this is exhibit Q.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So Chris, just to help us understand this a little bit, what direction were you driving and whereabouts were you when you first observed the Altima?
In this area, and I believe it was right around here, Kalamazoo, Norville, when I'd gotten fairly close to it.
Just to confirm that north is going up and south is going downwards here on this map.
Correct.
So you're, if I have it right, you were traveling south and the Altima was traveling south in front of you.
Correct.
The Altima turned where?
I believe it was Orville.
Alright.
So they made a right-hand turn to head west on Orville.
And as it's turning, you type in the plate and where do you continue while you're typing in the plate?
I continued south.
How these links work.
And just tell me as far as running a plate, what's the norm of the system?
You'll type it in into a little box, and you usually experience some type of delay. So depending on the Wi-Fi connection at the time,
At some point, do you get a response from that?
I did.
The search. And what does that indicate to you?
I had gotten a response indicating that the license plate that I had ran didn't match the vehicle that I'd just seen, essentially.
Now, a plate that does not match a vehicle, is that a law violation?
It is.
Is it a legal justification to stop a vehicle?
It is.
So what did you do next?
Well, I had gotten the response prior to reaching Griggs. When I saw that I had gotten a response indicating an improper plate, I turned right onto Griggs and driven up to Newark, where I saw the Nissan traveling south on Newark, about mid-block or so.
What did you do next?
I went north on Newark an attempt to just get eyes on the vehicle, verify it's the vehicle I saw, and also verify that I had the license plate information correct.
Is that something that you like to do in that situation?
Yeah, especially when it's super easy to fat finger a letter and potentially get.
Matt, are you in
improper response on
Dropbox
mail.
or Discord? I mean,
So now if I have it right, you're traveling north on Newark and the vehicle is traveling south towards you,
Correct.
and what happens next?
I turn right behind the vehicle as I'm passing it to check the license plate and to verify I entered it correctly. And I pull into a drive somewhere around here and attempt to get behind this car so I can stop it.
And as you turn there, were you able to get a look at the license plate?
I was.
And what did that indicate?
That I'd ran the license plate correctly.
Now, throughout this trial, you've been watching videos, dash cam and body cam videos. When you turn into the driveway, there, you turn around, is this the moment that the cameras activate?
All right, you're going to correct me there.
Yeah.
And we've had people explain the
The
cameras.
camera, yeah, it's essentially
Go
around a 30. That's where we see the camera start on all the videos that we've seen, just because of the 30-second delay. Yes.
Okay. And if we heard it right from, I believe, the Axon expert as well as Detective or Captain Cyber talked about, a lot of times the camera is always running generally. Is that right?
Correct.
But there's certain triggers that start the recording mechanism.
Starts the recording mechanism.
maybe he's going to tell us,
when
Nick, when
that
he
starts,
actually engaged his
different
lights.
30 seconds prior to that activation point.
So you had some
30
type
seconds.
of trigger later on, and then it jumped back and started recording you to the point that you were turning around there.
Correct.
And does it activate your dash cam and your body cam?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you do next after you turned around?
Well, I wanted to initiate a traffic stop on the vehicle. So as I turned around, the vehicle turns right onto Griggs from Newark. And that's essentially, then we see me starting to head this direction as well. And as I'm making this turn, the Nissan is making another right-hand turn onto Nelson.
Where did the Nissan start?
All right.
Up on Orville.
Nick
Somewhere
just
in this area.
took a nap, apparently, I think.
Turned off Kalamazoo where?
Well, it turned off Kalamazoo in this area onto Orville, I believe.
Okay, here's
And
my
that's where I
problem.
lost sight of it and continued south.
We have a jury, right? This is as a trial attorney myself. It's important to keep the jury entertained, eyes open, paying attention, focusing. And this testimony is not doing it for me. It's too I don't know how else to say it. And that's not good. Like, I want to hear these facts and I'm going to pay attention to them. I'm going to force myself to pay attention to them. I shouldn't. It's a song and dance show. A jury trial is a song and dance show. You got to keep people awake and alert and going. And thank you very much for the $5 super chat. PJ Brown, greeting from Ipsy. Well, welcome. Welcome. Ipsy's not that far from me. I campaigned there once as a young man running for office for House of Representatives. And I went to school there, actually, Eastern Michigan University. But welcome to the show. If you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. If you want to super chat, that's great. Never expected. But if you do have any questions, I'll try to get to them in the chat.
After running the license plate.
So at this point, the ultimate.
I'm not personally, no. I made it a point not to reach out to anybody. Although I might reach out to defense counsel
Right on Griggs?
and or prosecutor when the case is done,
Right on
depending on the outcome and
Yeah.
appeals and things like that. They might
the vehicle
want to talk
is
to me.
Someone starting to drive in a circle.
Yes.
Anything about when you turn around on a vehicle immediately after passing it, start turning around and then it starts driving, making a couple of right turns. Anything about that is noticeable to police?
Just seems evasive.
He didn't say he told them to turn around. He said he passed them, ran the plate. Then he turned around to pursue once he realized the plate didn't match the vehicle. And now he's saying that the vehicle turned right as soon as he did the U-turn to get behind him. And he just said, before I cut him off, that it seemed evasive.
Sometimes people will change their direction just based on the sight of our fully marked cruisers.
So what did you do next year, Chris?
I always turn off the main street if there's a cop behind me.
Well, I had gotten on the radio and notified dispatch that I was making a traffic stop.
Why were you making a traffic stop?
Why? Because the license plate didn't match the vehicle.
And that's a lawful justification to stop a vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
So I think we've seen it on video, but you get on the radio and call out a traffic stop.
Yes.
What's the normal routine or expectation or common practice when a GRPD officer calls out a traffic stop? Just calling it out.
Essentially, I'm
The
I'm calling out
ladies,
traffic
Lefty.
stop to let my teammates know that I'm
The
where I'm
ladies.
at and to head my
Right,
direction.
Nick?
Okay.
So that
You're
the
muted.
expectation
Sure.
is heading that direction.
I didn't hear.
Okay.
Sorry, I was on phone.
Actually say
Lefty asked what we always turn off, and I said, the ladies. We turn off the ladies.
No, I always try to turn on my lady.
calling out the traffic stop itself that it provides that.
But that means something different when it comes to Sal, because he physically have to
I'm not sure the terminology, but rolled past or
turn
something.
on his lady.
Okay. Now, what happens after you call out the traffic stop?
I started calling it out, and then I activated my overhead lights, which is when the cameras actually activate, and that's where we hear the sound. And then I proceed to finish calling out the traffic stop as I'm coming to a stop. At that point, the driver of the vehicle is exiting as I'm finishing my transmission.
Okay. Is the driver getting out of the vehicle when you're pulling them over, is that normal?
It's definitely, it happens quite a bit. It's just, I wouldn't say it's the norm, I guess, but it does. Sometimes we do have people exit and start arguing and that type of thing.
What does that do for the police officer compared to a normal traffic stop?
It definitely raises their stress level.
Now, what are you trained to do in that situation when the driver gets out?
Everything that a cop does
Just to
raises the
control
stress level.
situation, usually just by giving authoritative, concise commands.
Now, what is the importance of trying to take command in a situation like that?
Just to keep myself and others safe.
Are there unknowns when you pull a vehicle over in a traffic stop?
Yes.
Now, when you tell the driver to get back in the car, does he follow your directions?
No.
And we talk about this take command. How are you trained to take command as far as just your voice and the directions?
It's just an authoritative voice with just simple commands of what you want someone to do.
And is right in your policies, is that what you're trained to do as far as authoritative, concise commands?
Correct.
Because on a normal traffic stop, driver not getting out of the vehicle, what's your normal approach on a traffic stop?
I just walk up and say, hey, I'm Officer Schurr with Grand Rapids Police Department. I stopped you for whatever the reason may be. And at that point, I'll request their driver's license, proof of insurance, registration.
Because in this non-take command, usually you have a much different tone. Is that right on a traffic stop?
Significantly different.
But here you're
I did a ride along. I have this high school girl that I obviously went to high school with, but she later became a cop. And at one point she invited me on for a ride along. That's scary. Like I'm sitting in the passenger seat and she pulls somebody over and she gets them out of the car and is patting them down and is doing something because it's a known drug zone. It's not the best area. Actually, it's Ypsilanti. It's Ypsilanti. And I'm nervous, like in the passenger seat, like, oh my God, what if he like grabs her gun? What if he does something? I don't know what I would do. It's scary just to be around that.
trained.
But I'm
you
a
need to
layman.
talk
I'm not trained.
authoritatively and concisely. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, in this take command situation, does that do anything to your stress level as the officer?
Yeah, it definitely raises my stress.
Why?
I don't know what's going to happen.
Now, at this point, do you know who the driver is?
No.
Do you have any idea why he's getting out of the car?
I don't.
Now, you gave how many commands approximately did you give the driver to get back in the vehicle?
4 or 5.
Did he follow any of those?
No.
Now, failure to follow police officers' commands, can that in and of itself be a law violation?
Yes.
And you technically have the authority just to place the individual under arrest right there.
Yes.
And did you do that?
No.
Why?
I just want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, that was nice of him.
So what did you do next as you're commanding the driver to get back in the vehicle?
I approached him and kind of had some back and forth in regards to, I believe he questioned me on the reason for why I stopped him, what the issue was. And I had to repeat to him why I stopped him. At some point, he said something that I didn't quite understand, between just not understanding him and obviously he hadn't listen to any of my commands, I asked him if he spoke English.
And what was his response?
He quickly responded, yes.
Is it important that you understand each other?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that?
Yes.
So what did you do next?
I asked him for a driver's license.
Is that normal in a traffic stop to ask for a driver's license?
It is.
Are drivers required to have a valid driver's license on them?
They are.
And if a driver does not have a valid driver's license, is that a basis to place them under arrest?
Yes.
So you asked the driver for their driver's license, and what was his response?
He patted one of his pockets, I believe, initially when I asked for it, and then wanted to say that he said it was in the car, and I told him to get it.
Okay. Now, what did you do during this? What did you do at this point?
Well, I told him to get the license,
Mhm.
at which point he asked the front seat passenger for the license, and I just kind of take a step back and observe that the front seat passenger appears as though he opens the glove box and shuts it without providing any type of license to the driver.
Based on your 7 years of police experience, what are you sensing at this point?
At that point, I'm sensing he doesn't have a license.
Okay. So what happens next?
The driver shuts the door and begins to walk away from me.
And when can a driver just walk away from a police officer in this situation?
No.
I do every time.
Based on your experience and the circumstances that had transpired thus far, what are you feeling at this point?
Well, your stress level definitely goes up. You're going to end up going hands-on with the person. So it's a pretty stressful situation. It starts to raise your heart rate a little bit, if you will.
So what do you do next?
I grab onto him, tell him to put his hands on his head.
Why?
I just wanted to.
All you have to do is run past the front bumper of their car and you're safe.
Had he committed violations that were arrestable offenses?
Yes.
What happens when you place hands on him?
He spins towards me and shoves me away.
Now, in your experience, when you go to place individuals under arrest, do they always want to be arrested?
I would say typically people don't want to be arrested.
But is one of your essential job functions, going all the way back to the MCOLS Academy, that you may need to effectuate arrest by using some level of force?
Yes.
Is that what you were attempting to do here?
Yes.
I believe you mentioned that the driver pushed you. Is that right?
Yes.
Was there anything else during this initial skirmish that you took as any types of aggression?
His fists were clenched.
And what does that mean if someone's fists are balled up to you?
Could lead to a physical assault on me.
So at this point, did this turn into somewhat of a tussle already initially?
It did, yes.
Under Michigan law, is it a violation, a felony violation to assault and resist a police officer?
It is.
So now what happens?
He proceeds to run away from me.
Does he get very far from you?
No, not really.
So what do you
All right,
initially
Matt.
do?
Now it's in Discord.
Initially, I got on the radio just to let dispatch know that I had someone running to elicit a emergency response.
What does emergency response mean?
Essentially, people will start driving.
If you are a
lights
member, you get
sirens
access to
activated
my
and
Discord,
exceeding the
where I
speed
just
limit,
posted this
getting-
other
in hopes to get people
self-defense
there quickly.
case.
In your, maybe it was 5 years or so working in that area, when you send out a message for an emergency response, what is your normal expectation of having other officers show up on scene?
Well, I think one of the big things is that area is pretty well confined, and it's not like we're working in the city, so we have officers in a small area, if you will. Typically, when you say that over the air, you can hear the sirens just saying something like that on the radio, and I don't recall hearing them at that time. But also, I mean, cars typically get there within a minute or two.
Okay. Now, was the driver, as he started trotting away, was he moving very fast?
No.
On April 4, were you in overall good physical condition?
Yes.
And going back all the way to the MCOLS Academy, are you trained that you may need to get into foot chases?
Yes.
This is
Are you trained that you
1.25
need
speed,
to
by the
often
way,
run
guys.
into very volatile and unknown situations?
Yes.
Based on your experience working in the service area of Grand Rapids, why do individuals often run from police?
My experience has been that when people run, it's typically for some type of felony offense associated with what they're doing.
I
So,
believe him all the way up
Does
to the
any
point
foot chase then?
where he
Is
pulled
there
the
always some
trigger.
type
I
of
want to hear
risk or
about that.
perhaps danger to an officer in a foot chase?
Yes.
Is there a policy advising officers that they cannot foot chase?
I want to hear what he has to say
And
at that
in
moment
fact,
he
have
pulled
you
the
and,
trigger.
Fellow officers on your team been
And
in
how he
other foot
says it.
chases in the past?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
With other teammates and that kind of thing, I've probably been involved in hundreds, 100 or so, I would say.
So is it a normal expectation to pursue on foot when you're working with GRPD?
Yes.
How many solo foot chases do you think you were in?
Probably 30 or 40.
But it's
And
not
is
policy,
that
sir. How do you know?
topic that the department had recognized you for in the past, as far as
Objection, this is like the second time they tried to introduce stuff that's already been excluded by the court.
Your Honor,
Because we have already had that discussion.
can I just build a record briefly, Your Honor? The prosecution's experts.
Now this is going to be outside of the jury's presence. He wants to build a record for the purposes of appellate review. And although the judge has allowed a lot of shenanigans in front of the jury, she's not going to allow this. Who did that? Jude. Jude actually gifted you mother of three. Mom of three, rather. Oh, you're very welcome. But it wasn't from me. It was from Jude. You got to thank Jude. But thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. And
Hey.
welcome to the case. Welcome to the case of Christopher Schurr, who is currently on the stand testifying for his life. Former Grand Rapids police officer. They're showing the audience now, which is odd. I'm not sure. This cameraman is insane, by the way. Let's just zoom in on people's freckles and moles. That's what he likes to do. But he is currently testifying right now, trying to, in spite of his attorney, talk about why he was in imminent fear of great bodily harm and or death at the moment he shot and killed Patrick Lyoya.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why the prosecutor doesn't want him to testify about it, but it's him.
It's relevant because it's his mindset, right?
Yeah.
If he's been reinforced, if he's been trained to act this way, and then when he acts this way in the past, that's been reinforced by him getting commendations. That's reinforcing his training. So the state's argument has been entirely like he wasn't acting unlawfully, but he was acting against police procedure. Well, if he's getting commendations for doing the exact same thing, then obviously it's not against police procedure, and that's what's in his head at the time. It's extremely relevant and should be allowed to be examined.
Chris, had you gotten in similar foot chases to the foot chase here in the past?
Yes.
And did your department ever punish you for that?
No.
In those foot chases, you draw up a detailed police report.
Yes.
You have a body cam.
Yes.
Where do those detailed police reports explain what you did? Where do those go?
To the police department.
And then where?
He's like, to the police department?
Was
Oh.
there ever any concern in the past with your similar foot chases in the past?
No.
Your efforts in other foot chases. Did you catch people that were wanted on other criminal matters?
Yes.
Were you successful in getting a lot of unlawful contraband off the streets?
Yes.
During your tenure at GRPD, had there been episodes where subjects flee from
Outside the
police and
jury's
then
presence, I believe.
unlawfully enter the property of others?
Yes.
This area here, is that a rather densely populated area?
Yes.
And are there a lot of families living in this?
Yeah, the camera is very well behaved
Now,
today.
going back to the pursuit here, where did the driver initially start trotting towards?
Towards my patrol vehicle.
Can you mention, what do you initially do when he starts to run?
I got on the radio.
So what do you do next?
I continued to chase him, and he turned in between his car and mine.
Oh, by the way, hello, Mama Helm over at Facebook.
Grassy area to initiate a attack.
Oh.
As you started to pursue him, were you confident in your abilities to catch up to him?
Yes.
Was he that far ahead of you?
No.
And he had just assaulted you, is that right?
Yes.
After you tackle him, what was your intention?
My intention is just to arrest him.
In that situation there that we see, did you want the driver to get up off the ground?
No, it's definitely advantageous for us to arrest somebody on the ground at that point with just their stomach on the ground.
Were you giving any verbal commands to the driver?
Yes.
What were you saying, if you recall?
Get up, get up.
No, I told him stop resisting, get his hands behind his back. A
Did he,
variety of.
did he comply with any of the commands?
No.
As the driver's on the ground, what is he doing?
His muscles are tense. I'm trying to grab his arms and I'm not able to get control of them.
Were you able to keep the driver on the ground during this initial skirmish?
No,
Was he able to get up off the ground then?
he was.
How
yeah.
many times?
Well, he gets up off the ground a few times during the entire incident.
Now, are you trained on, and I think we've already talked about this with the training unit, but are you trained on some different maneuvers to try and apprehend a suspect in a situation like that, to try to apprehend them and get them in cuffs?
Yes.
Did you try some of those?
Yeah, I tried to initiate. Well, I did knee strikes on the driver.
What is the main goal of the knee strike?
Essentially, I was using my right knee to strike, I believe, his right thigh against what's known as the common peroneal, which is just a nerve. And essentially, it does provide some pain to them, but it is more or less a distraction and attempt to gain control of them.
Were you trying to injure him?
No.
Is that a maneuver that tends to cause injury?
No.
Were you mad or upset at this driver?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to arrest him.
Wait, is this
Were
in front
knee
of the jury?
strikes effective?
No.
Now,
You know what? Because he keeps going on and on. What I thought was going to happen is that they were going to escort the jury out, and then they were going to voir dire the witness about these things so that the judge could hear. But apparently, they just did a sidebar and decided to move on. Or no, they didn't move on because they asked him about his commendations, and now so they must be in front of the jury, right? That makes sense to me. Where's Mr. Jingles?
in your training, how
He's
are you
around here
trained to
somewhere.
approach the initial encounter like this, as far as how much energy or how hard you're supposed to go at the initial outset?
Well, you definitely want to go pretty much as hard as you can in an attempt to gain control as quick as you can.
And do they train you as far as whether you should try to give as many knee strikes as possible right off the bat?
I would say within reason, whatever is reasonable at the time, and attempt to gain control. I wouldn't say just keep going and giving them knee strikes like a bunch, but it needs to be proportional.
All right, I understand. Mr. McFarland, could you please go to the body camera video? I believe that's the people's exhibit. People's exhibit 2. Sorry, exhibit 3. And Mr. McFarland, could you go to 1 minute and 45 seconds?
This is the training, I believe. This is where he's hitting the dummy. Oh, no, never mind. This is the actual video.
I'm going to ask you if you could please play that to 2 minutes and 38. 2 minutes and 38. Please turn the lights on.
No.
Hey,
Stop.
Jojo.
Stop.
Start me more cards.
Stupid cameraman.
I want an emergency response. I know I already asked for one, but my intent at that point is to let people know that I'm really struggling right now. And if you weren't driving fast, you better be driving a heck of a lot faster now.
Because from the moment where you first put your hand on him at approximately 1:45 until start me more cars, are we getting close to about a minute or so there?
Yes.
45 or 38. Which direction was the driver running towards?
The northeasterly direction.
And was he on the sidewalk or did he run over onto the grass in a different direction?
He ran over on the grass.
Is it, based on your experience, is it normal that
Hey,
individuals start to run
You
into
got memberships.
houses?
Typically,
Oh.
people start to run onto others' property. That is kind of typically
Thank you,
people
Jojo.
on the sidewalk. It does happen. But
Jojo gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. And Nick Staroff received one. He's got a
Hey!
wrench, but no membership. DK Cripple, Cindy Woohoot, Justin Smith, Hospice Jess. Yep, and that's all of them, including Nick. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Nick got a membership. I pay for mine over on Nick's channel. Just saying.
But,
Thank you very much for the gifted memberships.
I think people know that it's harder for us to chase them when they're jumping over fences and that type of thing.
Okay. One of your roles to protect all of these neighborhoods?
Yes.
Now, can you, at this point, can you start to hear anything as you watch that? As far as
It can't be easy living over a chicken coop.
It
about a
tends to
minute in,
smell. I do need a home.
What were you
Or at
wearing?
least
We
some
put
plumbing in
testimony
this
about
place.
but what were you wearing that morning equipment-wise?
Yes, send Dave some money so he can buy air fresheners.
Vest with a plate, gun belt that had my firearm, taser, baton, flashlight, radio, pepper spray, 2 sets of handcuffs,
Approximately how much weight does that add up to, if you know?
20 or 25 pounds.
That's
knee
the second time
strikes,
we've heard about the
do
weight.
those,
20,
when you watched
25
it, some in the
pounds.
training montage as well, as far as you practicing those knee strikes. Those take energy to use a knee strike.
They do, yes.
And the driver, I know he's saying, okay, but is there anything about his body actions that's different?
Nothing about his body actions are suggesting that he's trying to comply.
What's he doing?
He's continuing to resist me.
Okay.
I don't like the energy question about the knee strikes because I think it's obvious. Plus, it's gone over
Now,
with
up to
expert.
this point, actually just backing up, we can't see it as well in that video, but you had testified that the driver had been able to get up off the ground at least maybe 2-3 times during this initial struggle.
Well, I was saying just an entire incident,
Okay.
2-3 times, but yeah, I tackle him and he's able to get up again pretty quick.
And were you putting your weight on top of him as he got up?
Yes.
During this situation in these training materials,
I'll be back
does it
again in
indicate
6
you
months
should
to a
stay
year with
engaged
another
the
trial.
individual?
Yes.
Perhaps move on to some other training to try to apprehend the individual.
Yes.
Because at this point, had you attempted several verbal commands?
Yes.
And did he comply with any of them?
No.
And had you now used several different lower levels of physical force upon the driver?
Yes.
And did those appear to have any effect on him?
No.
At this point, do you know who the driver was?
No.
Do you know why he's fighting so hard to avoid arrest?
I don't.
Does that mean anything to you?
I mean, I'm wondering why he's fighting so hard. Yes.
Because what's your normal experience having a struggle like this, where you chase and tackle and deliver some strikes?
My experience with foot pursuits has been typically people run, and if you start to catch up to them, sometimes they might just give up, or you tackle them, they give up. Sometimes, yeah, you do have to do a couple knee strikes, and then they give up, but not this kind of drawn out altercation, if you will.
So what are you thinking at this point?
I really don't know what I feel like there's something more going on. That's what I'm thinking.
Now, at this point, are you getting any
Somebody
type of
was
response from
mentioning,
other officers as
like
far as
cultural norms, like, but he doesn't know where he comes
Are other
from and what his
individuals
culture
around
is.
you now at this point?
Yes.
I feel like every culture has this idea, like, yes, stop and listen to law enforcement, right? Somebody in a badge, you kind of listen to them.
Do you know any of those people?
I do not.
I believe we've seen it already, and we'll watch it again in a moment here, but I just want to ask you first, at some point, do you and the driver move across the lawn?
We do.
What direction do you move towards?
I guess we head back south.
And was that your choice to move south?
No.
What did you attempt to do?
Well, I mean, ideally it would have been, I would get his hands behind the back of us on the ground, but he's able to get up. I'm just holding onto his arms as he's walking us across the yard, if you will.
Did you try any additional maneuvers as you get across the yard?
As we go across the yard, I tried to do another knee strike. But no,
Yeah, it's Nick's birthday. I'm going to send him a silent keyboard.
just exhausted.
Mr. McFarland, could you please play from 238 to 303 on Heroes?
All right, what are we watching? Cameraman, are you going to show us the entire exhibit or are you going to... stand into someone's nose. Nope, not going to show us any of the exhibit. Come on, there you go. Thank you for the super sticker, Cindy.
Are you able to hear your breathing?
Yeah.
And what do you hear?
A clapping hippo.
Sound like
What's a wheeze?
Yeah, it's a hippo.
I would say a constricted exhale, if you will.
Was it cold outside that morning?
It was.
And do you recall?
We call them
what you were
criminals,
feeling
Justin.
Physically at this point,
I'm completely exhausted at this point.
had your attempts thus far had any effect on the driver?
No.
And under policies in this situation,
Happy
would
birthday,
you be
Nick.
justified to move up to some other level?
Says someone in your
based on the
chat.
Driver's resistance and
It
aggression.
is my birthday week.
Yes.
At this point, what do you train would be the next appropriate level of
Thank you,
force?
Siobhan.
Well, in my mind, I've tried knee strikes and they were completely ineffective. I didn't feel as though they were, having any type of effect, or even it didn't seem as though he was acknowledging the fact that I was striking him. So to me, what made the most sense with my level of exhaustion and just the lack
He's
of
like a
effect
superhero.
with those strikes, I felt as though I needed to move to a taser just to actually interrupt the muscle function.
And were you in proximity to the driver when you initially went to draw your, where were you in proximity to the driver when you initially went to draw your taser?
I believe I'm going for my taser right now, so I'm just right behind him.
And can you see anything blue? Where is your taser located on your body?
It would be on my support side, which is my left hip. So I'd have to reach across and grab for it.
Okay. And then you talked about the holster mechanism.
Right.
The taser out of the holster. This proximity to the driver there, is that similar to the prior occasion where you used your taser on the job as far as the proximity?
Yes.
And in that situation, was the individual also struggling?
Yes.
Now, what were your intentions at this point as far as where to deploy the taser?
My intention is to deploy it on the subject's back, just because it's more of a stress-free deployment for us in the sense that I don't have to worry about injuring him.
What happens next?
It takes me a little bit to get the taser out of the holster, and with me only having one hand on him, it affords him the opportunity to turn towards me.
Okay.
Watch this part.
And what happens as the driver turns towards you, if you can explain?
Well, when he turns towards me, I'm actually able to finally get the taser out of the holster. And I recognize that he's facing me and I need to adjust or pay more attention to where the probes are actually going to be deployed.
At this situation where the driver turns towards you, how much time does it take for this to quickly evolve?
Split second.
And I'm sorry, I may have missed this, but as the driver turned towards you, was there a taser attempt? Was there a deployment attempt there?
Once I realized that the top probe was going to be below his diaphragm, I deployed the taser. Yes.
And what happened as you deployed the taser?
When I deploy it, the driver grabs on to the taser itself.
Now, after the driver grabs your taser, did he ever let it go?
No.
Did you tell him to let it go?
Yes.
Had anyone ever tried to take a weapon from you before on the job?
No.
And going back to your academy, to your training, is disarming a police officer, would that be a pretty serious scenario?
Yes.
And what had you been trained to presume if a subject fought for a weapon from you?
That they would use it on us.
So how are you feeling about
I would
the
assume
situation
that.
now?
I would very much assume that.
Extremely stressed.
And had you ever had that feeling before on the job?
No, at this point, I'm afraid that he's going to get the taser from me and use it on me.
Now, this wheezing, the struggling for air that we heard, that was prior to the taser even coming out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And had you ever been in a physical combat situation this long on the job?
No.
Throughout the course of everything up thus far, did the driver ever really stop resisting or fighting over the course of the whole struggle?
No.
Did you ever had a situation where you had to fight for a live weapon from someone?
No.
Mr. McFarland, could you just please play Exhibit 3 to the end?
Is the cameraman going to show it?
Let go of the table. Let go of the table.
Please turn the light back on. Does it sound pretty chaotic right there?
Yeah.
And can you hear your breathing?
Yes.
Has it improved at all?
No.
And we've heard this talk in this time frame about a second cartridge. At some point in the struggle, did you ever notice that the taser deployed a second time?
No.
Yeah, we
Does it
knew
sound
that
like
was
you're
coming.
panting for air in that moment.
Yes.
And as you watch the videos now, or the cell cam video now, are there other things going around you as well that you don't remember?
Yes.
And you remember what people were saying around you at this moment?
No.
So
But after
far,
the fact now, you've seen
the
this
defendant's
video
having a
many
good day.
times,
Seems
correct?
to be going
That's
well.
correct.
And have you heard this assertion that the taser was deployed a second time?
Yes.
But Chris, as you watch this video, okay, the cell cam video of the passenger, from the moment that you can now see the taser was deployed, you
Yeah,
fight after
that's
that,
the concern,
you
right?
fight put any less effort into trying to get the taser back after that.
No.
Why is that?
I'm afraid he's going to use it on me.
What was your focus at this point?
I just want to get the taser from him.
So what do you remember? Your camera's off now. You
Yeah.
heard the explanation from the expert as far as the presses. that were
Decided
going
to turn on the
Is
microphone.
that fairly common? in
What's
physical
going on?
struggles?
Yeah.
Now that happened yesterday as well, but
What do you
in the
recall
other
happening-
direction.
remember happening next?
Good audio. Then
Behind
Gone.
Somehow I end up behind him. I saw that he had full control of the taser, meaning that he was holding it like a firearm with his thumb in a position that was blocking the safety switch, the on-off switch. And I was reaching over top of him in an attempt to shut it off in hopes that he wouldn't be able to use it on me.
Okay. And what happens next?
He's starting to look a little sad. He's starting to look a little concerned in his face. Just with this last, now he's getting to the point where he actually shot and killed somebody.
During this effort?
At some point, I started to feel him turning towards me, and I feared that he was going to use it on me.
Now, based on your training and experience, was the driver close enough to deploy probes on you?
Yes.
Was he close enough to press a drive stun on you?
Yes.
Were you basically within arm's length of each other?
Yes.
And had you experienced that taser capabilities?
Yes.
What were you thinking he was going to do with it?
I believed he was going to use it on me.
And you have firsthand knowledge of the incapacitation?
Yes.
How long does the ride last?
5 seconds, not ideal environment.
How long does it take for someone to get your pistol off and use it on you?
Second.
Did you, throughout your training, throughout your career, were you trained that the taser can cause death or serious injury
Yes.
in several different ways?
Yes.
And was the driver in proximity to do that as he's turning towards you?
Yes.
During the course of this struggle, had the driver been able to get up on prior occasions in the past successfully?
Yes.
And what was your abilities at this point as far as breathing? Was it getting any better?
No, one of the main reasons why I brought the taser into it is because I had no energy left to begin with. And we then get into a struggle over it for I don't know how long.
It does have to probably
Running
feel
out of fumes.
forever.
What have you been trained going all the way back to the MCLS Academy as far as action versus reaction? Where have you been trained?
That action beats reaction.
And what does that mean here in that scenario for you?
If I had waited for him to point it at me, it would have been too late.
And what were you fearful of?
That he was going to use it on me and I was going to die.
Now, and you were in a proximity to each other that he could do that to you
Yes.
with how you've been trained about that device.
Yes.
Under your training, Chris, are you required to wait to be seriously injured or killed before you can resort to deadly force?
No.
So what did you do next?
I shot him.
Why?
I believe that if I hadn't done it at that time, I wasn't going to go home.
And Chris, we've been watching this video, analyzing this video and screenshots throughout this week. But in reality, Is it fair the way that we're watching this in screenshots throughout this past week?
I'd argue it's not. No.
Because in reality, how much time did you have to make these decisions?
Split seconds.
After the shot, what was your energy level?
I really don't know how to describe my energy level. My energy was depleted when I got the taser out initially. I don't know how I made it through that struggle.
Nick, what are your thoughts here? Having heard his testimony the first time go around,
It's a bit without emotion, but then again, it's how do you correctly testify to this?
right? That's my thought is I feel like it might be just the right amount of emotion. But again, we're all just we're perceiving this, maybe the same way, maybe differently than the jury is.
Mm. Yeah, but one thing about this, we are listening through the court feed or the video feed.
Yeah.
Being in a courtroom is quite different.
That's
when I went to the YSL trial, and when I went into the courtroom, and I actually heard what's being said in the breaks. How are the interactions? Now, I never saw the jury or how they perceived everything. Well, we know now how they thought everything the prosecution said was bullshit.
right.
But it's so different. So I don't know how this is perceived in the courtroom, which can be different.
It can be. Yeah, you're right. And we are watching it through a court feed.
But
You feel
then
like
again,
he feels more sorry for himself than the victim. Yeah, he hasn't expressed. I mean, maybe he hasn't been asked the right question. And I will say this: the defense is not the best at asking questions, especially those that elicit emotion, because they're emotionless robots that sit and type out legal briefs.
Yeah.
They're very technical lawyers.
yeah.
So,
But we also know that the prosecutor can be an asshole, and he sometimes proves the defense case for them. So we might, during cross-examination, we might.
that's true.
He might be gaining sympathy for the defendant.
Yeah, the cross might actually help the defendant, as it has been for the last day or so. So we'll see.
The video speaks for itself, but could you even really stand up after you fired the shot?
No.
Could you breathe very well?
No.
Mr. McFarland, could you please just play the dispatch? Just one short segment of the dispatch.
We're going to hear a little dispatch now.
Shooting. Penalty Creek.
Chris, was that your first call out after the shot?
Yeah.
How many breaths did it take to even get out less than 10 words?
I don't know.
Does that pretty much sum up your condition at this time?
Yeah.
How do you sound?
I've never been that exhausted.
Chris, were you out? Did you want to shoot Patrick Lyoya?
No.
When you took on this traffic stop?
No.
Did you have any prior bad blood with Patrick Lyoya?
No.
Were you mad at Patrick Lyoya?
No.
Did you plead with Mr. Lyoya to drop your weapon?
I did.
To the best of your abilities, did you fight to attempt to get your weapon back after he disarmed you of it?
I did.
And Chris, just as far as police work goes, okay, your career, did you enjoy police work?
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
And why?
We were afforded a unique opportunity to help people in a unique way that most people are not able to.
Did you take on this job way back in 2015? Did you take on this job to help people or hurt people?
Somebody have to object. We've gone over this.
Question's been asked. The jury knows the answer. Yeah, it was fine.
As a police officer, were you trained that you have the right to go home at the end of your shift?
Yes.
And are you trained that you need to to be seriously injured or killed before you can use deadly force?
No.
Chris, on as far as gun draws, okay? On prior occasions, did you have to pull out your pistol while on the job as a police officer?
Yeah.
Roughly how many times had you drawn your gun, not at the range, but just out in the field?
A few hundred times.
And was it drawn within training and departmental policies on those prior occasions?
Each case is different. Each
On some
judge
of
is
those
different.
Prior occasions, did you have some type of
Each
fear or
witness
some
is
type of
different.
potential threat around you?
Yes.
But on those hundreds of other occasions, did you ever?
He's trying to
fire your
humanize
weapon
his
once?
client, so he calls
No.
him Chris.
And what was different here, Chris?
I believe if I didn't do what I did when I did it, I wouldn't be here today.
Now, backup ultimately arrived. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you even recall how long it took, or would you just be going off the videos?
Just be going off video.
And do you ultimately leave the scene?
I do.
I would move to play defendant's proposed exhibit.
This is the one that they were arguing over this morning.
I move for admission. I believe the court's already had the opportunity to look at that.
This is taken
It would be defense proposed exhibit G.
maybe 5 minutes after the shooting, approximately. In front of the jury, the state has no objection. They fought like hell this morning.
Yeah, it was a real battle this morning.
You all right? Don't say anything. Just checking on you. All right? Good? All right. I'm going to get somebody to be with you in a second. If any ambulance coming, we'll get you checked out. And I'll get a statement from you in just a second.
Is that you in that video, Chris?
It is.
Just approximate, but would that be maybe 4 or 5 minutes after the shooting?
I believe so.
Please play it again, please.
You all right? Don't say anything. Just checking on you. All right? Good? All right. I'm going to get somebody to be with you in a second. If any ambulance coming, we'll get you checked out. And I'll get a statement from you in just a second.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So Mr. Becker, I'm gonna allow you to cross-examine, but because of the time.
All right, they're going to go to lunch and then do cross-examine after lunch. We will skip ahead.
So we'll be back at 10:35. So we are.
Just want to see if the judge gives any other directions before we jump ahead. What is everybody's thoughts, feelings? Nick?
We're watching day 5 stopping.
Long testimony, right? We have.
I don't want to hear these people. Nick, thoughts?
I mean,
feelings?
I mean, I would have liked a little bit more emotion, but I mean, it wasn't bad. And now on cross-examination, yeah, the cross-examination seems to be more interesting because of the prosecution's ability to screw things up. So that will be interesting.
Yeah. If I was on the jury and this was given to me right now, I'd vote not guilty.
Yeah. I put up a poll now after the direct examination. Where are you now? Guilty, not guilty, still undecided.
My poll is still going. So far we have 22 votes, and not guilty is leading the way. I don't want to do another poll. I'm going to leave this one hanging. We'll see how this goes. He seemed to like he could use a breather. I don't know what. Yeah. He was sort of crying a little bit. Like a manly cry, like you hold it in. Tears belong in the eyeballs, ladies. That sort of thing. But we'll see how he holds up on cross. Cross should be interesting. The prosecutor, he's been yelling at all the expert witnesses. Let's see if he decides to yell at the defendant. There's a poll up. You have to hit live chat and you'll see the poll.
Q, the math, we'll start that. That's Q. That's there. Q down. There's it. Or computer. Yeah, I kind of want to start out with this incident started. Your testimony was that you were traveling down, I believe this is Kalamazoo Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you saw Patrick's vehicle traveling too slow.
It was traveling slowly. I
It was
wouldn't
traveling
say-
slow.
Yep.
Nothing crazy about that, just traveling slow. What's the posted speed limit here?
It's only 25.
So it's traveling slower than 25.
Yeah, I believe so.
So then it turned up Orville.
I believe so. Yep.
And it wasn't concerning enough that you continued to follow it.
No.
Okay. But you were close enough. How close were you to the vehicle, Patrick's vehicle? Harley?
Probably.
You had to see it. I mean,
Yeah. It was hard to see. So
you
I
turn-
was pretty close in order to read the license plate.
So it turns right in Orville, and you continue on down Kalamazoo.
Correct.
And that's when you figure out it's a bad plate.
Correct.
So by the time you get all the way down here, do your own right turn and come back up, he's still up in this area. He wasn't even all the way down, right?
Correct.
So it's not like he accelerated, not like he was trying to take off from you. He's just still driving pretty darn slow because that's a farther distance to travel, right?
Correct.
And you travel, turn, and come back up, and he still was kind of poking along.
Correct.
So it wasn't like he was evading you at that point in time.
I don't think so.
I mean, you've had cars, you've been doing this long enough, people turn and then they try and take off, right?
Yes.
So he does a number 2 right turns after that. So you're saying 2 right turns are suspicious?
I would say in that manner, we're not sure where he is going at that time. Yeah, it does seem
That's
suspicious.
suspicious. Just
I mean, it wouldn't be grounds to pull him over, but
Not
he's going to
necessarily-
follow him.
I mean, that's taken out of context, but
contact.
I mean, 2 right turns in of itself. I mean, we're traveling south, then we're heading back north again upon seeing the side of my cruiser. And yeah,
Now, can you switch back over to mine, please?
Is the prosecutor claiming that this is
No,
an
I did this. I wanna
unlawful
make sure I'm
stop?
using the same thing. You did a statement to Michigan State Police after this occurred, didn't you?
I did.
I want to make sure I'm referring to this. I'm gonna show
I
you
don't think
this.
the
You
prosecutor's
recognize that?
gone that far.
Yes.
You recognize that as your statement?
Yes.
But it claims, this is
Yes.
not especially suspicious, is it?
What's
Well,
your signature?
how many cases
for-
have he handled with more or less the
Yeah.
exact same, where he
Yeah.
argued the exact opposite?
I said 15.
That would be my guess.
So this is
22.
22? Okay,
Yeah.
so this happened on April 4th.
Yep.
Did you type this statement?
Yes.
Okay, you typed it. And then you signed it on the day you got finished typing with it?
No.
When did you sign it then?
I don't recall the date of it being typed and it being signed and sent. I don't
At
remember.
least a few weeks after this happened.
Yes.
So you had time to think about what happened.
Yes.
You had time to go over what happened.
Yes.
Did you go over the videos, any of the videos before you wrote the statement?
I did. Yes.
So you reviewed the videos.
Yes.
So you present this, and you're going to be this is truthful, right? You want to be truthful because you're providing the Detective 2 again, the Michigan State Police about your version of what happened, right?
Yes.
All right. So in that version, you said Patrick came out with a bladed stance.
Yeah.
The bladed stance we heard yesterday. It's like that's protecting a gun, protecting something like that. That's what.
It could. Yeah, it could mean that. Yeah.
Or maybe trying to fight, right?
Yeah.
April 4th, 2022. April 4th,
See
2022.
Exhibit 3, Your Honor. Where's the bladed stance?
When initially he opens the door, that's how I perceive that.
All right, go back. Can you do the lights, please? So at that point in time, that's a bladed stance. So you think he's going to fight or may have a gun?
I'm not saying that. It's just the way he was standing.
Well, he didn't pull him over because he made 2 right turns. He pulled him over because the plate was wrong. No one's contesting the legality of the pullover. I think what the prosecutor was getting at is like, you claim that he made 2 right turns and that was suspicious. Is that really suspicious? But I could see a cop following somebody because they made 2 right turns. It doesn't mean that there's grounds to pull him over.
He's maybe going to do something.
It's definitely a different perception than the perception.
You did say the plate doesn't. So during that time, he
Yeah, because
checked
it's
the
a different
plates.
angle.
Something was off, and he has the right to check plates.
Yeah, he can absolutely run the plates without any sort of reasonable suspicion. You can just run plates in Michigan. So, and that's what he did. And he said that the vehicle didn't match the plate. So he was going to initiate a stop. But when he pulled behind him, they made 2 right turns, and he thought that was, in addition to the bad plate, suspicious. That's all. And so now we have a bad plate, might be a stolen vehicle. All of a sudden, they might be trying to evade him by making 2 right turns. And then as soon as he gets out, he's standing at a bladed stance, which I don't know if it was or not, but he definitely got out right away, which is not something normal in Michigan. You don't get out of the car for a traffic stop. You sit there and the cop comes up to you. So he's just trying to say why all these things were suspicious from jump.
This is exhibit 2.
I'm sorry, exhibit 2, I did switch off. Thank you. So there's a different angle. So now you're saying you perceive it as a bladed stance, like he may fight or have a gun.
April
just
4th
took a blade
is very
stance, and
significant.
it
law
looks
con.
significantly
A lot of bad
different
stuff happened that
when
day.
we're in my position to the left of that.
So that would be more your body cam.
Yeah.
Back in exhibit 3, yeah. So you're saying there's 2 different views here.
To me, they appear different. Yes.
You can try my scan, please. So taking this bladed stance, you've heard about his door, that raises the level of suspicion, right?
It's something to be aware of. Yes.
Because this in itself, I mean, how many traffic stops have you done for improper place?
There are some states I've seen where it's okay to get out of your car, like you're expected to. And I can't remember where. It seems really odd to me, and I'm not doing it. But yeah.
I'm not sure.
Hundreds.
Yeah. Probably.
Tons of them. I mean, this is
Yeah.
a common stop. So this is a common stop. This is improper place. So somebody getting out, and by your version saying bladed stance, you're anticipating something bad then.
Him getting out of the car, I'm anticipating some kind of level of resistance, whether it's just verbal or him actually taking off running.
So then when he gets out of the car, you approach him. We're not going to go through everything there. But at some point in time, you say he doesn't speak English. You can tell he doesn't speak English.
I didn't say
Excuse me, he thought he may not, because there's maybe a communication gap.
I was worried in the sense that there may be a communication gap because he hadn't responded to my commands yet at that time. And my perception to I didn't quite understand what he said. So I wanted to clarify and make sure he spoke English.
Do you speak English? Is that something that helps people that don't speak English?
I've never been asked to get out of my car.
I think it's a way.
Sorry to interrupt, but for the record of the prosecutors using a hand gesture, opening and closing his right hand. I just wanted to do that because you're like this. So I
Sure.
make it for the record. Go ahead.
So then he answers he does speak English.
Yes.
Now, we want to go back, continuing on. Obviously, he doesn't have a driver's license, so having a driver's license, that's something that happens hundreds of times, correct?
Yes.
He doesn't have his driver's license, and then he shuts the door and begins to walk away from you. That's what you
I don't think
Yeah.
so. An officer can't pull out and point his gun at somebody unless he has grounds to, unless he has, I don't know what the procedure would be. It's less than fear of imminent great bodily harm and or death, but he has to have some sort of standard. He can't just like walk up on somebody and draw the gun. That would be illegal. So he can't just do that. He has to have some sort of specific articulatable fact.
Walks away from you.
Yes.
Now, in your testimony, you said that's when you put your hands on, and you say you both fists.
Yeah, he walked away, and when I went to put hands on, you can see that his fist.
You didn't put that in your written statement, though.
You're correct. Yeah, I don't think it's in there. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple weeks. You forgot about it then, but now you remember it now that you had both fists.
It seems as though when I see this video quite a few times, yeah, there's things that I notice more.
So things that you notice that you perceive from the video that you now can add in terms of what happened.
Yeah.
Your statement at the time is once again, so he walks away from you, you grab Patrick's right shoulder, which you proceeded to turn away from me and resist my attempts to place him in custody. Okay? That was your version. So he walks away from me, he turns away from you, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you wrote.
If that's, yeah.
Would you like it if you want to?
Sure, yeah.
Take a look at it.
Yeah.
On my poll, we're at 46% not guilty and 25% undecided. I'm going to end
And
the
he
poll and
ran
start a
away
new
from you,
one.
Right?
He did. Yep.
Continue to run northeasterly from the traffic stop. So he ran away from you.
Well, yeah, he's running away.
I'm currently at 45% not
So then
guilty,
you had to tackle him.
27% guilty, and 27% still undecided.
You wrote, yeah, this is his statement. It's a prior consistent statement. I can confirm with it.
It's not inconsistent.
I'm getting to it.
I didn't hear that. So I'll reserve the objection to this.
Okay, you wrote, after you tackle him, he was not complying with the commands as he was continuing to move his arms and legs in an attempt to get away from me.
Objection? I don't think this is the proper way he's trying to impeach here. As far as he asked the witness if this refreshed his recollection.
I don't think he's trying to refresh his recollection.
No.
He's trying to impeach him.
Yeah, but he can't read it to impeach him.
I think it's inconsistent.
Never testified that Patrick was trying to get away from him.
All right, new poll up. Where does everybody currently
He
stand?
never testified that Patrick was trying to get away from him. Never said he was moving his arms and legs, trying to get away.
Turned and ran away from him.
I don't think that, well, I'll overrule the objection because this is cross-examination. He's reading what he previously stated, and to the extent that the jurors find that it's not consistent. I think
Next
it's
poll is
very-
communism.
It is a bit consistent because he didn't say what that statement says. So
You did not testify he was trying to get away from you. You testified you struggled, but in your statement, you recognize that he was, after you tackled him, he was continuing to move his arms and legs in an attempt to get away.
So what is the question exactly?
That's what he was doing. He was trying to get away, wasn't he?
I would say that he was moving his arms in a manner that struck me in attempt to get away. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's,
Yeah, but you didn't testify that, but that's what you wrote back in April, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Further along after that,
I don't think the
He
looks-
aggressiveness from the prosecutor is good for the prosecution.
No, and
Especially
then-
since Mr. Schurr is very calm, says, what was the question? Because the
Yeah.
prosecutor is too wind up.
and he looks very confused. Yeah, like Matt says here. Yeah, he looks totally confused with that last question. And that's not like there's a strategy sometimes to trying to set a witness off and get them angry, especially in this situation. If he got Chris angry and Chris lashed out at him, that would be bad. But when Chris is sitting there calm and cool and confused by his antics, doesn't look good for the state unless it gets so overboard that it looks like Chris is being evasive. But right now it just looks bad for the prosecutor.
yeah,
It seemed like
Going sidebar? What happened?
I don't know.
Sensitive information is being discussed. It's got to be sidebar, right?
Yeah, that should be white noised. Why mute
in
everything?
your whole testimony, you never testified he tried to get away from you, right?
I think saying that he ran from me
He
would
didn't,
be him.
I didn't
What?
say
Your
specifically.
struggles with him. We're talking about now you're struggling with him. After you tackle him, on two separate occasions in your written statement, you recognize he was trying to get away from you.
When I
Didn't you?
tackle him,
After you tackled him.
well,
Well,
I think, I mean, that's the goal of the
the
suspect.
goal of resisting arrest is to try to get away.
I mean, typically, when we go to arrest people, especially people that are fleeing on foot, yeah, I guess their goal is to get away from us. That's
Sure. Okay, the goal is to get away from you, but you even recognize that back in the time. In two separate occasions, you said he's moving his arms and legs to try and get away from you.
yeah. I mean,
He didn't assault
I
you.
don't think what well, he did. I
Well,
think
that's-
I don't think I'm saying anything different than.
Well, that's your interpretation.
Yeah.
But back there, you never said he assaulted you, never said he punched you, never said he kicked you. Every time, 4 different occasions now in your written statement, he's trying to get away from you. He's moving his arms and legs, trying to get away from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I'm not saying he punched me.
Yeah.
I'm not now. Is what?
And you're not saying he kicked you,
No.
right? Not
Correct.
saying he threw an elbow,
Correct.
not saying he bit you,
Correct.
not saying he headbutted you,
Correct.
not saying he did anything else but try and get away.
I wouldn't use that blanket statement.
Now, in your testimony, we're going to move ahead to the time where you said he grabbed your taser. You testified to the jury, he grabbed your taser.
Yes.
He grabbed your taser and moved it away from him because he didn't like the tased, right?
I don't know what his intention was.
Can I go back to your written statement back in April? Let's take a look at that. What did you write then?
Moved it away from him.
We'll continue on.
Grabbed the body of the taser and moved it away from him.
So he would not be struck with either of the probes. That's what you wrote. You wrote that and you just, you didn't even read it when I showed it to you. Why are you leaving that out?
I was reading the beginning. I thought that's what you.
So even then.
Wait. I just backed this up. Or I mean, I just slowed it down. I want to watch this again in real time. What just happened there?
Coming back in April, let's take a look at that. What did you rate then?
Yeah, moved it away from him.
Oh, we'll continue on.
Grabbed the body of the taser and moved it away from him.
So he would not be struck with either of the probes. That's what you wrote. You wrote that back. You just, you didn't even read it when I showed it to you. Why are you leaving that out?
You didn't even read it when I was showing it to you. Why did you leave that out? That's what he says. That's argumentative, badgering the witness, and there should be an objection right there. That's ridiculous.
I was reading the beginning. I thought that's what you.
So even then, it wasn't he was grabbing the taser to take it away from you. He was trying not to get tased.
I don't think you want to. No.
Well, nobody wants to.
Right. Yeah.
Tasing is not pleasant.
Correct.
Tasing is not fun.
No.
And I think you said, even in your thing, tasing felt terrible.
Yeah.
Okay?
So
nobody's going
cops
to
are not supposed to tase people
Something
who
feeling
resist
terrible
arrest,
doesn't mean you can kill them, right?
who try to get away.
No.
Because you would agree with that, because that's not part of Grand Rapids policy.
Correct. Just that statement.
You go a little bit further.
I see the chat. I don't think he's changing his testimony. I think he said he was trying to get away. He was resisting arrest and trying to get away. And he's like, well, in the report, you say that he grabbed the taser to prevent himself from being tased, not get away. And
but that is further down the line. So it's not really, did he change? No, but the prosecution is jumping ahead and said, well, now he's not trying to get away. Well, well, he's resisting arrest. That is by definition trying to get away.
Yeah.
So
this line across is not working for me. And now, mind you, I came in saying this guy's guilty as hell because I saw the video, and that does not look like self-defense.
Yeah.
And I still think like this cross is not working on me.
Still on your body cam, exhibit 3.
I'm not a big fan of cops. I'd be happy to put one in prison,
For just a little bit.
you know, for the rest of their lives. But I don't know if it's this guy.
I think I have sound that's you've heard it enough, so that's fine.
Say it was exhibit 3 again.
It is. I have a 3 on mine. It says up there.
He's on this-
Because now, once again, you've tackled him, he's gotten up, and he's walking away from you, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to walk away from you.
I'm holding on to him. He's pulling us across the yard.
So as he's walking away from you, you're about a minute, I got a minute and 4 seconds or so into this?
Into the
Into
altercation.
the incident, correct. After you start running.
Okay.
Now, at this point in time, where you say you're exhausted.
Yeah, I really don't know how to describe it. Yeah.
I just want exhausted by my definition means completely or almost completely no resources, no energy. You're exhausted already.
Yeah.
Just after 1 minute, and you said we had heard your opening statement that we heard you were an All-American cross-country runner, but now you're an All-American sprinter.
I wasn't an All-American cross country. No, I was just All-American track.
That's why, because the opening statement was All-American cross-country.
Yeah,
That's why
I
clarified.
think she misspoke and said.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We all do it.
Yeah.
So you were an All-American track, but it was only sprints.
In sprinting events, correct.
What was your longest sprinting event?
Well, would you like me to go through what I
What's
did
the longest one?
that I would participate in?
Yeah.
Well, the longest event that I participate in would be the 1500,
Okay.
but I wasn't, which is 1500 meters.
Sure. But going more recently, in 2022, you were trying out for the SRT, or were you in the SRT in 2022?
I believe I was.
You took a fitness test,
A
didn't you?
fitness test. Yeah.
You ran a mile and a half.
Yep.
And you're like 11 minutes or something, a little over 11 minutes, I remember.
I don't recall.
But you're in the top 70% of Grand Rapids Police fitness level for that run, weren't you?
I don't know. Maybe.
You did like 65 push-ups and 55 sit-ups a lot of times, which put you in the top 90%. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
That's a
You're in
lot
pretty
of
good shape.
push-ups.
Yeah.
Even though, yeah, we all get older, but you're in pretty good shape.
Yes.
So at that point in time, what you had done is you tackled him, right?
Yes.
Did you do a forearm strike?
I don't believe so.
Well, I'm gonna go, check the right one. Now you did a kind of a follow-up statement, correct?
Yes.
This was, it looks like May 13th. There were some additional questions from the troopers, so they had an official, fill out additional forms, right?
Yeah.
Answer those questions.
Oh, all of them? You want me to go through all
No,
of them?
but this is your statement from the May. You
Yeah,
recognize that.
yeah, I do. Yeah, I guess I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
That helps refresh your recollection?
it does, yeah.
So in the recollection, you said that the modes of force used was a forearm strike, just one,
Yeah,
knee strikes, plural, and a tackle.
yes,
Those are the three uses of force you used before going to the taser.
correct.
Now, in terms of this time, one of the justifications it says, you said you're exhausted. You said you're outnumbered, right?
Yeah,
You were
I have
outnumbered
to
when you
make a
started.
phone call, Nick. I'll be
Right.
back.
I was,
You
yes,
knew you were outnumbered when the moment it started.
yes,
You knew there's another person in that car.
yes,
You had no idea what was in that car, other
correct,
than that person.
correct,
We've heard your training is unknown traffic stops, right?
yes,
Unknown traffic stops, that there could be guns in the car,
yes,
there could be guns on the person,
they're good,
and you're treating anybody that could be in an unknown traffic stop, they may have a weapon.
they may have one.
And you should treat them as such, right?
I wouldn't say you should treat them as such, because that's a little different than, they may have one.
Okay.
Treating someone as though they have a firearm, it should be aware of that possibility.
Should be aware of that possibility. It's something that worries you, because you said guns was one of the big things right there, being in the car.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what we're investigating.
And, this is something, even going back to your days of training, Exhibit 37. This is some of the,
Your Honor, could I please see that?
sorry, admitted.
I don't know where it is.
You guys have shown us the document. You guys haven't shown us the document the whole time, so you've had a copy of this. This is going back to Exhibit 37, going back to recruit school.
Okay.
There's 4 scenarios on it, right?
Yes,
All 4 scenarios involve something with a gun. Something with a gun related to a vehicle stop, right?
yes,
So you were aware of that sort of training when you undertook this change, right?
yes.
I'll show you now, show opposing counsel what has already been admitted to Exhibit 36. 36. We got a copy of your training records. This is 1902, second training in 2019. Recall having this training regarding a Seattle PD officer-involved shooting after a foot chase.
But as the expert
I don't
testified to
recall.
yesterday, it's
Off the
a
top of my head,
huge
I'm not saying
difference
for sure.
between
It's been
running for a long
It was
time
a long time,
and
2020,
this
so you have
situation.
that where it says to allow a safe distance and have a plan while chasing an armed or potentially armed suspect.
No, I just don't recall the training, like, I just don't.
Would you recall that?
Oh, 100, yes,
That's one of the things you would have known when you started chasing back in April of 2022, right?
yes,
Going hands-on or tackling someone who is known to be armed is bad tactics, right?
yes,
Mr. Dodge asked you questions about is disengaging. You said in the policies a lot, you're not supposed to disengage.
our main goal is to effect an arrest.
Main goal, but you're not prevented from disengaging if it's tactically advantaged, right?
There could be times to disengage, correct?
So that's why I want to make sure. There's no policy that says you have to remain engaged and do whatever and keep fighting. You can disengage if it would make sense and tactically remove yourself to get a better advantage, right?
Correct. I'm not, I want to be clear in the sense, we're trained to stay engaged, but yes, there may be, depending on the circumstances, yeah, you may need to
Sure.
disengage.
And that's the thing, depending on that's what we heard all over the place, depending on the facts and circumstances.
Correct.
All the facts and taking everything into account at the time.
Correct.
Exhibit 32 up on the screen. Actually go to 911. I just want to make sure we're clear, because you said something, well, there's certain things that you know, policies depend, or depends on the circumstance. You have no doubt that you're under 911, paragraph 3, use of deadly force when defended against themselves, another officer, or another person, right?
Correct.
When a reasonable threat of death or serious bodily injury, that's the only time you can use deadly force.
Correct.
And you're fully aware of that at the time back in April.
Yes.
There you go, okay? Totality of the circumstances, this was the policy in effect. You're fully aware of this totality.
Yes.
Now we've heard, one of the factors is exhaustion of the officer, injury to or exhaustion of the officer, right?
Correct.
You heard over and over, you were exhausted,
Yes.
but you weren't injured.
No.
We had pictures, you had a little scrape on your arm,
Correct, but not like a.
didn't go to the hospital, didn't go to the med center,
Correct.
so you were tired on one, but not injured on the other.
Correct.
When you look at all the other circumstances in terms of the relative size and stature, Patrick was bigger than you, right?
Yes.
There's multiple people when you started this incident, right?
Yes.
He was stronger than you because we saw him in the video that kind of picked you up when he pushed you.
Yeah.
You didn't know he had access to weapons. There's a car there. You didn't know he had any weapons. He could have access to weapons, right?
He could have.
You don't know.
I don't know.
But still, with all those things, you made the decide this isn't to chase him. Chase him around the car.
I did. Yes.
Now, one of the things he said, they kept on saying, well, resisting arrest is a felony violation, right?
I believe they talked about that.
I mean, there's your cross.
Yeah.
But simply committing a felony isn't enough to use deadly force, right?
Correct. No.
Ignoring your commands is not a reason to use deadly force.
No.
The only reason you use deadly force is when you believe you're going to be killed or seriously injured, right?
Correct.
Now, in terms of that, you said when it comes down to the time you fire the shot, you can't even say that Patrick pointed the taser at you, can you?
No, he didn't.
He never pointed the taser at you.
No, he didn't.
You thought he might.
Correct. He was. I felt as though he was turning towards me with
Yeah.
it, but yeah, he didn't actually.
Didn't actually do it.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm going to use the taser exhibit 23.
Yep.
When you said in your statement too, you said he was blocking the safety switch, right?
Yeah.
So red is when it's armed, and then that's when it's unarmed.
Correct.
So when he's down on the ground, his thumb was blocking it.
No, here I'll show you.
Yeah.
So he was holding it more so like this,
Like that.
and I could see the red.
You could see the red.
Yeah.
You're in this micro death struggle, and you could see the red.
I could.
You perceive that?
Yeah, I remember when I was fighting over it. I remember seeing essentially this formation where I could see the red and the switch, and that's basically all I could see at that time.
But then his hands like this.
Yeah.
His hands like this underneath him. It wasn't like this.
It may have been in the video, but there's time where this is the way I saw it.
Okay, so you agree that in the video, it looks like his hands on there like this.
When
But you're saying it's like this.
correct.
That's how you perceive it.
Well, yeah, there's parts where you can't see it.
But you're not arguing that Patrick knew how to operate taser, are you?
I would say it'd be pretty simple to figure out.
So you think he was actually trying to hold that open?
To hold,
Hold the tape to make it keep it
I
locked?
think it's just a normal position to have your hand on it.
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
All right. So I want to go back to that. So now you say you saw the red, so you knew that it was still active.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that. So during this incident, you actually heard Wayne Butler, the resident, come out.
I remember him coming out. Yep.
Well, you wrote, you heard the resident exit the house and tell Patrick to comply with commands. That's what you're stating, right?
Yeah.
So you heard that. You noticed a passenger exiting the vehicle.
Correct.
You didn't hear any sirens indicating more units were on the way. You didn't hear anything. I think you testified to that, right?
Yeah.
You were aware of the first deployment of the taser because did you hear it and then you kind of saw it?
I did it.
You did.
Yeah.
So you know the fly.
Guys, he just gonna talk through.
I want to make sure I'm clear on what he said.
Okay, so is he gonna approach? Are you gonna approach?
Okay. Now they muted it again. so he wasn't in fear of his life, or great bodily harm is the standard. Yeah, I don't think the prosecution is actually.
You left off. You're aware of the first taser deployment.
Yes.
Now you say you're aware he was holding his thumb. You saw the red. You were able to see the red on the taser when he was holding it underneath him.
Yes.
You, even at that late stage, you're aware the passenger was outside the car yelling at him.
From the video.
From the video?
Correct. At that point in time, I was just focused on.
Okay, and go back to your written statement.
Yeah.
This is, well, you said
No,
from
no,
the
no.
video.
I did. Yes. If I can explain.
So yours,
I used the video to write the statement. Is what I'm saying.
so then what you wrote isn't exactly accurate. So you're basing some of the stuff you wrote on after watching the video, and you didn't really remember that, is what you're saying now?
I would say I was more focused on.
Because you're clearly right. You heard the passenger in your statement. But now you're saying you did.
Yeah. No. I know it came out earlier. I think what you're discussing is later.
But then you're aware you couldn't hear the sirens coming to help you in that late stage.
No.
You're aware of that for sure.
I couldn't hear sirens.
And even at the time, you took time to fire that fatal shot. You were aware of the background. I took a look to make sure the background was clear.
I wrote it like a police report. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're like police report, but
Yeah. Going in that direction. Yeah. To imply that. Yeah.
so one of the things you can't train, you're not supposed to shoot if there's people around and may hit somebody else. So you
Correct.
before you had time, you were focused. You knew that you could fire that shot because there's nobody there because you're basically looking at the ground, right?
It was going to be in a safe direction. Yeah.
At no point in time was Patrick ever on top of you.
No.
At no point in time, once again, he never said he was going to kill you, right?
No.
Never said he was going to hit you.
No.
Never said he was going to kick your butt or do anything bad to you.
Not that I recall. No.
This entire incident, he was trying to get away from you.
Up until the end.
Well, when you were on top of him, right?
I was on top of him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he was trying to push himself up,
Yes.
and you thought he was going to turn the taser.
That's what I believed. Yes.
That's what you believe.
Yes.
But even the taser's not going to kill you, right?
My impression is that it can cause death or serious bodily injury.
Okay. It's going to cause death. You were tased, right?
Yes.
You're still here talking to us.
Yes.
You watch people in the recruit class get tased. They all survived. In fact, there's, nobody even got hurt, right? You didn't get hurt.
I didn't.
They didn't get hurt.
No.
So it's one of the things, it's always possible, but in your experience, you've never known anybody killed by a taser.
Not by the taser itself, but he can be incapacitated and then lose his gun.
For Grand Police, for 7 years.
Mhm.
Any time where a police officer was seriously injured by a taser.
Not that I'm aware of.
No police officers in Grand Police were killed by a taser.
Not that I'm aware of.
Once again, though, in your written
This
statement,
prosecutor is seriously pissing me off.
Didn't you tell him in your written statement that you were afraid you were going to get tased and then he was going to go after your gun?
I would say I don't remember what it's in the written statement, but
You can take a look
Yeah.
at it.
so what is your question
The
exactly?
question was, is that your feeling, when you wrote this, you didn't say you thought the taser was going to kill you, you thought you were going to be incapacitated and then he was going to grab your gun, right?
I think in the written statement, I think I said that it can cause serious bodily injury or death, just the taser, the use of it by itself. But the other part of it is, it would gain him access to my firearm.
That was your main concern. He was going to access your firearm, right?
I would say both are my concern. I don't know in that situation. I don't know where it's going to get deployed. it's deployed in a sensitive area, yeah, it
And no
could
one
cause,
time did he ever go for your gun, did he?
No.
He never put his hand on your gun,
not that I recall,
never touched your gun.
not that I recall.
Not that you recall, it seems like you watched the video.
Yeah.
You've never written a statement.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying.
That never happened. So the only reason he did it is because he grabbed your taser.
No,
He had
because
control of your taser,
shot him because I believed he was going to use it on me.
because he had your taser.
Because I
That's
was
what he did.
afraid that he was going to use it on
But
me.
that's the only thing he did, was he had possession of it. You never pointed at you?
He started to turn up towards me, and I felt if I didn't respond at that time, I wouldn't be here.
Sure. He's not here, is he?
No, he's not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
That was a horrible cross-examination.
If it was, the question was asked, Mr. Lyoya never said he was going to hurt you with the, all throughout, correct?
I believe that was a question.
Yes, and did he ever say he was going to hurt you?
I don't recall really in the struggle. I don't recall anything. He said, I know he said things, but I don't remember what was said exactly.
But did he fight with you for almost 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Is that abnormal in your experience in police work?
Yes.
What is that often indicative of?
Typically, that person's trying to escape from some greater crime. That's my impression.
And Mr. Lyoya fought with you for 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes. And did he fight for possession of your taser?
Yes.
Is that, I think the prosecutor asked about something that was mentioned in your statement about, you wrote in your statement, Mr. Lyoya put his hand on the taser and pushed it away so the probes wouldn't hit him or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Was that your reference very early on in the struggle?
Yeah.
But at some point, it went from pushing to pulling, correct?
Correct.
To the point that exclusive control by Mr. Lyoya of the taser, correct?
Correct.
This mention of a statement, Chris, is it fair to say after this episode, and even over a few years, this has been a pretty traumatic experience?
Yes.
And with no disrespect to the Lyoya family either, because obviously it's difficult for them too, but for you as well.
Yes.
And have you needed a considerable amount of assistance with your trauma?
I guess I'm going to object. What's the relevance?
I'm asking him as far as what his memory is now that he's being confronted with 3 years later.
I'll overrule it for now.
Has this been difficult?
Yes.
Has your memory been, has it been difficult as far as putting it out of your head, having it back in your head, having this video thrown into the equation?
I would say so, yeah.
But back at the time of this statement, there was a lot going on prior to that statement. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
And did you want to be cooperative with the state police?
I did.
And you're a police officer. You're used to writing a police report, correct?
Correct.
And based on everything going on, was it important to take a look at your video to try to make as thorough of an explanation as you could of what had taken place?
Yes.
So you did view the video just like the rest of the public viewed the video, correct?
Yes.
And you put together and tried to explain things as best as you can. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
So when you're confronted with, well, you said you used a forearm, but you never said, now you don't remember using a forearm. Do you remember every detail of what happened or what might be on that video?
I don't. No.
Is that how your mind's working on this?
Yeah.
We talked about sprints and workouts. Is a physical fight different than sprints or going to the gym or even college athletics 12 years earlier, 10 years earlier?
Yeah, they're significantly different.
And really, people don't know that until they've been in that type of physical combat situation.
Correct.
And did it feel different on this occasion now that you're fighting over a live weapon?
I'd say so.
As far as disengaging, generally your training, I believe it's laid out in several of the materials, are you trained to go all out to try to apprehend persons?
Yes.
And if you're not able to move it up to some other level of force if it's reasonable. Is that right?
That's correct.
And here, did you move up to a taser when nothing else was working?
Yes,
And you had done that in the past, correct?
correct,
And it was effective?
correct.
This topic of, were you afraid he was gonna tase you and get at your duty belt and kill you, or direct the probes or drive stun in a location? Were you trained in either manner? Were you warned in either manner to be fearful of something like that?
Yes,
And is that coming right from the manufacturer?
I believe so.
And is that coming right from general training to police officers on the realities of what can happen if somebody gets your taser and uses it on you?
Yes,
So in your mind, you're just going off of what you're trained.
Jack is leading. He's been leading the whole time. Trying to get some leeway.
I can rephrase. In your mind, are you going off of what you've been trained on the device and what may happen if somebody takes the device from you?
yes.
Okay, I'm back. Did we finish with Cross?
Yep.
How bad
Yeah,
was it?
Oh, it was bad.
Bad for the
he went on
prosecution?
for the prosecution, and he kept going on with, well, he couldn't kill you with the taser. No, but he could incapacitate me and get the gun and kill me.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Okay.
he didn't say he was going to do it. I don't remember. I mean,
Yeah, Tyler's like me. Like, I think not guilty, even though I really don't like cops.
Yeah,
I'd be okay with a cop going to prison. But
every time I go back to that last half second, it's something there that tells me he had 2 or 3 different choices and he chose the worst of them.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're on redirect.
Yeah.
All right.
Able to get up on several prior occasions already, and had he been turning towards you?
Yes.
And at the final moment here, what was different? What did he have that
What's
was
my
now
poll
different?
say?
He had a dangerous weapon.
I could just have one moment here.
75% say, or 69%, 69 say not guilty. 8% say second degree, 0 on manslaughter, and 23% undecided. Wow, still 23. This is why I said from day one, this is a good case for a trial.
Yeah. Yeah, I have less now not guilty.
Right? You went to put his
I'm
hands
only
on
at 43% not guilty, 29% guilty, and 29% still undecided.
He was facing you.
It's a divider.
Yeah, I just slapped my hand off.
Slap
Yeah,
your hand.
yeah.
Get away.
Yep.
That's what he did. Slap your hand, get away.
Correct.
So the other time, so then he fell down. Not fell down, you tackled him down.
Yes.
Picked him up, or he got up and walking with you on his back away.
Well, he was able to get up after I tackled him. There was some up down there, but eventually we get to that
So that
point.
was
Then we get to that point you're discussing.
Sure.
Yes.
But that was the only time he got up in this incident, really, right? After being
No,
knocked out.
what I just described.
Yeah.
The couple. Yep.
The one time he got up. That was the one time he got up.
No, he got up once, and then he got up again, and that's where we're up to what you're talking about. Unless you're just calling the one time before. Tackle. Then he got up.
He pushed himself up.
Yep.
So you're walking away. You're holding on to him.
No.
Oh, that's okay.
I tackled him. He got up.
We'll go to the
Yeah.
videos. We're on the same page.
And it's very appreciated, Wendy. Thank you very much. But never expected.
Damn.
Get it right closer to 216.
No. Stop.
So that's number 1. That's what we're talking about. Turned away. Spun around, turned away.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm there.
Didn't punch you, didn't kick you, didn't do anything. Just spun,
Correct.
gave you a little shove.
Correct. Yeah. So,
Get your hand behind your back. Hand behind your back.
This is redirect. Or I'm sorry, recross. Sorry.
No redirect.
No. This is the prosecutor again.
Again.
So now he stood up, right?
Yes.
Wait.
He stood up, you're on his back.
Yes, I think what you're asking me was what I was trying to, I guess, maybe I didn't understand the question.
This is the prosecutor,
But
right?
he had gotten up before that is what
So it's
Yeah,
recross.
it is.
He did all the way up. He started to push his way up.
Yeah, you can tell by his angry voice.
When did he? Let's go to
you might need a different camera
Yep.
angle because sometimes when you're at different angles, it.
you're chasing him here. This is now exhibit 2. Tackle. So that's where you're talking about he gets up there?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
what I'm
he gets
saying.
up there.
Yeah, that's
All right, fair enough.
Yep.
But once again, he gets up there, he didn't swing it, didn't kick you.
correct.
Anything there.
Yes.
I'm going to go catch you here. So let's do that. So now here you're standing up. And this is the other time he turns towards you, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
he turns towards you then. Once again, he doesn't hit you.
Correct. No.
Doesn't kick you.
No.
Doesn't throw an elbow at you.
No.
Doesn't try and headbutt you.
No.
He spins around and nothing happened. He doesn't get beat. He's not aggressive at all.
I wouldn't say it's still aggressive manner. His fists are clenched. It would be perceived as we're trained as active aggression. That's
It's active aggression.
yeah. Which yeah, he didn't throw a what I would constitute as a and what you're saying as a punch or a strike or something of that
At
nature.
this point in time, he grabs the taser and moves it away by your own statement. He moves away so he doesn't get tased.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Struggle with this case because we're pro defense but anti cop.
Yeah.
They actually been able to get up at least a few.
Oh, if he is acquitted, how? Because he was fired from the.
He was fired from the force.
Yeah.
It's going to be a
Then
big ordeal.
then he can file a wrongful termination suit. That could get really expensive.
Yeah, it could. And it's also, but it's a big blemish on him. He won't be a cop.
No.
Mostly anywhere. If you get fired from a force, you're kind of black marketed. You're blackballed or blacklisted rather. So
You can
a
go
lot
for
of times they
punitive.
negotiate a resignation.
Yeah, but in this case, can it go for punitive?
I don't know. I know nothing about his termination.
Hmm.
Going to the moment where you ultimately use deadly force here. This individual had fought with you, and follow up to this, for approximately, did he fight with you for almost 3 minutes?
I don't remember. Yeah, somewhere around that time frame.
And I believe you've discussed already, why do individuals normally fight police to avoid capture this long?
My perception is there got to be something pretty significant they don't want to be arrested for.
Did you know what that was at that time?
No.
Now, he got up on the other occasions and did not appear to at least strike you, is that right?
Yeah, nah, correct.
But on this final moment where he's getting up,
Yeah.
is that different? Is this time different?
Yeah, in my mind, it's an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. At that point, I'm not afforded the opportunity to wait and see what he does with it, to see what happens to me. I'm not given that opportunity.
Because do you know what his intentions are at that time?
I don't.
Do you know why he's fought that hard with you to avoid arrest?
I don't.
Do you know why he would fight that hard to take full control of a dangerous weapon?
I don't.
And as he's turning towards you, would you be expected to wait and see? I'm going to wait and see what he does with it.
I wasn't trained to do that.
No further questions.
Mic drop. Jury questions. Do we have jury questions? Better. Let's slow it down to normal speed for the jury questions. Yeah, I get that situation a lot too, Lefty. Sidebar to discuss the jury questions.
And welcome in for those who
oh
are
my God,
joining us.
no, I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from you. Let's skip ahead. How much are these sidebars? Jeez. Get the talking heads off.
All the safety switch is an on-off.
Oh,
Off switch, or does it need to be held in the on position?
Good question. It's called a safety switch. It's an on-off. It's like a light switch. So it was on. I switched it on. It actually has some tension. I don't know the amount of weight to turn it on or off, but once it's on, it's on. It takes actual decent amount of physical pressure to shut it off.
And next, does writing a statement or a police report require you to write in the moment of the incident or for accuracy of what happened?
I think I get what.
Is right in the moment.
Yeah, I would. All right, if I answer that, I think I know what they're. If I understand the question correctly, I feel like there's a. I guess what I've been trained to do, there's kind of a difference in some part of it. You're using the video, and then parts they have you just kind of go more or less off your memory for different various portions.
That was a horrible answer.
Beginning of the
Yep.
video, when the subject assaulted you prior to running away, at that time, is it okay within GRPD policy to use a taser prior to the tackle or in place of the tackle?
So that's kind of a loaded. To answer that,
Loaded question, really? That's his
strike
response?
could potentially justify under GRPD policy the use of the taser. However, using it on a subject that's running away, causing them to lock up and fall, especially around concrete vehicles, they hit their head, they could die using it or applying it in that manner, if that answers that question. So typically we're not trained to use it on someone who's running.
Well, the question asked about prior to running away, so. as you
Oh, prior,
discussed that you
well,
were on concrete, so.
Well, I think he starts to run at that point. So
Well, the
I
question
think-
is prior, in the beginning, when the subject assaulted you prior. to
Judge,
running
quit
away,
interpreting the
that's-
question.
Oh,
Just
prior
read
to
it
running,
how it
actually
is.
physically running. I would say
if the jury
Yes,
want clarification,
but
they
the-
will tell you they want
the amount-
clarification.
Mhm.
They
the
will
amount of
send you
time it
another
takes me to get
question.
my radio out,
Jesus Christ.
he's already running at that point. So then we're in that same situation that I was discussing, if that makes sense. The actual, I think it would be petty to deploy a taser for what he did. That, for me, that's my opinion, based on just that information.
And next, did you feel at
His
any
attorney
time
is going to ask
prior
him some
to
questions.
you presenting and deploying your taser that the subject was trying to grab or obtain the taser or any other weapons on your belt?
Was the question prior
Did you
to?
feel at any time prior to you presenting and deploying your taser, the subject was trying to grab or
Money.
obtain the taser or any other weapons on your belt?
Prior to deploying the taser, I didn't feel as though he was trying to grab any weapons.
Oh,
Prevented
are they trying to say
Next,
that
do
he
you, being able to
provoked the
snort-
situation?
I don't know. They're asked if he tried to reach for the weapon before he pulled out the taser. I don't like the question because it came from the jury, because I don't think it's relevant, right? The question is was he lawfully able to, allowed to pull the taser and use it on the suspect, and it was unlawful for the suspect to grab it, and by the suspect grabbing it, he escalated the situation. The suspect did. The fact that he didn't reach for a weapon before the officer pulled out the taser is irrelevant, but I don't like that the jury's asking that question.
alcohol on Mr. Lyoya during your?
That's a
first
good question.
interaction?
Did you smell alcohol on him?
No.
Okay. That's a
Next, when
honest
you
but probably
say
bad answer.
You saw the taser being held as a handgun by Lyoya. Did you prioritize attempting to press on the safety or to turn the safety off or to remove
What?
the taser?
That's a weird question.
Yeah, I don't understand that one.
The entire goal was to get the taser back. I couldn't get it back. The only thing I could potentially get my fingertips on was the safety at that point.
I know I asked about alcohol during your first interaction, but at any point did you notice he was under the influence?
I didn't smell it or notice it in those moments.
I think jury questions
Based on
are
his
good.
actions, I would.
The reason why is they're bad questions. I don't like some of the questions, but it gives you a glimpse as to what the jury is thinking. So now his attorney can come back and ask some clarifying questions and help maybe steer the jury in the right direction, or the prosecution can too.
Believe it, but I wouldn't just say because of him not responding to some of the tactics automatically means that he was under the influence. So I guess the answer is no.
Again, an honest but bad answer.
When you write a statement or police report, what is the process?
Depends on the report. If it's a more involved report, we'll review video as much as we can and then type it, and it might go back and forth.
Do you require running through new scenarios each time a new model taser is introduced?
You definitely do different you do scenarios when you get a new taser for sure. However, when it might be the same scenario, when we switched to the new model, the bigger thing was the effectiveness at close range because of the design of the cartridges itself. So, and we didn't have to worry. The way the cartridges were designed were better for close. We didn't have to. I don't want to get into the actual design because I can't remember the original taser. I hardly remember the one that I used in this, but the big thing was it was more effective at close range and to train to use it in that manner.
Next is, why do you shoot Mr. Lyoya in the head?
Fair question.
Wouldn't say that I was necessarily aiming per se. I only had essentially a viewpoint of his upper back and head area. I deployed my handgun and fired it in that direction. It ended up hitting and striking his head.
I don't like that answer.
No, I didn't like that answer.
It was the only target that was available. That's a better answer than I wasn't aiming.
Yeah.
I saw an immediate threat. I was in immediate fear for my life, and that was the only target available.
Yeah, especially when you see him get up, grab his gun. He is aiming.
Yeah.
Because
it's just bad.
Because he could have shot him in the back all the way up, but he chose to bring it all the way up. Yeah.
I wouldn't have answered that way. He wasn't going to answer that way in a way you'd like.
He wasn't going to answer that in a way you'd...
But see, like, so the answer to the question about did you smell intoxicants? Did you know he was drunk? He said no. And I don't like the answer because it doesn't help his case, but I believe it's a truthful, honest answer. So I'm fine with it. This answer was just bad. I mean, assuming it's the truth, he didn't aim. He panicked. That doesn't. I wish he would have said something like along those lines, like, I didn't aim. I was in immediate fear. I drew my weapon and I just fired. I don't even know why it was the head, as opposed to something else. I just don't like the way he said, I didn't aim. That was the big thing. I didn't aim. Anyways, all right, let's keep going.
Guys, would you have any follow-up questions from any of those?
What?
I'm done, Your Honor.
What?
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
apparently the defense thought he answered good. I don't agree.
we're gonna go on a break. We're gonna do some man on the street.
The jury scored more points against him than the state. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they
Because
did.
the prosecution in this case is quite worthless. Okay, that means he is off the stand. And then what? Yeah, I
We have
guess
another
we'll-
witness. Do we? What's going on now?
I have no idea. Why?
Sorry. They went quiet. I'm just trying
And
to see
again,
where
that
we are now.
audio has cut off once again because
Oh God. Why is it always a talking head? All right. Let me stop this. Let me see where we are. Here we go. Okay. Let me try to get caught up to where we are.
Mm.
They do a bunch of talking heads. Let me go to another feed.
Yeah, I have to go get some cookies for the birthday stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
Right.
I will probably be back before I have to go to the birthday stream.
All right, no worries. Okay,
Yeah.
so it looks like this is the lunch break. This is where we left off.
Mm.
I'm pulling up a different stream.
Yeah.
So, all right, Nick, we'll see you back here in a few. I'll hold
Yep.
down the fort. We're gonna find our new feed for our afternoon stream, and we'll be back. Just where is it? There it is. Okay. All right, so we have another expert coming up. Let's do this. Let's cancel this. Let's add this. Don't worry, I got this all under control. All right, we are back. I think they'll quit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
And sir, before you take a seat, you raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you.
Let's see who this
Please
is.
swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Pour myself some water real quick. I'm parched.
Come on, man, sit down and give me your name. Just get comfortable. Take your time. We're not all waiting.
Good afternoon, Dr. Blake.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell us what your current profession is?
Sure. I'm a police practices and human factors consultant. Have done some training in the past. I have my own company called Blake Consulting and Training. Actually, should probably cut that training portion off. I don't do that as much anymore, but I do most of my time is focused on consulting in cases like this.
I know when you say police practices, what do you mean?
Police practices ranges everything that police officers do, from search and seizure to
Really?
the
Bronco
use of
knows
force
this guy?
and everything in between, traffic stops, everything that police officers do. So that's what I look at. That's what I technically investigate in these type of cases, and they
Wonder if
ultimately
he
are what I opine
thinks
upon
he's good or
as
not.
an end result in certain cases. In others, I focus on the human factors aspect specific to policing and critical incidents.
What are human factors?
Human factors, interesting area of looking at performance. So human factors, essentially, succinctly, is human, kind of looking at human capabilities and limitations within a system. So we've got the capabilities and limitations of an individual person, human being. When I talk about system, I'm talking about the organizational system that those people perform within in any given situation. So it could be a nurse in a surgery center.
So the shooting took place, I think, on April 3rd or April 5th, 2022. So 3 years ago.
It could be a pharmacist. It could be a mining operation. It could be a policing situation, which is where my focus
the
is.
next witness.
But human factors is focused in a wide range of areas. It has all types of different specialty areas, scientists, researchers, people with varying degrees in different areas, such as psychology, primarily, and also engineering. I'm clearly not on the engineering side. I'm on the psychology side. So I'm focused on that area.
All right, let's start with your background in police practices. Were you ever a law enforcement officer?
I was a law enforcement officer for about 14 years.
Tell us about your law enforcement experience.
So after I got out of the military, I joined the Department of Energy as a security police officer at Lawrence Livermore Labs in California. That job it's a law enforcement job. We were granted limited powers of arrest and we carried firearms. A little bit different job though. Our primary focus was the safety and security of the installation and the people. And as I was there, I joined what's called a special response team. And their responsibility is kind of a quasi counterterrorism because those labs have certain materials that need to be protected. So our primary task in that area was the recapture and recovery of special nuclear material is what it's called. And I stopped there. After that, I did a couple years there, and then I went on to the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit Police Department, obviously in San Francisco, California, and the surrounding areas. Obviously went to a police academy, a state police academy for that. Worked there for several years on patrol in several different jurisdictions. It was covered a lot of geographical areas. And then from there, I went on to the Livermore Police Department, where I spent the majority of my sworn law enforcement career. Did a lot of tasks and duties there that are typical law enforcement. I worked patrol, SWAT, did gangs, narcotics, was a field training officer, a lot of the things that you've heard from a lot of witnesses so far. After my time there, I went on to, I actually got injured on the job and ended up not being able to return. Wanted to stay in law enforcement, so I ended up going to what's called the Alameda County Sheriff's Department, which is near where Livermore was. Ended up working there in their regional training center as a civilian trainer, and I focused there on use of force in the force option simulator program that they had there. And I think you've heard some information about that from Mr. Bartel yesterday. But that's that simulator with the video and the ability to use replica weapons that have lasers on them and interact with the screen. Very interesting job for me because during that time I was moving through the education process. I've always been interested in this area of human factors, but especially applied to policing. But as I was able to do that job, I was able to watch performance in simulated situations. And I would see what happens to people when they operate under stress. I would see when we would debrief them after a scenario, maybe what they didn't remember, what they didn't perceive, or they misperceived. So I was able to kind of apply that scholar practitioner kind of hat in being able to not only have an academic basis, but I was also just observing for that information as I was going through these scenarios. And then after that, that's when I left law enforcement as being employed in any fashion.
Do you hold any law enforcement instructor certifications? You can just list them.
Sure. The law enforcement instructor certifications included, I'm a firearms instructor. These are California Post certified. So it's the equivalent of MCOLs. You've heard that terminology. We have that same thing in California. So they certified people to be firearms instructor, which I was. Force option simulator, which I did. I was an instructor in reality-based training. That was through a separate company. I was a field training officer, so that's an instructor certification. There's more, but I keep forgetting them.
It's okay. We can move on.
Yes.
Have you attended any use of force or officer-involved shooting trainings?
Yes, and I'm hoping to get this out. It's the Robert S. Presley Institute of Criminal Investigations Officer-Involved Shooting Investigator course. That's provided through CalPost. That's the only officer-involved shooting class, but I've had other training in the area.
Do you maintain memberships in criminal justice-related organizations?
I do, several. Academy of Criminal Justice Science, which is more on the academic side. So that's an organization that looks at what's going on in policing. They conduct a lot of research and publish journals associated with that. So I keep current through that. I'm also a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Also the Association of Force Investigators, which is a kind of a national organization focused on looking at use of force. And then lastly, the California Force Instructors Association, which is state specific, but we have some international folk, or not international folks that are members. And again, we're focused on training trends and training.
That should be a good cross question,
Have you ever
right?
taught criminal justice at any higher institutions?
I have. I was a criminal justice professor at 2 community colleges, basically taught intro to criminal justice courses. And also in those positions, I actually also functioned as those community colleges there, like here, oversee police academies. So as by being hired as an adjunct criminal justice professor, I had a dual ability to teach in the police academy there, which I did.
Okay, and have you taught police officers about safety and tactics, police procedures, or use of force in officer-involved shootings? Have you done all those and shared your education with members in the field?
Yes.
Okay. And I called you doctor. You're not a medical doctor.
No, don't like
Okay,
that.
but you have a doctorate and you have a master's. Please tell the jury what your master's is in and your doctorate.
So my master's degree is in psychology. I did a thesis focused on police use of force. So the actual research project was looking at decision-making and reaction time in fatigued and non-fatigued states, basically. So that research project had to be completed in order to get the master's degree. And then my doctoral degree is in performance psychology. Again, focused a lot of my research during that time, focused on police critical incidents, police use of force. My doctoral dissertation was an application of what's called the human factors analysis and classification system to law enforcement shootings. And that was, again, a little bit over a year-long research project. Did a lot of interviews and a lot of digging into archival data to complete that project in order to get the doctorate.
Okay.
What was your sample size?
You've heard some of the testimony in this case.
I believe I've heard almost all of it.
Okay, and we heard from Dr. Kroll yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He talked about peer-reviewed articles. I'm not going to go through what that means, but do you have any peer-reviewed articles that are related to your field of study?
I do. I have 9, I think the total is right now. I published the 1 master's degree thesis project in a peer-reviewed journal, done some research on firearms reaction time, some case studies on police shootings, and looked at force option simulators. That's a lot of research has been done. So we did basically a systematic review to look at how those things, what research has been conducted and where we need to go in the future and what's been found up to this point.
Okay, and do you maintain any memberships related to human factor?
I left, well, actually kind of overlapping with my tenure at the Alameda County Sheriff's Department. I also was overlapping with my tenure at the Alameda County Sheriff's Department. I also was kind of subcontracted to a company called Human Performance Training Institute. And there we did teach a course.
All right.
That's a report you prepared.
Just,
it was a human.
I mean, I need to see what you have there, but it sounds like.
Sure. All right, I'm moving on.
That looks like it, yes.
It's titled Human Factor Psychology.
Yes.
Use of force at that point in time, but now we're going into that as well.
I don't think that he tried to certify me as an expert in use of force.
Police practices, okay. Going into human factor psychology, there are 21 identified and recognized specialties in the American Psychological Association. Human factors is not one of them, is it?
No, it's not. I think there's a section. So you're talking about all the sections, and I was previously a member of the APA. They do.
So what's going on? We skipped past the rest of the foundational stuff to admit him as an expert. There was a motion to admit him as an expert in police use of force. No, police tactics. And then this is the prosecutor voir direing this witness on his qualifications before the judge makes the ultimate decision on whether or not to admit him as an expert.
You have a performance psychology section, which is very closely related.
There's a police and public safety one, right?
Yes.
You're not a member of that?
No.
There's a behavioral and cognitive psychology. That's another one, but you're not a member of that.
No, sir.
There's like 50 divisions in the APA you can join, and human factors psychology is not one of them.
No, it's not. As I stated, human factor psychology is an umbrella area of science that's made up of people from various different backgrounds in psychology and other fields.
So you're not licensed to practice psychology anywhere in any state, are you?
Well, wait a minute. A licensed psychologist is completely different.
Okay.
So a licensed psychologist is somebody who practices clinical psychology and diagnoses people with maybe a mental disorder. I do not. That's a completely separate field.
That's why I want to make sure, because you sort of psychology. You want to make.
This is not cross. This is voir dire. So whenever one attorney purports or moves to admit a witness as an expert, the other attorney gets an opportunity to voir dire, question him about his qualifications to actually be an expert, or whether or not his opinion would assist the jury as the trier of fact. And so that's what's happening now. So this isn't cross. It's like a limited cross, but just on his credentials, his ability to be an expert.
Get clear. You can't counsel anyone. You're not licensed to counsel anyone. That's not anything that you do.
No, sir.
Now, Michigan Tech has an undergrad program in human factor psychology.
Okay.
I looked it up, and it said human factor psychology focuses primarily on the interaction between people and machines. They make technology work better with humans. That was their definition. It sounds like you're much broader.
Yes, the jury hears.
So there's several definitions. I think if you look at the Human Factors and Ergonomic Society website, you'll find the definitions closer to what I described.
Well, Once again, go to the American Psychiatric Association. They talk about a career in human factor psychology. They talk about jobs where
Have a
using a
safe
hands-free
flight,
telephone to
Wendy.
make a call while driving makes it less dangerous. That's one of the things you can do with human factors.
Yeah, and it's exactly pertinent to what I wrote in my report about attention, divided attention, perception. That's fundamental aspects of that field.
Other top jobs include architecture and design firms, how to build designs that will operate and how people interact with building layouts.
Yeah, again, all of that is safety focused. So warnings, designs, labels. There's been comments on for instance, comments on the taser that it's designed like a handgun, so therefore it's prone to error. People or police officers mistaking tasers for handguns or vice versa. So the field is very broad. You are correct.
Potter.
Now, in terms of that, you are not certified the Board of Certification of Professional Ergonomics, are you?
No, and I can tell you why if you care to know.
Well, one of the reasons would be why that your undergrad degree isn't sufficient to get certified?
It actually, that's correct. Not my undergrad, but my graduate degrees. And the reason why is the field of human factors, like lots of fields, has changed their focus into contemporary topics. One of the contemporary topics is what's called UX, user experience. It's very involved with computers and that type of thing. The human capabilities and limitations associated with functioning with computer programs and all of those. Some of the required courses to become board certified are associated with those things. And to be quite honest with you, I'm not interested in those courses and I'm not going to go work in that field. So I didn't pursue that any longer.
Well, I mean, it says the mission is to protect the public profession as professionals by assuming standards of competency and advocating for the value of certification. You don't think you need to be certified because you just don't like it?
Not everybody's a board certified in anything. There's medical doctors that you can get board certification that may not be. There's psychologists that you could get board certification, they may not be.
Going to your undergrad degree, you're an undergrad degree out of Union Institute out of Cincinnati, correct?
Correct.
That was closed in 2019, correct?
I didn't even know that.
Didn't even know that.
Actually, no, I didn't know.
Okay. Were you aware that Union Institute was known as Cop U because so many police officers took the classes because they were online?
Actually, I attended in person to a portion of those classes.
A portion, but you still did others that were online.
Sure, that's kind of the norm today.
Were you aware that the Ohio Board of Regents report on Union Institute back in 2002 talked about Union Institute's weakness for lack of academic structures sufficient to produce a minimum level of academic achievement among its graduates?
He's challenging his credibility.
And even at Union Institute, it was nothing to do with human factors. You were criminal justice management.
Absolutely.
Which was designed to advance careers of law enforcement personnel to supervisory management and executive positions.
Correct.
You talk about your master's degree. Your master's degree was Kaplan University, correct?
Correct.
Kaplan University was a for-profit online university.
I believe so, yes.
My law school was a for-profit private.
So now
school.
that's not around. It's been sued by Purdue Global, correct?
That's my understanding.
Were you aware that in 2012, the United States Senate, on Committee on Health, Education, and Labor, produced a report saying students raised concern with academic quality by filing complaints with schools, state, and federal agencies regarding the level of education they got at Kaplan?
No, I found it to be vigorous. I did quite a significant and detailed thesis, and I had doctors from other colleges who were on the board who certified my thesis. So I felt it was a rigorous program.
You thought it was a rigorous program, but part of the thing with Kaplan was going to their ad, a convenient web-based academic program, allow you to tailor your own curriculum and plan class and study time to fit your own unique schedule. You kind of did your own thing at Kaplan.
Well, that's not true. I didn't. I don't know what that refers to, but I had a very structured schedule, just like any other college. I'd sign in, watch the instructor. I had to complete the assignments online. I had multiple papers and research projects that had to be completed, and I had to complete the thesis under the observation of a doctor in the field. So again, I thought it was rigorous.
Were you aware that Kaplan was sued by the state of Florida?
Okay, so the prosecutor going after Kaplan or any of his undergrads is absolutely ridiculous. This guy's not a recent grad. He's been qualified as an expert before. He's done a lot of peer-reviewed stuff, and it's kind of a sign of desperation. I have no idea what this guy's going to testify to, but I already know the prosecutor's scared of it.
Florida back in 2014 for engaging in unfair and deceptive practices related to student recruitment about job placement and accreditation, and they settled out of court for $1.3 million. Objection, relevance? Yeah. Those are the academic credentials of his university. He talks about he's a part of academia. This is the type of university he went to for his degree. I don't think I lost it, but they got sued. But I don't know what.
Wow, the judge sustained it.
Where the Harvard Law School report on veteran complaints about misconduct at Kaplan.
Nope.
Okay. Complaints by veterans that it was too easy. A student in psychology was taught to use Microsoft Paint. Was that you?
No, I am a military veteran, but I don't recall that.
You didn't participate in that study then?
No.
You found it hard, but they have a study from Harvard saying it was basically too easy at Kaplan.
Okay. They have a study?
There's a report on veteran complaints about misconduct and legal practices at Kaplan schools. You're not aware of that?
No.
You also talked about Human Performance Training Institute. You taught there, but that's not a degree.
That's correct.
All right, just want to make sure on that. But that was that was training for law enforcement and aviation personnel?
The boss, the owner of the company, was a former West Point professor who taught and did a lot of the human factors applications in the aviation field in the military. So he started that company, and I came in under him.
I got from a company that was started by 3 former law enforcement personnel.
Well, so it's changed hands since then.
All right, so it was started by that, but when you came in, it wasn't law enforcement.
No, they had an aviation component because human factors came from aviation primarily. So this, I just call him the boss. The boss came from that world and opened up this company, and he kept that portion, and he also taught human factors to law enforcement. I came in under him.
Okay. Now, just your doctorate is from Grand Canyon University?
Correct.
Now, what I have, it's a doctorate in performance psychology. Is it qualitative or quantitative? Because I saw two different ones when I looked at Grand Canyon University.
Well, qualitative and quantitative are research methods. I do believe, I think I looked at the website. And is this recent?
Yeah, this is like they separate out two of them.
Yes.
You don't have separated out two.
No, because at the time they didn't have that.
Okay. So
you had a choice. You had a choice while you were going. It's really focused on the doctoral dissertation as to whether you want to go down the quantitative route and use those research methods, or you want to use a qualitative route.
Okay, so qualitative route. So that you did more the qualitative route.
Well, I didn't take that. That program didn't exist. My dissertation is in fact using a qualitative methodology.
Okay, looking at their website in terms of qualitative, they talk about practices intended to improve employee performance. Use some of the strategies like goal setting, enhancing work output, how to improve work and leadership. That's what they describe qualitative doctorate program.
And I don't remember the.
You know what's funny and kind of odd is that he challenged one of his schools for being a for-profit private school. The judge taught at my for-profit private law school. So just to try to like challenge his credibility because of that. I don't know if the prosecutor knows that the judge teaches at a private for-profit law school, but anyways.
Description of what that's not the program I went to, is all I'm saying.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thanks, sir.
Please don't move again. Leave of course discretion.
Your BS detector is alarming, Ghost.
Okay, Dr. Blake. In anticipation of preparing a report, you reviewed some materials related to this case.
Yes, sir.
And that includes
He's been qualified as an expert.
That's some GRPD policies and training materials.
Correct.
You reviewed Mr. Becker's experts' reports.
Yes.
And you have heard, I think you said a lot of the testimony.
Yes.
All right. And obviously, prior to listening to the testimony, you prepared a report.
I did.
Okay. And you're aware that that report has been submitted to Mr. Becker?
Yes. But according to what you just showed me, yes.
It's pretty obvious.
Yes.
And based on that, you've been able to form some opinions that are relevant to this case.
I have. And
also have observed and have a response to some of the opinions of Mr. Becker's experts as well.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that the prosecution has experts that provided.
I don't know if one of the attorneys went to Cooley, but I do know a lot of the talking heads on Channel 13. All of them went to Cooley or currently teach there, or one was the dean of students. So Cooley's in the mix here in Michigan.
An opinion, and it's Professor Seth Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield. And their opinion was that in stressful environments, human decision-making suffers. Officers may experience distorted sensory perceptions, including visual distortions, for example, tunnel vision.
I think that's for everybody, right?
For example, auditory blunting and temporal distortions, perceiving events as occurring more quickly or more slowly than they actually are.
Probably just happens more to cops because they put themselves in dangerous situations. They shouldn't do that.
Do you agree with that statement?
Absolutely. That's what the research shows. I think that statement is actually from Mr. Stoughton's book.
Okay. And so you've listened to the
another
testimony. You
expert
heard
that read a book once.
Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield indicated that they talked about that they had considered, for example, auditory distortions.
Yes.
Okay. When they did the report, you also heard at least Mr. Bloomfield say that he's not an expert in that field.
Correct.
Okay. Did you also hear that they formed an opinion that no reasonable officer could have heard, for example, the second cartridge go off in this case?
Yes.
Or would not have heard the second cartridge go off. Okay. So I'd like to talk about that, in particular, this idea of auditory distortions. And we talked a little bit about auditory blunting and auditory exclusion. Can you tell the jury what auditory distortions are?
Well, so it's auditory exclusions is what was talked about. And basically what we're talking about in general is a temporary loss of hearing, a failure to hear under acute stress. That's the general consensus from the law enforcement literature. And when I say law enforcement literature, I'm talking about the trade itself. That's how it's talked about. We can move over to the academic world and look at the research. And now we start seeing more information that is consistent with what the law enforcement field believes. And so we have research that is primarily, there's some research in an area called inattention deafness, which is focused on cognitive load. Again, failure to hear under cognitive load, usually a visible task, and the failure to hear is an audible alarm. But that research is very, very similar. The concept is very, very similar because cognitive load is a stressor. You're under stress. You're having to work hard. So they're the same.
I'm going to stop you a little bit.
I got going on.
There's a lot of terms in there. We need to unpack them.
Sorry.
Okay, so auditory exclusion, you define, but you were starting talking about cognitive load.
I assume he's a shrink.
You associate with auditory exclusion?
Sure. Stress, cognitive load.
What's that?
I assume he is a psychiatrist.
He studies a bunch of stuff. He's basically the academic version of the other experts we heard for the defense. He's counter to Dr. S, expert in blah, blah, blah. He's the counter.
Okay.
So he's talking about right now psychological breakdown when someone is under acute stress and sensory deprivation and things like that. So he's been qualified after we ran through a bunch of his accreditations and some voir dire.
Okay.
Yep.
And attention are the big ones.
Okay, so let's go with stress first, since that's the one you said first. Most people seem to know what stress is. Is that what you're talking about in connection with conditions that are associated with auditory
exclusion? Did you get your cookies?
Yes. Stress
Yes.
it's the capability and demand.
And donuts.
That's the capability of the human, the demand of whatever the
I
system
need
is, whatever the
more
task is,
than
and your
hot
perception
sauces
of
and
the ability to
booze on
deal
my
with that.
wheel of
So it's
regrets.
those three things that are
It's
going
the
to
birthday stream.
fundamentally be the foundation for stress.
Well, I got it at
Cognitive load,
1.25.
you started
so we
talking
can try
about
to
it,
get through this
but,
before your
what do you
stream.
mean by cognitive load?
Cognitive loads an area of
At
psychology
1.5
where,
I
to make it simple, we're looking at, once again, how difficult the task is. Again, it's the stressor. How difficult is the task? How complex is it? Is it time compressed? Is there a lot of things to pay attention to? A lot of things to respond to? Your brain is under a lot of load, and it has a limited ability. You think about it like the RAM in a computer. Your computer only has so much storage space, so much ability to function at a certain speed. And once you surpass that, it kind of goes to funk. So think of the brain like that. There's only so much information we can take in and process and respond to in a certain period of time.
Okay, so the information is coming in the brain is like a computer. You can only handle so much.
Sure.
Okay. Now you also mentioned focus of attention. What did you mean by
I
that?
can handle all of it.
In psychology, we have something called the spotlight of attention. So that's one way of looking at it. If you think about looking around a room, as I scan the room, if I look at one person in the jury box, I can pick up a lot of visual detail about that individual. I can tell you what they're wearing, maybe what the writing is on their shirt or the tag on their shirt. But details over here are absolutely, I know people are here, but I can't tell you anything visually about them. I can't garner any information. As a matter of fact, even slightly to the left of the person I may be looking at and focused on, I know they're there. I might know what color sweater they have, but the detail is much, much less. So, it's very easy to do that just looking around the courtroom and focusing on one person, but trying to discern a little bit of information just to the right or the left and then incrementally go out. And you realize very quickly that as you move out to the periphery while you're fixated, you're getting less and less information.
So these are the three sort of conditions that you would associate with auditory exclusion.
Yes, in the sense that what I was describing there was visual attention. So auditory attention, again, if you're listening for something, you're much more likely to pick it up. If it's an unexpected noise, especially in a complex environment, or in a noisy environment, even still, or you're focused on another area with all of your attentional resources, be it visual or otherwise, certainly you may not pick up that information.
Okay. And so you saw Mr. Bloomfield's testimony, and he provided an opinion where he said he considered auditory exclusion. And he also provided an opinion that said that the event at issue here was not the type of stressful situation where one could suffer auditory exclusion or blunting. Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
If you look at the police trade literature and then you even go into the research that's been conducted here, there's multiple studies in this area. You find that this is exactly the situation, the type of event being an officer-involved shooting that officers report habitually, hundreds of them, having either dimmed audible information or not hearing things at all. Not only that, but that's also from that, I mentioned earlier that scholar practitioner concept. This is also what I've seen in all these scenario-based environments that I've trained other officers in. They don't hear the gunshots. They don't hear radio traffic when the sirens are going and they're driving 100 miles an hour to go from point A to point B. And they're involved in all these tasks that are sucking attention and sucking that RAM or that available space that's available to process information. And they're not picking up details that they're not listening for or details that's unexpected because they're so focused on something else.
Okay. And so you did review the video, and obviously no one knows what someone heard, right? And the question for you is this the type of condition where it's possible that auditory exclusion could apply? And in relation to the information you reviewed, do you think that it's possible that Officer Schurr experienced this sort of condition of auditory exclusion?
Yes.
Can you explain that, please?
Basically repeating what I just said. If you look at this incident and think about what were the attentional demands of the officers he went through this process, and what were the attentional demands when that taser went off? He was fighting. He was doing all kinds of different things that he's already discussed. But clearly, I see that as a rapidly evolving, complex situation, significant stress, and that sound, that noise was already. The sound was a little bit dimmer than what it usually is. I'm a taser instructor, so that's something I'm very familiar with. And so it wasn't as loud as what it would normally be. When that taser went off, he was in the middle of, or it occurred at the same time he was speaking. So that's another reason, when you're yelling something, a noise from somewhere else during all this other stuff may not be heard.
Okay, and you've watched the video. There's a suggestion that the Officer Schurr stopped in the middle of the word. Is there anything else about that particular point in that video that suggests that maybe it's not that he just happened to have heard something? There are other.
Who's this guy for the defense? Had to say, oh yeah, this guy. He's the counter to the state's expert witness on stress and fatigue and how it affects the human body. So he's the defense expert witness in this, an academic that goes around talking about this stuff. I don't give him a lot of credit. I think everything we needed to hear, we've already heard, unless there's something major that comes from this guy. I'm going to say it might be kind of a waste of time, but we'll see.
Conditions that could have been in play.
Well, the possibility is always there, but there's also, I hear later on after the shooting, he gets on the radio and he's unable to complete a sentence. He starts saying 1915, send me, and I think there's a long pause and more units, or I've been involved in an
How is this expert testimony and not
there's a pause there. So is it possible that when that taser went off, that
how is this expert testimony and not bolstering of prior
he heard it, meaning
testimony?
His ears comprehended the sound.
It sounds more like bolstering of prior testimony.
Analytical thinking about the
It does, but he's an academic. He's got a doctorate degree in psychology and stuff like that. So I think they're going to say that it comes with more authority.
Maybe they just put people up there because they know the prosecution will fuck it up.
Kind of matching patterns and cues and information the best.
Yeah, I mean they have been.
And as you're,
we can almost just skip to the cross and be like, all right, that's the best part.
I just lost my train of thought. That's horrible. Could you repeat the question for me one more time?
Oh my God.
Well, I actually have a couple more. Can I break this down a little bit for you?
Sure.
Let's start with what is heuristics?
Heuristics are basically patterns. We develop patterns from our experiences. So knowledge, training, experience. As we come up through our lives, we start learning details about people, places, and things. And we store that knowledge. And when we recognize a similar pattern, we make very rapid, sometimes implicit decisions about that information and make decisions based on that. And it works for us most of the time pretty well.
Okay, and you were talking about what the brain does, the sort of the psychology of doing analytical thinking in a situation like this. And I don't know if you finished your answer or not, but is it your opinion that a human being in this situation wouldn't necessarily be observing all the information and stimulus informed through their ears, but they would understand what's going on, even if they heard it?
Yeah, and that's where I was going with that. That's not an analytical process. You're kind of responding very quickly to the information. And if you hear a noise, while your focus of attention is on all these other things that's rapidly evolving, I need to grab this, I need to control that, I'm trying to maintain my balance. That's going to take a lot more of your attentional resources. So you may not have heard it. It is common in these policing incidents similar to this to not hear or see or recognize the situation as what it was in the moment.
All right, so I'd like to move on to I like to call split-second decisions, but I don't think that's a medical term, right?
No.
Yeah, I'm not terribly impressed with this guy.
Perception reaction time, including movement time. Can you tell the jury what perception reaction time is?
Yeah, so when we talk about the time from when a stimulus presents itself, meaning something that I need to respond to, like a red light on the wall, I'm told I need to push a button when the red light lights. So that's the stimulus. So there's a time between the stimulus presentation and my first movement. And this is going to be weird for you, but that's actually reaction time. You haven't moved yet. That's all the mental processing time that's going on. You're recognizing the stimulus, you're deciding what to do, you're selecting an option. In this case, you already have that selected for you. And then,
all right, I kind of like this part.
When you start to move to push that button, so if your fingers, you have to start like this, light comes on, there's going to be a delay. And then I'm going to start to move. As soon as I start to move, reaction time's over. Now I'm in the movement time mode, however long it takes me to move my hand from here and push the button. So task complexity and there's all kinds of issues that are potentially going to slow down that initial perception reaction time. On the back end, the movement time portion, also the task and the complexity. For instance, if it's not just a button, well, I have to reach down and grab my firearm and disengage the retention mechanisms, draw, aim, fire. That's going to obviously take a lot longer time because there's more involved in that process.
Okay, so
I heard an interesting thing, Nick. If you were as tall as the American continent is wide, so like your head is in New York and your feet are in California, and you go to bed and smack your toe with a hammer before you go to bed, it would wake you up 8 hours later. The pain sense would wake you up 8 hours later. So it would take 8 hours for your nerves sensor to travel across the US. And so I just thought that was interesting. That just brought it up.
You need new hobbies.
I flip through YouTube Shorts. What do you expect? It's my habit.
Let's talk about this a little bit with an example that the jury's seen many times. There's a still shot in this case of the moment the casing of the bullet that was used by Officer Schurr is coming out of the gun. You've seen that?
I have.
So that's a moment in time.
Correct.
Can you tell us what is that moment in relation to perception, reaction, or movement time?
That's well after perception, reaction, movement time that has occurred.
Okay, so that time period, perception, reaction, and movement has completed at the moment that's already out there.
It had to have, yes.
I mean, the function of all this is there's time that it takes to actually make something happen, right? First, you have to perceive it, and then your body has to do certain things in response. And I think you talked about.
I don't know why it takes
in a controlled environment. Have you actually studied this, where you figure out what's the fastest somebody could go from perception to end of movement?
We have looked at that. Did the handgun study I talked about earlier. But I think what you're getting to is just there are studies out there that have done similar experiments, and they've looked specifically at that reaction time component, the time that you can't see, because they're looking at the moment of when the stimulus started and when the person started moving. So it's the time between there. So it's implicit. There's cognitive processes going on. That time period in studies that involve firearms draws is about 250 milliseconds. And that's consistent between two studies that I can think of.
Okay, 250 milliseconds. Break this down for us. That's less than a second.
It's a quarter of a second.
Is this where we get the term split second, because we're splitting them up?
That would be the correct way to use that, yes.
All right. And so the fastest in a controlled environment that someone can go from perception to movement is less than a second, but basically a quarter second?
Definitely less, yes.
Okay. And that's in a controlled environment. In a uncontrolled environment, in the real world, we're not in a room with a red light, would you expect that reaction time to be slower?
Well, again, that's a mental processing time component, and that's in a very, very simple task. You're talking 250 milliseconds. When we have the real world influences, stress, age, complexity of the task, how many things are you attending to, the saliency, how important is that stimulus in the environment? Is it bright or is it dim? Does it capture your attention? All those things now are going to influence whether or not you pick it up and start this process. And then, the task complexity is in the movement time portion. That is also, as I explained, going to lengthen the time. But in this particular case, it could be relatively quick as far as the total process of perception to response time. If we're looking at the changes that occurred that Mr. Schurr testified, or Officer Schurr testified to, that may have caused him to use the force that he did.
Okay. So the ultimate question here is, I talked about this one moment in time where there's a casing coming out that shows the sort of the bullet casing in the air. Is that reflective on when Officer Schurr made the decision to shoot?
No.
Okay. So it was sometime before that.
It has to be.
Okay. And obviously it can't be after that.
No.
All right. But you don't know exactly when that occurred.
No, it's implicit. I can only rely on what the officer said.
Okay. Now you also saw the testimony of Professor Stoughton, where he said that Officer Schurr had sufficient time to give a verbal warning.
Yes.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Well, as I understand it, Professor Stoughton assumed that the decision was made to fire the weapon when it was drawn. I don't believe that's
dragging it out
based on testimony and based on my observation.
I feel,
because if you look at the video, you see the weapon drawn, it gets pointed.
But I'm not on the defense team, so I don't know.
And then there's an additional directive command that's given. And then there's still more time after that and changes that occur before the shot is fired. So I think it's totally speculative that the decision to fire, to come out and pull the trigger, was made when the weapon came out of the holster. And what I see is I do see a change in the environment, in Patrick's positioning, that is consistent with what he has testified to that elicited that decision. So that's a small period of time after the last directive was given. So if the decision was made after the last directive was given, that's a small period of time. So if the warning is expected to be drop the taser or I'll shoot, how long did it just take me to say that? Maybe a second and a half. So the immediacy of the threat doesn't allow for that. So for that reason, I don't think that it was feasible.
Okay, and you talk about a change in the environment. Are you talking about when Mr. Lyoya was turning?
I do.
And there wasn't sufficient time to give a full compound sentence warning in that particular moment.
Not my opinion, no.
Nothing further?
Let's see what Cross
I'll go to some
does.
of your ratings there. Copy of this, so I don't know, can you tell me, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
Factory, that's a
We're gonna
study
have
that I
a
did.
whole
It's the,
rebuttal
actually
case.
the peer-reviewed and published article from my thesis, my
The
master's.
state's not going to rest.
Yes.
So this
We're
is
gonna have a
factory containing
rebuttal.
deadly force encounters, kind of what we're talking about here.
Correct.
Now, but your thesis was based on, this article was based on, you lost an overwhelming amount of data, didn't you?
An overwhelming amount of data. It's been quite some time.
Take
sir.
a look at what you wrote. Highlight portion top there.
Okay, actually, I don't, yeah, sure, I wrote that.
Okay, you wrote that, you lost an overwhelming, a total of 215 participants logged into the program, but only 53 were actually able to complete the questionnaire that you wanted.
Correct. It wasn't a questionnaire, but there were
What?
53
53
participants.
participants, the 215 that tried to log in. And then you
That's
based your decision
quite
on your
common
thesis
to
on
do.
53 participants.
That's why you
And they're all supposed to be law enforcement officers.
bring in a lot of
But they
people.
weren't because of a portion of the subjects were unknown to the researcher, although unlikely. It is
Sorry, go ahead.
Now, I mean, this is not unusual when you conduct into a thesis. If you want study subject, you collect much more than needed to be sure you have enough for your thesis.
How many did he collect?
Here, the start was over 200 and it finished with 53.
Hmm.
And that's normal.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably no. I mean, the guy who testified for the state only had like 50 some participants.
Yeah. And then you had another expert for the state who didn't even have a certificate in the area he was testifying about. So,
Yeah, that guy truly just read a book one day.
yeah.
it's possible that not all the subjects were in fact police officers. That's what you wrote.
Wait a minute, that's you have the wrong face page on that. This is not not right.
Wait a minute, you got the wrong information.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Was the expert wrong or was the prosecutor wrong?
Did he bring you the wrong paper? Did the prosecutor bring the wrong paper?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Okay, I'm getting this confused with something else. I apologize.
That's right. So, but that's so.
Oh,
50,
all right.
out of 53, you start out 215. You went down to 53, and out of 53 have law enforcement officers. You can't even say they're law enforcement officers for sure.
Correct.
And this is your rigorous Kaplan University master's thesis.
Well, sir, I mean, you can criticize it if you like, and we can go through it if you like. But ultimately, we lost a lot of data. That's not unusual in research. You lose data. Some participants are excluded. That happens. We reported on how many participants we had. We reported on the results, and we sent that in for peer review publication.
Oh,
It was
I
accepted
agree
for peer
that
review and-
that those low numbers makes it statistically unimportant. It makes it an anomaly, not or anecdotal. It doesn't make it statistically reliable. I agree with that. The numbers are so low. I'm sorry. I'm responding to Matt's here.
Publication. So it was rigorous.
But if it's good
enough
for the
that.
state,
Law
it
enforcement
should be
is-
good for the defense.
Yes. Yes.
That's the basis of almost all your publications, isn't that true?
A portion of them, yes.
Well, I'm gonna, you list about 50 of them. I'm going to go through Police One, Force Science, Police One again, Force Science. Those are all police-related entities, correct?
Yes.
Virtua News, that's Lon Bartle's
Company. Yes.
You're familiar with Lon?
I am familiar with Lon.
You work with him quite a bit?
No.
Not all, but you did an article with him, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Not with. Yes. Yeah.
You did a joint article with him, right?
Yeah.
But it sounds like did he sell the California Post the simulator you use?
I have no idea. No, we don't even. As a matter of fact, when I was working there, we didn't even use that simulator, so couldn't. No.
Yeah, I'm looking. There's probably about 25 Police One articles. It's the vast majority of the things you write in, correct?
Correct.
One of the Police One articles I found: digital media evidence and force investigations. That looks like October 19th, 2020. You recognize that?
Yeah, I certainly do. Thank you.
That was with Mr. McFarland, who sits in the back, right?
Correct.
There's a whole article about how the two of you worked together on a very similar case, the use of force case, where both of you testified for the defense in that case, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote an article about your experiences in that case.
Yes.
And how the use of force captured on video can be misinterpreted, exposing officers and agencies to significant criminal and civil liability risk. That was the purpose of the article, right?
I don't know. It was certainly something we wrote to lead into the article. Yes.
One of the things they brought up quite a bit on was the freeze frame photo that he asked you about a number of times in terms of when the moment the shot was, you see the thing.
Yes.
One of the things you consider, though, is you think that the best way to view a video is by frame. Isn't that correct?
I think that's a good method to see everything that needs to be seen due to failures to see and other issues that can occur to an observer.
I'll show you another police one article. This was September 21st, 2017. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. You wrote this article.
Yes.
Okay. In this article, you wrote, investigations involving any video should be broken down frame by frame to see and understand more of what occurred, as the human eye is not capable of picking up data at full speed.
Yes.
Those were your words.
Yeah, I stand by them.
Yeah. Your personal experience includes a video showed hundreds of law enforcement officers and civilians. Once a frame by frame is shown, a new vote is taken, and the exact opposite occurs. So you would advocate frame by frame.
I do advocate frame by frame.
Did you watch any frame by frame?
Absolutely.
Another policeman article that you wrote. It was November 17, 2016 article.
Yes.
This article, I'm not sure what you're talking about. You wrote, people learn to store information through their lifespan through training experience. This allows us to make quick, unconscious, and often correct judgment about people, places, and things, right? So that's the heuristics you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. However, there are times when these judgments and decisions can be wrong using that heuristic, correct?
Correct.
Just looking at, I got some not exactly great Psychology Today. That's kind of a periodical you're familiar with.
I am familiar with it.
It's kind of for people who are not academics, they could probably it's something they rely on, and you're familiar with it and look at it time to time, I would assume.
I do on occasion, yes.
They talk about heuristic decisions. They talk about it, the mental shortcut that allows individuals to make a quick decision, pass judgment, or solve a problem with minimal mental effort, correct?
It does say that, but I think that deserves context.
It can reduce the burden of decision making, but they can also be costly when they lead to individuals to miss critical information or act on unjust biases. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, but it deserves context.
Familiar with the Journal of Criminal Justice?
Did you ask me if I was
Yeah,
familiar with it?
familiar
I'm
with-
sorry, I didn't hear you. Yes.
Yeah, you're familiar with it's a peer-reviewed journal, if you will.
Yes.
It's something that I don't think you have any articles published in it, but it's something that's relied upon in the criminal justice industry, if you will.
Sure.
I have this article examining police use of force, examining the relationship between calls for service and the balance of police force and suspect resistance. In the statement, it says research concludes that officers develop hunches about how suspicious an individual is, the likelihood they have a commitment, and their moral character. Would you agree with that?
Could you read that one more time?
Sure.
I'm sorry, it was a little quick.
The research concludes that officers develop hunches about how suspicious an individual is, the likelihood they have have commitment, and their moral character.
It sounds like you're reading the results of a research article that I haven't read, so I'm not going to agree with it.
I'm not going to agree with that. Okay.
I have to read.
I like the way
Get the context.
he says
I
that.
like to, yes.
Sounds like you're reading the results of an article that I haven't read, so I'm not going to agree with that. That was that was a great way.
Familiar with? There's a little bit different criminal justice and behavior.
Heard of that one, yes.
Something you rely on, peer-reviewed.
I may have read an article from there. I don't know.
Okay. In that, they talk about split-second decisions. You talked a little bit about split-second decisions. They say there's no time for considered analytical decisions. They rely on intuition and experience. A split-second syndrome exists where rapid decision-making inhibits diagnostic capabilities, resulting in bad decisions, right?
It sounds like you're reading the result of the study again. Is that just the narrative, or
That's what the quote I have in the article.
can I see it?
Just put it away.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, before I comment on an article that I haven't seen, is that possible? Yes.
That's possible. That's one of the things that heuristics can lead to bad decisions, right?
Heuristics can lead to,
You
yes.
jump to conclusions. That's maybe a simplified way to do it.
Again, context. I think, people, like I said, if I had to weigh it out, and I don't have a scientific reference for this, but if I had to say on a daily basis, we make hundreds of heuristic-based decisions, and most of them, if not all of them, are right. And it does happen where that failure to go deeper, that we make an error. Certainly.
That's it.
Mr. Becker talked about the.
He was actually allowed to bring up the results of articles without context.
Yeah, so you can impeach an expert with learned treatises, other articles, and things like that, and that's what he was trying to do. But the expert wasn't falling for it.
I mean, he answered good, but that's a very, very strange way to, because if you have the narrative, you have the conclusion, but then you have the entirety of it.
So I had an expert testify once. She does this weird therapy. She was qualified as an expert over my objections. She does this weird therapy where she basically, you sit in the dark, you close your eyes, and you hum. And I have an article that says that it's basically junk science. Like this is not psychological. This might be like therapeutic, but it's not going to get you over, the damages that you received in this case. And so I impeached her with this article calling it junk science. And I impeached her with like 5 different articles that all called it junk science. And she was unwilling to acknowledge that any of these articles even existed, let alone call them junk science. But that was enough, I think, for the jury. I was just like, there's all these 5 periodicals that say like, sitting on a phone with your eyes closed, humming into the receiver is not necessarily psychological therapy. I don't know. I didn't want to waste my time calling my own expert to refute it, so I used the article. Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what they were doing here. He just seems so angry. He's just very angry. He's stressed and tired. He needs a Snickers. I forgot to send him a Snickers
Frame.
yesterday.
Where the casing's coming out, and you're talking about frame by frame analysis. You don't have any problem with frame by frame analysis.
No, my articles and everything I would talk about specifically focuses on frame by frame analysis. Is absolutely something you want to do in a case like this.
The point of your testimony is that you should look at the right frame.
Look at the right places in the right frame, track movement between frames back and forth. There's a myriad of things. Yes.
Okay, and now we talked about Mr. Bloomfield and Professor Stoughton. Are either of them experts in human factors that you're aware?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Had you heard of Mr. Bloomfield prior to this case?
Bloomfield, no.
Okay, you heard of Professor Stoughton?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further.
See, Blake is not an expert, but still useful for the prosecution. I don't know how he was useful for the prosecution. I think it was a net neutral. I didn't get anything out of him.
No, it didn't.
Oh, but
really
we have
move the
jury
needle.
questions. Jury questions. Slow down for jury.
I can use Chat GPT to
Oh
answer
my
that.
God! Stop talking. My iPad thinks I'm talking to it. Wants me to do Chat GPT to figure out the answer to the questions.
First question is, we heard that the defendant was focused on getting his taser back from Mr. Lyoya. Even when someone is focused visually on something, is it possible to experience auditory exclusion related to what they are focused on?
That's a great question. Is it possible? I think so. There's not a scientific experiment on a situation that's just like this. But my opinion would be that sound is different than a visual, unless there was a visual indicator that went with the sound. So like if there was some type of small light that came on that was noticed and the sound, then I would be more inclined to say, oh yeah, you should probably hear that sound. But in this case, all this environment's moving very, very quickly. He's maybe focused on the taser, maybe we don't know where he's looking. We get an orientation from looking at the video, maybe where his head's looking, but we don't know where his eyes are looking. So what his focus of attention on in that precise moment, I don't know. I don't know where what he was seeing at that moment. So ultimately, yes, I do believe that you could be visually focused on something and not hear the sound in a situation like this.
And another question, as a police officer on duty dealing with threatening situations daily, is there any actual possibility of analytical thinking in most stressful situations?
Is there any possibility of analytical?
Another good question. There's a mixture. I mean, we don't just go through all day long in this heuristic-based decision-making mode. There's a balance between the analytical and the heuristic. We rely more on the heuristic as things start to speed up, become time compressed, we're under stress. When more time exists and no stress, then we're more likely to engage in analytical decision-making. So there's a balance that's going back and forth throughout the day, and in a police officer's life, it depends.
Oh, what happened? Oh, their whole feed went down. Oh my God.
I think it's your computer.
No, it's not my computer. It's the feed. It comes back. It just the whole feed went down.
Oh.
Potential. So
Whoa.
we'll come back at 2:20. So meanwhile, please remember.
Is it up on another channel?
Upside down your chairs and
I mean, it's back.
Yeah, but the final part of the jury questions.
Yeah. All right. Let me try to find it here real quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why that cut out. That was silly. Let me go to 414 news 4 or 13 rather. Let me find the spot. So we just saw this part.
But my opinion would be that sound is different than a visual, unless it was a visual indicator that went with the sound. So like if there was some type of small light that came on that was noticed and the sound, then I would be more inclined to say, oh yeah, you should probably hear that sound. But in this case, all this environment's moving very, very quickly. He's maybe focused on the taser, maybe we don't know where he's looking. We get an orientation from looking at the video, maybe where his head's looking, but we don't know where his eyes are looking. So what his focus of attention on in that precise moment, I don't know. I don't know where what he was seeing at that moment. So situation like this.
Okay, and another question, as a police officer on duty dealing with threatening situations daily, is there any actual possibility of analytical thinking?
This is the one that cut out, right? The analytical thinking one.
Another good question. There's a mixture. I mean, we don't just go through all day long in this heuristic-based decision-making mode. There's a balance between the analytical and the heuristic. We rely more on the heuristic as things start to speed up, become time compressed, we're under stress. When more time exists and no stress, then we're more likely to engage in analytical decision-making. So there's a balance that's going back and forth throughout the day. And in a police officer's life, it depends on what the situation is. If they're at a domestic violence call and it's the scene's secure and they're doing interviews and they're asking questions and complying with a list of policy requirements, then it's very likely that they're thinking analytically. What do I need to do here? We'll check the box and accomplishing all their tasks. However, when they first got to the scene and things were rapidly evolving, and maybe someone was holding let's just say it was rapidly evolving, then they're going to go back to their training and experience and recognize that situation and start doing very quickly what they need to do until that situation slows down a bit.
Any follow-up on those questions, Mr. Cornelio?
No, you're right. I think we are.
All right. What do we think after this guy's testimony? Have we changed the needle at all?
I'm looking at my poll here, and it's 48% not guilty, 29% still undecided, and 23% guilty, which is clearly different from yesterday, where I had more on the guilty side than on the not guilty side.
Yeah.
So whatever happened today swayed people towards not guilty.
Yeah, I'm getting the same results. Now, let's see here. Let me take this down just so I can listen to it real quick and see where we come back. That's what I hate about this particular feed is I never know when they're doing flashbacks or when they're okay.
In the courtroom. Let's take a look in.
Lewis. And Vaughn is VON. Yeah.
VON. Okay. So I'm just going to call him Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn. I don't know who Mr. Vaughn is, but he is the next witness. Sorry, Nick. What were you saying?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Could you please state where you're currently employed and in what capacity?
Sure. I'm the Director of Consulting and Communications at Force Science.
Can you explain what Force Science is?
More
So Force
science.
Science is just a company. It's not an individual type of science. But at Force Science, we have 4 divisions. We have a training division where we go around the country and we train police officers and community members. We train attorneys in how human performance issues impact use of force decision making. We do that for civilians and police use of force decision making. That's our training division. And we have a consulting division, which I run. In our consulting division, we train attorneys, investigators, police officers, politicians, community members on how to evaluate use of force cases. And particularly our unique offer is we make sure that the evaluation includes what we call the human behind the badge. And so we're always looking at the big words of the psychological and physiological and environmental influences on decision-making and performance. So our job in consulting is what we
Dr.
refer
Bon
to as
Jovi.
this concept of honest accountability.
You missed
And
the
so what we do in that sense, what we train and what we consult on is to ensure 2 main things, is that the guidelines and standards and policies that we use to hold officers accountable are clear enough that an officer or even a civilian can predict the lawfulness of their behavior. And so we go into the policies and the laws and we look at the language so they can do that. And then the second half is we have to make sure that the expectations on police officers or civilians are not beyond human performance capability. So we can't hold an officer honestly accountable to a use of force decision if we're expecting something that no human could do. So in our consulting division, we really focus on those issues.
I expect police
we'll talk
to
a
be
little bit about my background, a little bit
superhuman.
about how we do a little
I
bit
don't know
more
about
than
you,
that.
Nick.
But I'll just also say we have a research division led by Dr. Bill Lewinsky. I'm not part of the research division.
He says we don't expect police officers to do anything that any person wouldn't be able to do, or something like that. And I said I expect police officers to be superhuman.
Yeah, I mean, they are allowed to shoot people.
But what the research division does is it pulls from
Sometimes.
multiple disciplines. So we have thousands of peer-reviewed studies that undergird our training. So our research division is constantly looking across like the National Highway Traffic Safety, sports, medicine, psychology, and we're trying to find, are there any human performance issues across all these disciplines that might apply to a civilian or a police officer involved in a critical incident? If there is, we then take those studies, those findings, because nobody really reads peer-reviewed journals, and so we translate them. We'll put them into articles. We'll put those out in police magazines. We'll put them out in psychology magazines. We'll put them out to our audience who will use the information can read it. So you won't find us in like a popular mechanics magazine, but you might find us, I think you've heard like Police One or Lexipol or some of these bigger law enforcement publications. If there's no research in a specific area, our research division what we do is we find those gaps and we'll conduct the research ourselves. So Force Science has about, not very many, maybe 30 peer-reviewed research projects that we've conducted through our organization. Again, I've only conducted one of them or been a part of one of them. The rest were done before I came or by other experts. Those are then published in peer-reviewed journals, and then we translate those as well into the audience. The fourth one is just training development. We train instructors and we do curriculum development. So those are our 4 areas at Force Science.
Anyone think that the defense wants police officers to be held at this higher level where they do this training, therefore they expect this? But then also, because it's a stressful situation, we can discount that because they have tunnel vision and they can't hear everything and they're focused and things are blurry. And it's like, well, like what Scott said earlier, then what's the point of the training if none of it matters in the end? Right? I don't know. It's interesting.
Have you ever analyzed use of force cases?
Yes, that's what I do for a living.
And in what context do you do that?
So our cases, we don't care who calls us. We work for defense, we work for prosecutors, we work civilian, we work police cases. We will analyze for internal affairs, we analyze for politicians, we analyze for media, community members. We don't care who calls us because our analysis won't change. It's just hoping to educate them on the human performance issues, the laws, the policies that regulate police conduct and civilian conduct.
How long have you worked in the criminal
Good
justice
goes for
profession?
doing all
A
this
little over 30 years now.
details.
And what were some of your roles in the law enforcement?
In law enforcement, yeah.
Yes.
So as you could tell, I started out as a police officer. I started back in maybe 1990 as what I would call a baby cop. I was basically a reserve police officer while I was going to college. I'll just generically just say I was a reserve and then I became a full-time police officer basically from, I think we're going to go through this. I'll just say I was a police officer and then I became a lawyer, was a military attorney, and then a senior policy attorney. And I think we'll go through some of the details of each of those.
Yes, so break that down. You have a lot of experience, so we'll get there. Could you please summarize your educational background?
Yeah, so I have I'll start with my associate's degree. I'm just as proud of that. Associate of Science degree. We have a bachelor's in crime and delinquency studies. I have a master's in criminal justice administration. I have a doctorate in law, so I'm a lawyer, so I have a law degree. And then I have what's called a postdoctorate, a master's in law degree, which is just the next level law degree.
Top-turn lawyer.
He's got a master's
And,
in law.
Since you're licensed to practice law, are you licensed in any jurisdiction?
Yes, Virginia and Kansas.
And based on your CV, do you have any specialized education, training, and experience that qualify you to identify and assess the customs, principles,
It
and
wouldn't be
standards
based
that
on
are
his
frequently observed in
CV.
law enforcement?
I do, yes.
And specifically that impact training, policy, evaluations of police practices, use of force, decision-making, and performance?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you
And
my
you mentioned
current
it a
law
little bit, but
professor?
you were a police officer from roughly 1993 to
This
2019.
Best police practice.
That was mostly part-time, so I did a lot of that part-time for about 9 or 10
witness
years
that
full-time. And then
they weren't
stayed
allowed
on as reserve
in
officer.
the Karen
After I was a
Reid
police
case.
officer, I'll go through a little bit of what I did as a
Oh,
police
really?
officer.
Yeah.
I was
They
going
weren't
to
allowed
law
to
school
bring
and
in
working
one
on
of
masters
those.
during the day while I was working narcotics at night. Finished my law degree, 9/11 happened, so I joined as an Army judge advocate. So I was a military attorney. And then I transitioned from full-time police work to just coming back weekends and holidays and working the street when I could through my military career. So I was a full-time attorney practicing law, and I would just come back and work the street when I could. There were some gaps in there, so I wasn't working that whole time, but there was a lot of experience during those times.
He was collecting clients.
All right, so you're putting us
On
to shame with
weekends.
3 jobs at once, potentially?
I'm going to arrest
All
you.
right,
Here's
so
my
for the
card.
job
I'm
that
also a
you
lawyer.
attended a police academy for, were you trained in use of force, foot pursuits, and traffic stops?
Right. So my first job as a police officer, you imagine we were trained in use of force decision making, all those things you probably continue to hear. So traffic stops, investigative detentions, tactics, as you continue to hear a lot about tactics, and yes, of course, foot pursuits.
I had several cops in my law
You
class.
were also a field training officer and in-service instructor, where you taught new and veteran officers police practices, use of force, traffic stops.
They were not
escalation.
top of the
Yes, so
class.
my job, after you go on the job for a little bit, you transition to more of a supervisor or training role. In that capacity, I was a trainer. I was a tactics trainer. I was a communications trainer. I don't think I mentioned this, but I was a crisis counselor before I was a police officer. So I also transitioned to become a de-escalation trainer, communications trainer. I taught tactics. You've heard force on force training. So I set up and conducted force on force training. I ran our defensive tactics program and our de-escalation and our use of force program. So we were seeing not just the brand new officers, but we were training outside agencies. We were training veteran officers and supervisors. And I led those divisions for a while.
You also listed some additional training that you received in your CV, and there's a few that I wanted to ask you about. Can you describe some of these specific courses that you attended? One of them is the FLETC, Police Legal Advisor.
Right. So this is more than my legal capacity. The Federal Law Enforcement Training Center had a police legal advisors course. So I attended that course and passed the test, was certified in that course. That just focused on really the federal constitutional standards for policing, which eventually I would spend a lot of time actually teaching and focusing on constitutional policing issues. The FLETC Police Legal Advisors course was the first certification course I went through, sort of prepare me to be a police legal advisor. So ultimately, you may hear that I did that for about 5 different chiefs of police, where I was their legal advisor. That's the course that set that up. Yeah.
And you also list NLETC, Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and National Instructor. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so that's one was the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. That was purely academic. It was very heavy law driven. The National Law Enforcement Training Center is all hands on. So I was a basic instructor, intermediate, advanced, and ultimately a national instructor for the National Law Enforcement Training Center, doing weapon retention and
Wait,
disarming,
skip ahead a little
control and
bit.
defense tactics,
You
ground
go with that,
control
Nick.
techniques. Ultimately, I was a PR-24, so I don't know
You
if
good
they
with,
still use those.
are you good with skipping ahead a little bit past this voir dire?
Yeah.
Run through those simulators so they can experience what it's like to try to make a decision as a police officer in those split seconds. And that's one of the most impactful ways we can sort of educate the community on the reality of a police officer's decision-making experience.
So it sounds like Force Science works with a lot of experts in the field of law enforcement, human factors, like we heard from Dr. Blake and Lon Martell. Is that
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
Practiced law for about 15 years?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to go through some of your experience practicing as a lawyer as it applies to police practices, policy development, and use of force.
God.
So you taught constitutional.
Accountable to, you have to understand that a human is involved in a critical incident. And so when you're looking at that human, you got to say, what are the psychological, physiological, and environmental influences on their ability to see something, or like we've heard in this case, a lot, their ability to hear something. What is their focus of attention, and how is that going to
already
impact their ability
discussed this.
to see various different objects in the environment, right? So the human performance side, if we don't consider those in every aspect of a criminal investigation or of a use of force investigation, we've essentially taken the human out of the equation. And then we're just looking, which is obviously.
Is this the guy that Bronco knows?
You can't hold an officer accountable to things that are beyond human performance capabilities. I don't think anybody disagrees with that.
And you mentioned a little bit about action versus reaction. Can you explain how that's incorporated into these?
Yeah. So when you heard from other experts on this idea of action and reaction, there are certain human performance issues that almost all reasonably well-trained case evaluators or investigators are going to recognize. So these are not things you need a scientific degree to understand or see. We all see them. We all experience them. Police specifically will see them in training quite frequently. So we'll see auditory exclusion. We'll see tunnel vision. We'll have that described to us. And then
Hello,
we, in fact,
Moni
we'll actually
Moni
have
again.
to, they're so well known in the industry, we actually have to create tactics to mitigate them. So if I give you an example of that, auditory exclusion, for example, is so well known that if I have an officer involved in a fight with somebody, and we have these new policies that you might have heard of called duty to intervene, right? So we want other officers to come in, look at the scene and go, hey, I think the guy's unconscious. I think we have him in control now. We can slow down the use of force. Two things are known to us as trainers. The person involved in the fight might not be seeing it the same way because they're focused on the fight. When you come in after the fact as an additional officer or as a supervisor, you're going to be like the referee of an MMA fight. You're going to see things. If you guys have watched MMA, sometimes the guy's knocked unconscious and the referee has to kind of push the fighter off, right? Because the fighter's not seeing it yet. Well, in policing, it's the same thing. We recognize and we have to mitigate. We have to have tactics that reflect the fact that this person in the fight might not be hearing us. And so we'll actually tap on them. We'll yell their name. We got him. Slow down. I'm with you. And you have to become a more important stimulus than what they're dealing with. So we know that from a human factor standpoint, auditory exclusion means if I just come in and say, hey, Bob, I can't reasonably expect him to hear me. because I know they're so focused. So we develop tactics. So those kind of human performance issues are well known
Because we're
and are
better
part
than
of
Boston.
policy development,
That's
training
why.
development, operations development, investigations, and then case evaluation. So you're going to see it throughout, and you'll see within the police industry that police practices experts are often the most qualified people to recognize the influence of human performance in a critical incident, even more than the researchers who are typically doing clinical lab studies. We take what they have, and then we're the ones that actually do the application.
And you mentioned a
Hey,
critical
totally.
incident event. Can you explain why that is?
Why that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard a little bit about rational decision making and heuristic decision making. I don't like that term. Sometimes judges don't let me say that term, heuristic. But what it just means is rule of thumb. What heuristics is, we all experience it. Is there's certain patterns we see throughout life, and we basically go through like.
We have an A, qualified as an expert. B, now he's talking about heuristics, and we testified earlier that he can't talk about psychological things. That's why we brought in another doctor for it. So I think going beyond whatever you testified to.
I'm still going through his qualifications. I mean, he has I've tried to cut out the most important parts, but he has a lot of qualifications that I'd like to put on
Talking
record.
about his qualifications is okay. Delving into definitions of things, I believe, would be inappropriate at this stage, as he's not been admitted as an expert. Yeah.
Okay. I may have a few more questions for you. I'll try to keep it quick. You
that's
also
still going
list
through his
that you've published
qualifications.
approximately
They haven't even
75
moved.
published articles,
Yes, ma'am.
and your work associations.
Right. So the
I keep
IDEA,
skipping
International Law
ahead.
Enforcement Educator
Fast
Trainers
forward
Association,
here.
is just what it sounds like. It's an association that brings together annually the law enforcement trainers from across the world.
We're only
They hold a
30
conference,
minutes behind
every year. They
live.
also have a publication that they put out to basically train the trainers is what it is.
Have you been retained previously as an expert consultant in police practices or use of force?
Yes, ma'am.
And what types have you served as an expert? Civil, criminal?
Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, so it's civil, criminal, it's police, it's internal affairs, it's civilian cases. If it's a force encounter and there's a stakeholder who's interested in understanding that force encounter, we'll work with them.
Have you ever been qualified and testified as an expert in a court of law?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever been disqualified as a police practices, policy, or use of force expert on any cases which you have been retained?
No.
Okay, move.
Are you being compensated for your time in this case?
Yes.
Is your compensation contingent on the outcome?
No. Yeah, that's
move to admit.
So the first thing we do, so we look at how do use of force case evaluation, experts evaluate a case. The methodology for us is first you collect the available information. Right, so we're trying to find out what is the bucket of information that the officer had perceived or was aware of during the investigation. So in order for us to do that,
It's been like an hour of his qualifications.
We look at the forensic evidence. If there's
Jesus
autopsy,
Christ.
we look at as much information as we can relative to their training, their policies. And once we have that information, the next step is then we start to answer two basic questions. The methodology to answer two questions: was the threat assessment reasonable?
The jury
and was
is
response
getting a
reasonable
neck ache
based on
right
what the
now.
individual officer had perceived
Because
and the
they're
information that
doing
they-
this.
or the meaning that they assigned to it. And so when we're looking at that, we're evaluating that case against the law, the policy, and the training of that individual officer, and then comparing the law, the policy, and training of the individual officer against their performance and against their decision making, as we understand it from the objective evidence. We then will make those comparisons and evaluate how those things stack up, and then we'll write a report that provide our opinions on that. The biggest part of our methodology is we're trying to figure out what the officer observed. So we'll talk about this concept of observe, orient, decide, and act. So what did they observe? What meaning did they assign to it? Part of the methodology is then to apply human performance factors across each of those domains, observe, orient, decide, and act, to see how an ordinary human would operate under those same conditions. And then another big part is we look at video evidence, and part of the methodology is to distinguish very clearly that a video is not a proxy for an officer's experience. The video does not tell you what the officer perceived, what they paid attention to. And so part of our methodology is to really be careful not to equate a video with the officer's perception.
Hey.
And one of the things I think that you've mentioned was the local training and policy records of the agency.
Just putting
Yes.
Nick
Why
to
is that
sleep.
important to consider?
The standard by which we're judging the officer's performance is the local policy and the law of that jurisdiction. So we'll look at the state law, we'll look at the local law, then we'll look at
Well,
their policies. And
how
their training,
refreshing
because
is
those are the
that
standards
for
and
an
expectations
expert in
that we're
this
gonna judge their
case?
performance against relative to their threat assessment and response.
And your methodology conforms to the standards of generally accepted, or is generally accepted by professionals in your field?
It is.
Move to admit. Move to admit. Move to admit. Cameraman, do something. Move to admit.
And you've talked a little bit about human factors and officer decision-making under stress as widely understood and incorporated by reasonably trained police practices and use of force experts. Part of your analysis here will include some of those factors, but your testimony will be limited to what you've talked about so far today, right?
Right. So when I talk about any human performance issue, I'll talk about it in the concept of what a police practices expert and use force expert would generally understand about the incorporation of those factors. I'm not a scientific expert. Like I said, I think that I can't talk about the concepts. Well, I will likely talk about the concept as any other police practices expert might. I think we heard from the other experts talking about some of those general concepts. The distinction between me as a police practices expert and a scientific expert is that I will tell you what we typically see in policing and what we expect during the investigations. But if you need to know why those things are occurring or if they specifically occurred in an individual, that's not something that I or any of the police practice or witnesses can tell you. Oftentimes, only the individual officer can tell you whether they're experiencing something. Our job is essentially to say, relative to human performance, if one side says there was a sound and the officer must have heard it, and he's lying if he says he didn't, we would simply say there are other explanations that could also explain that phenomenon. We're not saying which one applied. That's up to you guys to believe. But we're going to say if you're going to hold out that the officer has to be lying, we're going to say, well, there are other human performance issues that could also explain that phenomenon, and we're just going to make sure that the trier of fact is aware of those as well.
And in some of your reviews of other cases, have there ever been instances where you found that's not the case?
What's not the case?
That they, based on the review, that there may not be other things that play into how the officer is conducting himself in a use of force.
Yeah, so if
No, there was body cam on the officer. There was also cell phone from Loyola's passenger. There was ring camera from across the street. And then Schurr also had a dash cam in his vehicle. So we've seen 4 different angles of video of all of this. And the video doesn't look good. But based on the expert testimony and the officer's testimony and other police officers' testimony, I could see where you could find reasonable doubt. So, but it just looks really bad. I don't know. It just looks really bad. And I don't want to necessarily condone cops, go ahead and shooting people. So I think there were plenty of other steps that this officer could have taken, probably should have taken. The biggest one for me is when he draws his service weapon, instead of shooting the guy in the back of the head, stand up, step back, train your weapon on the guy. That's my biggest thing. Like, he could have done that. He was on top of the guy. So I don't know. I don't know. Nick, where are you on this?
The further away I get from those 2 experts, the more conflicted I get.
I started off guilty. I'm like, that video is bad. He's guilty. Like, I see it right there. If it was me, I would have stood up. And so he's guilty in my mind instead of taking that shot.
Create distance. Because even if you pick up the gun, you are almost in direct contact with the other person with the risk of losing your gun.
Where the expert left off yesterday, the bow tie guy, I was like, the defendant doesn't even need to testify. I'd vote not guilty right now.
Yeah.
But they continued to call witnesses. The defendant testified.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way the defendant testified. I didn't like the things he said.
They should have ended with those 2 experts. Those should have been the last 2 people to talk to the jury.
Yeah, I just this is tough for me. I don't know where I'd end up voting if I was on the jury right now. I really don't, and that's kind of scary.
There's every impression that we only defend cops or that there's no cop we're not willing to defend. There are a lot of cases we review where there's no human performance issue or police practices issue that's going to explain an excessive use of force. So our analysis will not change, and there are plenty of cases we evaluate where a human performance issue is not going to help explain a bad police decision or an excessive use of force.
Yeah, Schurr testified earlier today.
You reviewed Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield's report in this case?
I have.
And
He was
do
the
you
first
agree with their
witness today,
methodology?
so if you want to go back later.
Jack, he doesn't qualify for anything. I don't know what he's doing.
The prosecutor said, I'm going to object. He hasn't been qualified of anything yet. She hasn't even moved. This guy's been on the stand for an hour, and he hasn't even been qualified as an expert yet.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move for admission of Mr. Clean as an expert in police practices, police tactics, policy, and the use of force.
I'm not going to
I would move for admission of Mr. Clean as an expert in police practices, police tactics, policy.
Did he say?
And
Did you say Mr. Clean? I guess that's his name, but he looks like Mr. Clean with an N.
And Mr. Clean, have you reviewed Professor Stoughton's report and Mr. Bloomfield's report in this case?
Yes, I have.
And do you agree with their methodology?
No, I do not.
Why not?
There are 2 main errors that are inconsistent with how reasonably well-trained experts would perform this type of investigation. The 2 biggest ones that I noticed that I would disagree with is one, well, maybe 3. They don't actually apply human performance issues to their analysis. They I think potentially led the jury to the impression that there are generally accepted police practices and standards that officers, whether they have ever heard of them or not, are supposed to be held up against. That is absolutely not true. Officers are not held up against standards that they've never been made aware of. And we'll talk about that, I think, at length of why that is. Another major issue with their methodology is this case or any use of force case to be evaluated through the lens of the officer who's involved.
Nick,
so you might
not know
hear that we look at it from a reasonably well-trained police officer. It's under the totality of circumstances, was it reasonable for that officer to believe, based on the information they had in the circumstances they were in, based on their knowledge, that there was a reasonable belief of the threat of death associated bodily injury? What we heard from Professor Stoughton and I think Mr. Bloomfield is that there was sort of this sort of, I call it an avatar. There's this magical, reasonable officer, reasonably well-trained officer, and they even said, what would a reasonably well-trained officer have perceived? Well, if you understand what they just did there, they're saying that it doesn't matter what this officer perceived. What would some magical imaginary officer have perceived? And that's what we're going to hold him against. That is beyond human performance capability. So those are 3 areas where the methodology was inconsistent with what is generally accepted as a methodology for evaluating these cases. And there's a 4th one.
Do you know who Mr.
You
Clean
don't use
is?
a video. It's very difficult to use a video and then determine from that what an officer was thinking or what they were.
Nick, do you know who Mr. Clean
It's
is?
an objective.
I know who Mr. Clean is.
2-dimensional video. It has nothing to
He
do with
does the job you hate.
And yet we heard some evidence from them that they relied on the video to tell us whether an officer did or did not.
That is totally Mr. Clean.
Yeah.
Have you, and you
Yeah,
mentioned,
he does the work you hate,
testimony.
but you still
also
have to
watched
do
this
the
trial
work.
Sunday?
I have.
Why haven't you been here in the courtroom with us?
Objection, what's the relevance?
I can't put the package out on the floor and it
I guess I
magically
can move on
washes
it.
the floor
If the
for
jury
me.
hasn't seen it, I just wanted to explain why. But we don't have to.
I do love the magic eraser.
Well, if you need to drink water or anything, you can.
Thank you.
All right, so have you reviewed the incident involving Officer Schurr and the use of deadly force against Mr. Lyoya?
I have, yes.
And what have you reviewed in this case?
I have an extensive list. I looked at the videos, I looked at the officer statements, I looked at the autopsies, I looked at the Michigan laws, I looked at this case has been working its way through courts in various levels. So I looked at the basically the appellate record, the record of the case to kind of figure out what the law is. I've looked at the local policies. I've listened to the testimony of the experts, including the trainers. I think I've got a much longer, extensive list attached to my report, but those are basically the things I rely on.
Based on your review of those and your expertise, is it your opinion that a reasonable officer in Officer Schurr's situation believed that deadly force was necessary at the time it was used?
Yes, after evaluating this case, I think it was not only reasonable for an officer to believe that he was facing, in his situation, was facing a threat of death or serious bodily injury, but after listening to that testimony, these officers are specifically trained to believe that, based on the testimony you heard from your Axon experts, your taser experts, and the taser warning labels. These officers are actually trained to believe that they were facing a threat of death or serious bodily injury.
Yeah, that's what I was
Someone
thinking,
has
the
taken
earring.
a taser
I kind
from
of want to
an
put an
innocent
earring
person
on him.
against them.
And why is the fact that the suspect had taken control of Officer Schurr's taser significant?
Yeah, so you heard this concept of intent, capability, and opportunity. So when we evaluate that imminent threat, we do something very similar to what Professor Stoughton described. We break it down a little bit further. It might be a little bit more useful, but we look at intent, ability, means, and opportunity. And if the officer reasonably believes, like they don't have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, they obviously don't have time for that. But if an officer reasonably believes that the person has the apparent intent, the apparent ability, the apparent means, and the apparent opportunity to inflict death or serious bodily injury, then they are authorized to use a quality of force to immediately and decisively stop the threat. They can use force to stop the threat right now. So in this case, when we look at physical ability, he's moving, he's wrestling, he's gripping. I don't think there's any serious contention that he had physical ability to use that weapon. The means is where the taser comes into place. When we're analyzing the means, that's the weapon itself. And so was it reasonable for an officer to believe that a suspect who has wrestled a taser away from them has the means to inflict death or serious bodily injury? And again, is it reasonable for them to believe that? We heard extensive testimony that not only was it reasonable for them to believe that the Axon expert actually believes that himself and testified to that, as did Professor Kroll. So that's the means itself. So the importance of it is in an imminent threat analysis, like Professor Stone talked about, we're looking at intent, ability, means, and opportunity.
Yul Brenner. Yeah,
taser
maybe
itself is
Yul
the
Brenner.
means. So what we're left with is the opportunity and the intent.
I'm going to go with
And
Mr. Clean.
we can
I
talk
like
a little
that.
bit about why I believe those things were present at this case. And again, why do I believe it would be reasonable for an officer to believe they were present in this case? We can talk about that, but right now I'll just stop with the means itself.
And you mentioned that the framework is similar to Professor Stoughton, but differs in some ways? Or is
Yeah,
it-
across the country, there's some variations of that. It's actually not a legal requirement. It's kind of a useful after the fact tool to use. So we've seen intent, capability, opportunity. We've seen intent, opportunity, jeopardy. We use intent, ability, means, opportunity just to flesh it out a little bit more.
And is it your opinion that in this case, Mr. Lyoya had the apparent intent because he fought very hard to disarm the officer? He didn't throw it away. He disobeyed the officer's commands repeatedly. He was capable of using it and began turning towards the officer.
Now we're leaving because she's.
Okay, I'll ask you I'll withdraw that. What is your
There's
opinion?
so
of the
much
apparent
leading.
intent of Mr. Lyoya?
Right. So one, the officers are trained to believe
Yeah.
they take their weapon.
You give the answers in the question and then whoopsie, let me withdraw that. Just
Let me read
repeat
an
what I
entire.
just said.
But it was like, let me read an entire book to you, and then you just confirm that what I just said is right.
They use it against you. What is particularly relevant in this case is that Mr. Lyoya did not just take the weapon and throw it away. He took the weapon, transitioned hands, and held it in a position capable of being utilized, which is a simple trigger press. Is it reasonable for an officer to believe that someone who has struggled that hard to take your weapon has the intent to use it when they've taken the time to transition it to what is typically a dominant hand, and to hold it in a manner that's consistent with its use and also does not throw it away? So based on that and his earlier failure or his refusal to obey lawful commands, the aggressiveness with which he resisted the arrest, those things to me would fall a similar situated officer in those conditions. Not only would it be reasonable for them to believe that, and as a trainer, we would actually train them to believe that. And I think that was consistent.
What was that?
Officer Schurr received.
I sneeze.
In your opinion, would it be reasonable for an officer to believe that Mr. Lyoya, by displaying the apparent intent, ability, means, and opportunity, pose a threat that could cause a person in Officer Schurr's situation and position to fear death or serious bodily harm?
Yes, again, it's just a reasonable belief. He doesn't have to actually be correct, but in this case, I believe
Such
it
a
was,
long
or an officer in
question.
his position would have been. We talked about intent, ability, and means. The final thing, but part of my opinion, was opportunity. And the question is, would it be reasonable for an officer in Officer Schurr's position to believe that Mr. Lyoya could actually turn fast enough and use that weapon against him? That's the opportunity. Was he in close enough proximity? So reaching under his arm or touching his leg, all those things were available from that distance, appeared to be available. But what I focused on as a grappler and a wrestler and a jiu-jitsu guy was how fast can someone in a tabletop position, as you've heard it described, actually spin and become flat on their back such that they're actually facing the officer. And that happens in, I think one officer said,
I don't think
a second and a half. It's actually much faster. That can happen in half a second.
Lyola's
so
dominant hand was ever identified.
In that tabletop position, or myself, you can actually turn and spin and face that officer faster than they can do anything to stop it. We heard, I think, quite a bit of testimony on action versus reaction. That's what that's describing. Once that suspect decides to start to turn,
But left-handed
it's going to be
people
too late for
are
the officer to then
unnatural, and that's why they're so
engage
killable.
an amount of force or quality of force to actually stop them from doing it. So officers are not trained, and nor did I think they were trained from this testimony, specific to this case, to wait until someone points a gun at them, points a taser at them, or begins the assault against them. Is it reasonable for them to believe that if they don't do something right now, that they are an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury? And based on those four components and my analysis of this case, I didn't see this as a close case. As tragic as it is, I think any reasonable officer in Officer Schurr's position could have believed that that was necessary.
How do police officers, or how are they usually trained to perceive a threat posed by someone in possession of a taser during a close quarter struggle?
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned. We heard that testimony, I think, as well, that officers are trained with someone that
How
actually
many
takes
more
your taser.
witnesses
You
do
are
you
trained to
think
believe
they
that
have
you
after
use
this
it.
guy,
And
Nick?
these are just reasonable inferences. So I got to make this very clear. A threat assessment and a response are just educated guesses by the officer. They don't know what's about to happen. The meaning
I think they, unless the judge puts a stop to it, they have 28 more.
Inferences, which is why
You
they
really
don't have
think they're
training,
going to go
education,
with all
experience,
28
about
more?
moral policy they've never heard of. We don't hold it against them. We evaluate them based on their training, their education, their experience.
If they think it's
and so based on that,
possible
when you
or
evaluate them,
necessary,
they turn and use the weapon. I found it was consistent.
it will be harder to rebut everything
And is it
if
consistent
they get
with
all
standard
the.
police training or generally accepted
That's
practice
true.
to use deadly
Yeah,
force?
the prosecution more or less only had 2 experts.
Why? Is there anything in addition to what you've already
What
said?
are they going to use on rebuttal?
So when we're looking at an individual officer's decision, the question is, is it lawful for them to use a quality of force to stop the threat immediately?
They're going to call
death or serious bodily injury. What is the
Dr.
quality of force that
S,
will immediately stop?
expert
Hitting
in
the head
blah,
with a
blah,
flashlight, I
blah.
can tell you from experience, does not
They're going to
immediately stop
recall
the
him,
threat.
I bet.
Pepper spray is not going to stop this threat. He had to choose a quality of force that would immediately and decisively stop the threat.
Yeah, they
Actually,
have
isn't
called
that reasonable?
more witnesses than the
That's something
state
I
now.
consistently see across the country. I don't like generally accepted police practices as a standard or as an evaluated model. But if you're asking me, do I consistently see across the country? I have personally, as a police practice expert and trainer, talked to hundreds of officers and asked them specifically, how are you guys trained if someone takes your taser? And it almost to a person with very little exception is we escalate to deadly force. Escalate to deadly force. If someone disarms you with a taser, you escalate to deadly force. Now you will hear a lot of people say, well, it's under the circumstances, lots of things to consider. To me, in this setting, that's almost a cop out. It's like, okay, well, what were the circumstances?
But even the
Let's
defendant
evaluate
on the
them and let's
stand
decide what
was
those
a little
circumstances was
boring.
So
Yeah.
the question, was it reasonable for an officer
The
to believe,
defense tactic might be, oh, they didn't rebut this, they didn't rebut that, they didn't talk about this expert at all. Look how weak
Once
their
an officer
case
makes a
is.
decision to use deadly force, do they need to
I
Maybe.
would love closing arguments
No,
on
and
Monday.
Very clearly, the courts have said repeatedly, officers are not
Let the
required to try to
jury
overcome
have the
force in
entire
self-defense,
week to
particularly a
deliberate.
deadly force encounter. The question is, are they facing a threat of death or serious bodily injury? Is it reasonable for them to believe that? And then what quality of force is necessary to immediately and decisively stop that threat?
And what are, I know you kind of said that you base a lot of this on people you've trained across the country. Is there anything else that you base this opinion on? Have you relied on anything or any of the testimony that you've heard in this case that would be consistent with
Well, I mean, if the question is, was it reasonable for an officer in Officer Schurr's position with his knowledge and training and understanding of his own policies? We heard, I also would rely on the trainers of the agency that trained him and the policies that he was being subjected to determine whether or not his belief was reasonable. And so I also considered that.
Now I want to move on to the reasonableness of the foot pursuit and arrest attempt. We heard Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield criticize Officer Schurr for initiating a foot pursuit. Based on your review of this case and the Grand Rapids policies, procedures, the culture, was the pursuit within the standard of law enforcement agencies across the country?
Yeah, there's again, I will tell you, there's not a concept of generally accepted police practices that you can hold an officer against. If you're asking what we see from my perspective, having looked at jurisdictions across the country, you're going to see policies that are silent on the issue. They tell the officers, they address the officer in training. They address the issue of single officer pursuit or double officer pursuit based on just be aware of the risks that are involved in that and then make a good decision or make a decision. But there are a lot of agencies that have solo officer foot pursuits and encourage them, actually award their officers for engaging in them. Because if you understand what's happening, when you have a policy that says we only want officers to run with 2 officers, or we don't want you to do a solo officer pursuit, All that policy is doing is saying in our jurisdiction, we're trying to balance the risk against the officer with the risk to the community. And an agency that says we don't want solo officers to pursue a suspect are basically saying we're going to prioritize officer safety over community safety in this moment. We're going to let the guy go and let the community deal with the safety concerns because we're prioritizing officer safety. Other agencies are like, no, our officers are supposed to assume risk so that the community doesn't have to. So if someone takes off running, of course it's dangerous. And that's what we pay officers to do, is to confront dangerous criminals and to actually go and arrest people. And so in those jurisdictions, they might prioritize community safety and crime prevention over officer safety. So you're going to see them across the country taking different approaches, and each approach is really based on how that individual agency and jurisdiction wants to prioritize at least those two competing interests.
And in your view, was the foot pursuit and physical arrest attempt reasonable and aligned with how a Grand Rapids police officer would approach law enforcement?
Yeah, based on the testimony, there's no prohibition on an officer doing that, and you see that all across the country. There's plenty of agencies that officers still chase bad guys.
And do officers receive training to balance the risks of foot pursuits against their duty to apprehend fleeing suspects?
Yes.
And what are some of the things that you see?
And so what is understood in law enforcement training and tactics is tactics are discretionary. There's not a single tactical solution. There's just tactical options. And when an officer is facing a tactical scenario, they have to make their decisions based on risk, benefits, and trade-offs. And they're the ones that do it in real time based on some things just like their confidence level. Are they tired that day? Are they injured that day? The officer gets to decide because there's so many variables. And I know this is true in Grand Rapids. They consider there are so many variables. They're not going to write a policy on foot pursuits because they need individual officers in that moment to make those decisions. And so when you look at the types of things that officers consider in that risk, benefits, and trade-offs, you do look at, well, how tired am I? How far is my nearest backup? How, am I going to chase? Am I actually going to catch the guy? Is he bigger, stronger, faster than me? What do I know about the area relative to crime? What time of day is it? There are so many variables that go into that quick decision that a lot of places don't have a specific policy. And here's what's really important. All of these considerations and the totality of the circumstances of every decision, right? You keep hearing that. Do I chase or not? Well, it depends on the totality of the circumstances. Understand the totality of circumstances are things that we consider in a classroom setting and we talk about them, and then we go into a training room and we operationalize them, we implement them, we do it in training so that they become aware of them. Once you're out on the street, you're not doing a math problem where you're counting the number of people and looking at the time of day. You're looking at it very quickly and saying, I've seen this before, and you make a decision. That's the heuristic decision, a rule of thumb decision, right? So we don't ask, and the courts don't require this, for officers to engage in this sort of library scholar approach to the totality of circumstances in that moment. The totality of circumstances are things we incorporate in training and in lecture, and then we look at after the fact in the evaluation. But in the moment, we expect in a critical incident, this is also in Stoughton's book, so I don't think he would disagree with this, that officers are expected to engage, are not expected to engage in slow, deliberate, rational decision-making during a critical incident. They're expected to engage in what we call fast and frugal, system one, fast, heuristic decision-making. Why that works for cops is because all those totality of circumstances are things that we put in training. And so you heard their trainer say, we try to develop realistic training so that when they're on the street, I don't think he said automatic, but it's conditioned, it's automatic, because you do not have time to do that math problem in real time, in many cases. And I think you asked that question, we'll come back to it later, but there are times when you can do slow, deliberate, rational decision-making. I think one of the experts talked about that. And there are times—
No objection to the officer still chasing bad guys. The prosecutor's position is
talking
stupid.
about some of these tactics. Are officers trained to follow a single tactical response?
No, like I mentioned, it's cost, it's risk benefits trade-offs. There's tactical options. There's not tactical solutions. Sometimes you're actually encouraged to engage in agile thinking and thinking outside the box. And you're looking at a novel situation and you come up with some weird tactic and you go, hey, that actually worked. Tactics are basically feedback loops. You try them, you get feedback, you might alter and try something different. But this is happening in real time and it's happening very quickly. And it's really important to understand that tactics, almost after any event, we could always go back in hindsight and say, oh, I might have done that different. I might have done that better. Officers are not required to try the optimal solutions. They're required to use a reasonable solution. After the fact, it is widely understood in the tactics world, you can always improve it. And using this court as an example, the attorneys will go back after this and do an after-action review and say, I shouldn't have asked that question, or maybe I was a little bit too aggressive with that witness. And they say, I probably should have handled that one a little different. Every single real-time decision-making event, which is what's happening here in real time, requires you to do risk benefit and trade-offs very quickly. The difference is an officer involved in a critical incident, the consequences are much greater than maybe in a court.
And do officers sometimes have to assume personal risk to prevent exposing the public to danger?
Yes, that's what we expect of police officers, and that's what they're hired, equipped, and trained to do, is to assume the risk on behalf of the community.
And when someone suggests just to let the suspect go, what are the implications of that approach?
That you are prioritizing officer safety over public safety. You are predicting that if you let the guy go, that there will be no harm, but the officer will certainly be safer. The problem with that, what cops know, as we say, what officers know based on their experience, is that suspects who are let go does not mean the next time you come across them, they're not going to be more violent or armed or barricaded. We have case after case across the country where suspects are let go and the next day officers are killed going to serve the warrant. So when you hear this creative approach, is the most generous way I could say it, that you just wave goodbye and let the guy go and you get him another day, keep in mind that they are only imagining that getting him another day is going to be safer. There's no guarantee of that. And we have officers recently in Syracuse, they let a guy go to get a warrant served the next day, 3 officers were shot.
Your Honor, this is directly relevant. These are examples of things that police officers are trained to look for. As Mr. Becker pointed out to Officer Schurr, there was an example of a Seattle Police Department shooting within their training.
Within the context of the expert, you can only apply the best in this particular case in forming an opinion. So I'm just saying the objection with respect to this witness on bringing up examples.
Based on your review of Grand Rapids policies and training, I believe in your, did you create a report in this
I
case?
did, yes, ma'am.
And I believe you pointed this out in your report. Does Grand Rapids have a policy that emphasizes confronting an individual or confronting someone who's running away or rather than avoiding it?
Well, they do. I have my copy of my report. I can read what it is in their policy specifically if I can refer to my report.
Does he have permission to refer to his report? I think it's on. And actually, I think I have it here. It's Defendant Exhibit E2. Or sorry, it's the manual of conduct. It's E7. If you find. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So to answer the question,
The
is
judge
yes,
is
in Grand
teaching
Rapids
the
Police
defense
Directive,
attorney
as I
how to
manual
lawyer.
conduct, paragraph 12.1 B through F. Employees shall professionally and completely perform their assigned duties and responsibilities of their positions. Employees shall perform their duties in a manner that is compliant with the highest standards of
I
efficiency
don't
and the goals of the
know,
department.
Derek. I don't
Unsatisfactory
know.
performance may be demonstrated by unwillingness or inability to perform assigned tasks.
This case is so weird because this is like polar opposites. Normally it's the prosecutor putting up a bunch of repetitive witnesses and boring the jury to death. And in this case, it's the exact opposite. I mean,
Yeah, and usually it is the defense that screws up in cross-examination. Here it is the prosecution.
Yeah.
So this guy will probably be even more credible after the cross-examination.
Yeah.
Failure to conform to work standards established for your rank, grade, or position. Failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a criminal act, disorder, or other condition requiring or deserving of a police response. The neglect of your duty or the display of cowardice.
And what did you interpret that to mean in the context of this analysis? Or how did that apply
When
here?
Grand Rapids police officers are making decisions on whether they pursue or not pursue a criminal, or whether a criminal has decided they want to be arrested or not to be arrested, that they have this guidance that they are actually being encouraged to take appropriate action on occasion of a criminal act. They're being encouraged to actually enforce the law and to not shirk from their responsibility to act just because it's dangerous to them.
Oh, I wish,
is this
Christine.
consistent
I
with
wish.
Standard police practices in Grand Rapids or anywhere in the country?
It
And
needs
so whenever
to
I do a
be.
report, a review
Yeah.
of a case like this is one of the first things I look for, because it's very consistent now, particularly it's very consistent now in these types of cases where we're seeing things like just let the guy go, from some experts. And so we're constantly having to go to the policy of the agency and say that is absolutely inconsistent with the expectations of the agency itself who trained this officer.
And I know there's been this generally accepted police practices term that's been thrown around. I guess we'll talk about that in a little bit, but is it consistent that a police officer's tactics, if a police officer's tactics are imperfect, that they lose the right to self-defense?
No, nowhere in the country are officers been trained that if their tactics are suboptimal or imperfect or don't comply with some concept of generally accepted police practice, that they lose the right to defend themselves or that they lose their law enforcement authority.
I know.
In
He's
your
only
opinion,
the
does
fifth
choosing
one,
not to
Aaron,
engage
right?
in a threat shift the risk from the officer to the public and to other officers who may have to confront the suspect in the future?
Right. So that's what I mentioned earlier, that when you stop, when you pull back for officer safety, for safety yourself, you're basically deferring the danger to the next
I don't
person
know.
that's
The
in front of the
openings were
person actually,
short. I think the
arresting.
closings will be short too.
And in this case, was Officer Schurr's decision to pursue the suspect a reflection of that
You can
duty
stream
to assume the
anything you
risk,
want, Christine.
as
Yeah.
someone, as a police officer?
I don't know.
We
if he was
are
doing what I saw was consistent with an
almost
officer
done
who was
here,
assuming personal
but-
risk rather than letting the guy go.
And throughout this trial, did you hear Professor Stoughton, and possibly Mr. Bloomfield, say that Officer Schurr's decision to deploy his taser at a close range was inconsistent with law enforcement training?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with that?
No, and I think we heard plenty of testimony at this point that it's a close range cartridge. It's designed to be used in close quarters. There's no prohibition on using it there. If it's used and it doesn't work immediately, there's a third point of contact. I have not ever heard that it's not. I think part of the argument was that he stood too close and allowed him to take it. And again, that's shifting consequences of the suspect's behavior to the officer. An officer can stand where he needs to stand. It would be tantamount to saying if an officer gets punched in the face, he shouldn't have been standing so close, and therefore he's responsible.
You know what? That's a
the
fair
logic behind that.
assessment.
Deployment in close quarters was unreasonable because it
That
allowed
young
him to
lady
take- it allowed
shouldn't
him
have
to
been
deflect
wearing
the
her
line.
skirt so
It's
short,
just a
sort of
just a
idea,
use of force.
right?
That
All right, I can get
they're
behind that.
imperfect and they're ugly, and after the fact, you might have wished you stepped back or you might have wished you stepped closer, but there was nothing that made that unreasonable.
So why did they turn the microphones off all of a sudden?
They do this once in a while. I
And
don't know
the
why.
suggestion from some of the opposing experts suggests that the officer should have disengaged at that point. Are officers trained to disengage when a suspect is attempting to disarm them?
No, and what I noticed about that is as long as Officer Schurr was fighting for that taser, then he was not facing a risk of death or serious bodily injury so long as he maintained possession of that taser. He was fighting to avoid, I'll say he was fighting. I don't know why he was doing it. What I saw in the video and what I heard in his testimony was consistent with an officer who is fighting to maintain possession of that taser precisely so he doesn't have to escalate to deadly force. He's fighting to not have to shoot this guy because, as we heard, once he gains sole possession of that firearm, we go back to intent, ability, means, and opportunity. Right now, if you can infer intent, ability, and opportunity, the only thing he didn't have was the means. And Officer Schurr fighting to prevent him from accessing that means meant he didn't have to shoot him.
And based on your review, was Officer Schurr's attempt to retain his taser and get it back consistent with a reasonable officer's effort?
Well, like Nick said, I think the worst thing that the defense has going for them are the other officers that showed up on scene because they did it correctly. They followed policy. They trained their firearms and gave commands and expected the guy to put his hands up and walk backwards, which he did, and they kept their distance. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the policy is correct. I don't think the policy is what this officer did. But what he's saying is that just because the officer violated policy doesn't mean that he loses his right to self-defense. That's what the witness was saying, which I agree with.
To avoid having to resort to deadly force?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever been tased?
I have.
Can you tell us about that? How did it feel?
The experience of being tased with probes was, for me, I challenged the guys. We all did this.
Not really.
And I say, if I get to you, I get to hit you, right? It gives you that mindset of I'm really going to try hard. And I couldn't.
The cross didn't even make an impression
I was
on
totally
me.
immobilized and I had people catch me. That was not the worst experience. It hurts. It stopped me. I couldn't defend myself for sure. The worst one was I was grappling, not in a fight. I was grappling almost in a training scenario. When another officer drive stunned me on top of the head to break up the grappling match, and I had that experience, and it was brutal. You heard from Dr. Kroll. It's the first time I heard that explained. Everything stopped. My eyes slammed shut. There was electricity that I saw. They told me it wasn't actual electricity, but everything stopped. I could not think of anything. My hands went straight up. The benefit was he just did it and stopped. He didn't hold it on there. But it felt like a stake was being driven into the top of my head, and there was nothing else important in the world other than to make that pain go away. And it made it worse, as Dr. Kroll pointed out, because I didn't know what it was. I wasn't expecting it, and it was a pain like I'd never experienced before.
And once you felt that pain, what happened? What happened? Were you able to do anything else at that moment?
During that pain, no. Until it was done, there was nothing else I cared to do other than make that thing go away.
Did it feel like someone pushing your head with their thumb?
No.
We talked a little bit about this term, but can you explain the term generally accepted police practice in the profession?
Yeah, I can tell you what it's not. The generally accepted police practice is not a national standard. There were certain, if you're looking at things that we see consistently across the country, yes, there are certain things that are consistent, but that's not a standard by which we hold officers accountable to. They're generally accepted police practice.
The real question was the exciting part.
When you heard about, for example, PERF and IACP and DOJ consent decrees and Lexipol, all of these organizations might have sort of model policies, sort of maybe procedural policies, and some of it's going to overlap. And all that stuff that overlaps, you can say, yeah, this is pretty consistent across the country. These are things you see frequently. What is critically important is that those organizations frequently do not agree on what those practices are. Some of those organizations, like the Police Executive Research Forum, their whole purpose is to elevate policing beyond the U.S. legal standard, beyond the constitutional standard. They want it to be harder for police, and that's their stated purpose. And so they're going to make certain recommendations that are consistent with that. IACP is probably the largest body of model policies, and they're trying to be able to write policies and considerations for the broadest range of police. And they're very attuned, because I'm on their legal officer section. IACP is very attuned to the cultural and political pressures that are on police, but they're also very dedicated to focusing on operational and tactical realities. And so if you look at history, you're going to find that what was being told to you are generally accepted practice. Those very organizations have had very strenuous debates about what is and isn't an acceptable or generally accepted police practice, or what the standard should be. DOJ civil rights, you heard this little idea about generally accepted practices will percolate up from the industry and that these organizations merely reflect that. That is not how that works. Those organizations are, some of them are activist organizations, some of them are political organizations, some of them are educational organizations and associations, professional associations, and they all have different priorities. What they're trying to do is from the top down influence the industry. DOJ consent decrees, for example, they're the opposite of generally accepted police practice. They're actually trying to get organizations to adopt certain standards under threat of litigation. These are standards that aren't generally accepted by police, but that the DOJ civil rights consent decree can force them on organizations under threat of litigation. So if you're looking at generally accepted police practice, the only thing you really need to take away is they are not national standards, and they're not a standard by which you would judge an individual officer's performance who has never even heard of these standards.
And did you hear Professor Stoughton's definition of what he believes generally accepted police practices are?
I did.
Without going into all the weeds of that debate, do you agree with him?
No.
Why not?
again, what he was imagining is that all of these various international organizations and associations somehow has some consistency among them that create a national standard. But each of those organizations have documents.
None of his prior
issues. These are not.
He had no prior issues, and in fact, the defense tried to get out a lot of his glowing acclamations that he received while as a police officer, and the prosecution pushed back on that quite a bit. They were able to get him actually in, though, so that was good. But yeah, no prior issues at all. He was just a good cop.
Yeah.
Intended to create a national standard. Local agencies are only to use these for consideration in developing their own policies.
And I think you heard or you saw the testimony of Captain Cyber.
I did.
Earlier in the week. And Mr. Becker had questioned him about the IACP considerations on foot pursuits. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe, is this the document? Okay, so this is the foot pursuits July 2019 IACP considerations packet. And on this, it talks about the considerations, concepts, and issues and need to know. Do you know what these terms mean from the IACP?
Well, they have definition sections, and I'm happy to read them. But generally speaking, a model policy is a starting point. It's a framework that people can look at. Essentially, the way I look at a model policy is that you can go home and cook yourself a meal, and you can do it from scratch, or you can go to a buffet who's already cooked the meals, and you get to pick from the buffet which ones you want. So a model policy is sort of that. It's what we did at Electrical. We create a starting point for you. It's supposed to be more efficient. Ideally, it reflects various the federal law, your local laws. But when we do a model policy, by the way, model policies do not ever automatically transition into a local policy. There's a process for that. But it's like just an off-the-shelf convenience. That's a model policy. What that is a considerations paper. It is by definition not a policy. It's just interesting things that smart people have thought about, and they're like, hey, as you guys are developing your policies, here's things we think you should think about as well. Here's things
I do like that, because it is. They sit up there in their ivory towers in this academic world, and they're like, these are all of these model policies. We have the same with law. Like there's the ABA, right? The American Bar Association. It has no authority, and it comes up with these grandiose ideas of what model rules should be, or ethical obligations, or court rules, and they're just like high and lofty goals. They don't mean anything. They're an idea that someone might pick up and apply in some state, but they don't mean anything.
Yeah. And then you have the politicians who, I'm going to be tough on crimes. No, you want to make it easier to convict. That's different.
Yeah.
And they make these ridiculous laws that may or may not hold up in higher court, and then all of a sudden you can't have the bend of a banana can't be more than this amount of degrees, like the European Union has.
Oh God.
I mean, it says under considerations offered as an alternative to the bright line directives found in model policy. Instead of providing exact policy language, the considerations document outlines items that agencies should address and provide options that agencies should examine when developing their own policies on the topic. Is that your understanding of what that means?
Yes.
And how do you train officers or agencies to create their policies? How do agencies look at these types of consideration papers when creating their own local policy?
Well, I can tell you what's a consistent across either CALIA, which we heard a little bit about, or IACP, or DMS5, or Lexipol. I'll use Lexipol because it's one I'm most familiar with. When you take a model policy, Lexipol is not going to defend the policy in court. What we do is we call air gapping it, because we understand when we write the model policy, ultimately the local jurisdiction is the one who has to own those decisions. And so they're going to take our model policy. What we would encourage them to do is work with their senior law enforcement officials, their prosecutor's office, their legal advisors. We're going to ask them to talk to their politicians. We're going to ask them to talk to their officers. All of those stakeholders are going to become part of what in this model policy do we think reflects our culture and our capabilities and our resources, and what do we just absolutely reject? We don't like that at all. And there's plenty of examples within each policy of things that they can choose from. So some people don't like the carotid neck restraint. They just think it looks bad, and so they don't want to have it in their policy. They'll say, we'll keep that at deadly force. Other ones are like, nope, it's incredibly safe. We're going to put it down there with pepper spray. Fine, those are their choices to make. So when we look at this idea of the stakeholders meeting to decide what in the model policy do we like, what are we going to incorporate, we expect it to involve their legal advisors, we expect it to involve their police officers. Once they've done that, we also would like it to include their community members. And so you'll have community listening groups where you're going to present these policies. I recently did this in Bakersfield, California. So you'll have the ACLU there, you'll have community members, you have your local police, and then you'll have someone like me to come in and talk about what are generally understood concepts and concerns about use of force investigations or use of force in practice. And then in those listening groups, the community then gets to say, we like that or we don't like that. That's where you might see a community says, we don't want you chasing bad guys. We don't want you chasing them through our cities. Other ones are like, we absolutely want you chasing them through our cities. And that's where those policies are ultimately shaped. Once the local government, right, whether it's the chief of police or to their politicians, however they decide to approve it, they decide how they want to craft it based on their resources, their risk assessments, their insurance requirements is a big part of it. They will then adopt it. We call it air gapping it, because once they adopt it and they own it and they sign it, Lexipol is no longer on the hook for the decisions they made. because they made those decisions based on their local considerations.
And in evaluating a Grand Rapids police officer's conduct, how would someone compare that to the national ideal? Would it be something that would be compared to these national standards or the department's policy and constitutional law?
Now, ultimately, when they're doing the crafting of it, when they're taking these model policies and they're bringing it down to their local, that's where those discussions are being had and those considerations. But once they made their decisions, the binding policy, the binding expectations on the officer is what they're trained against. And again, we have a concept called operationalizing policy. We can't hold an officer accountable to their performance on the street simply because a piece of paper has words on it. What has to happen once that piece of paper with words on it is approved by the local jurisdiction, it then has to get incorporated into training. Then they have to train against that policy. Sometimes they have lectures and then they put it in their training.
This is okay. So now, after
so long it was good training.
2 hours of this guy on the stand, I finally figure out what he's getting at. He's there to say like these model policies, these general practice policies that think tanks come up with mean nothing until the local department actually adopts them and trains in them. And so that's what this guy is here to talk about. And anything that the state's witnesses said where this officer didn't comply with model or generally accepted police practices is all BS because the department didn't adopt them. Therefore, it doesn't matter.
Standards or these national
finally got there
haven't been incorporated, haven't even been approved by the local jurisdiction, certainly have not been operationalized. The officers may not even know about it. And this is something I have to remember is I deal with this every day across the country looking at all these. A local police officer has a hard enough time just knowing their own policy and trying to conform with their own policy. I've not seen where local police departments with their own policies have suddenly decided to hold an officer accountable to a policy they've never even heard about and certainly doesn't apply in their jurisdiction.
So when a department like Grand Rapids adopts a use of force policy reflecting its specific legal, political, and operational realities, I think you said, is that in line with generally accepted police practices or standards across the country?
Yeah, so we like best practices or generally accepted police practices when it comes to processes and procedures. We don't like them with tactics. Like tactics is too much variety. But if you're asking me, is it generally accepted as a policy development practice? It absolutely is, yes.
And just to reiterate, based on your understanding of the Grand Rapids Police Department policy, Michigan law, and the circumstances, is it your professional opinion that a person similarly situated with the knowledge of Officer Schurr could have reasonably believed that he was in fear of serious bodily injury or death after he was disarmed of his taser after fighting for over 2.5 minutes until he could not fight any longer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, he's talking so fast. That's on me. What are we doing, Judge?
Less than an hour.
Yeah, I guess we'll take another 10-minute break like I promised.
Oh, we're not done. I thought we were done. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then go to cross. So basically what this guy said is that the model policies, all the experts that the state called, she's just giving jury instructions. So everything that the state's experts testified to is BS because they didn't, the Grand Rapids Police Department didn't adopt it. Therefore, it's not a policy that this officer would have known, been trained under, or would have, for any reason, expected to have followed. So the whole idea of don't run past the front bumper, that's BS. Take care, Lefty.
Take care. Take care.
We'll get you up to, we'll get him monetized on the Lego stream.
I have to prepare for next stream. And when I say prepare, I need to go big boy's room.
No worries. Well, we can end this and I can redirect because we could just pick it up later. This is going to go in a news report. Yep.
Yeah.
I cut it out just in time. So what we'll do is we'll end it here for today. I'm going to redirect you guys, and Nick, I'm sure, is going to redirect you guys over to his birthday stream. It is Nick's birthday week, and he's going to celebrate with a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And you can donate over there.
Yeah, people who has said yes so far. Now, that's not a guarantee that everybody will show up. Solomon Anderson, Dave.
Oh, nice.
Andrew Branca, Mo in the Deep End, Megan Fox, Vice Baby, Catnot Williams, Danny Ahn, Broken Baker, Andrea Burkhart, Ian Runkle, Valhalla Waits, Cryptex, MD Law, Infamous Sylvia, Digger 420.
Nice. That'll be a good rounded group.
Yeah. And then maybe Sean, potentially criminal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he said he told me he was joining you.
Hmm?
So
And we will see if I send out more along the way. It depends on how drunk you get me. So everybody get your wallets ready because my birthday stream is one of few times I actually grift. Okay.
Dolly's coughing in the chat.
Didn't I send you one? Yes, I did.
But did he say yes? I don't know.
All
right. I'm
Dolly,
gonna go.
You have a link. Stop mucking around.
I gotta find a link somewhere. All right. We're gonna end it for today. We're not gonna skip the cross-examination. We'll start it on Monday morning. Maybe I'll start an hour early before Nick can get in. But we'll get caught up to where we are. And we'll see you guys all over on Nick's birthday stream. All right. Bye.
My taser salesman is the kind of guy you just don't mess around with. I see him passing by with his top hat on and his purple coat of velvet. My taser salesman is the kind of guy, he gets so excited when they call him in to testify. He says, yeah, I'm invited to show and tell all about the tasers that I sell in court. He's proud to give the word, he's happy as a songbird. My taser salesman has got all the toys, he's a big time vendor. If you want a high voltage device, he's the guy you should surrender to. The next time I got pulled over, the cop said out of the car, I said before you pull out your taser, you should talk to my lawyer who can show and tell all about the tasers that he sells in court. He's proud to give the word, he's happy as a songbird. The next time I got pulled over, the cop said out of the car, I said before you pull out your taser, you should talk to my lawyer who can show and tell all about the tasers that he sells in court. He's proud to give the word, he's happy as a songbird.